Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out. Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium! The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts them to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
What's up, you gorgeous gamers? Welcome back into headquarters. It's Puckett alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, and we're here for another Super Saturday. 4 matches coming your way as we're just 2 weeks away from that Boston Major II. I want to start with you, aLLeY. A lot of shocking news yesterday. Scumps, of course, big farewell on the show. We had 3 epic series as well. What was your big takeaway from day 1?
It was just an incredible day to look back on the history of COD and realize we're still in history in the making of the first baby steps of the Call of Duty League.
Today, we got a lot more matches coming our way, and Nameless, I was looking at the seeds. We've got some good ones. Atlanta versus Minnesota will be closing our show for us. That's a 3 versus 5. Toronto versus OpTic Texas, though. The number 2 seed against number 6 after OpTic's win yesterday. And, of course, we still get a chance to see Vegas Legion as they stack up against the Boston Breach. A lot of great games. Which one are you most excited for?
OpTic versus Ultra, 100%. You know, and you talk about the seeds there as well. Points on the line. OpTic needs some points. They need some big W's. I'm excited to see this roster grow and get better.
I want to start our show by talking about the match we haven't mentioned yet, and that's, of course, between 2 teams who are desperate for a victory. We have the London Royal Ravens going up against an LA Thieves squad that got beat 3-0 by Toronto yesterday. And the Royal Ravens, they're in a tough spot. They haven't won since week 1 of the CDL, and we look at this guy, though, and he keeps us scratching our heads. How are they not finding success when aSim is playing this well?
It's the struggle with, I don't think there's a lot of team chemistry when it comes to the squad. And you know that really happens, especially when you're hot potatoing your roster a lot at the beginning of the season. And it's a total turnover from last year, right? At the beginning of last year, they had a really hot start, and that's what ended up saving them, pushing their way through the online qualifiers to make it into champs. They're on the bottom of the barrel right now.
And what's crazy, it's the same thing for London. They have the superstar talent. Like you had Afro last year, absolutely frying. You're not able to capitalize on that with this hot potatoing of the roster. And now you have aSim, who's literally making a case like he's one of the better players we have in our league right now. He's frying in all these games. He's getting the first blood and search and destroy. Who is going to step up for this team? Will it be PaulEhx coming back into the team? Who knows?
Well, PaulEhx actually is back on this team. You can see that face behind me. He goes by the name of Zero, and he might be playing in Challengers as Paul is now back in the starting lineup alongside Scraps, who looks to be picking up that AR role. Is this a good thing or a bad thing for London in your eyes, Ant? Because I'm questioning the identity. I'm questioning the roles. Is Paul running an SMG or an AR today?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think you've exhausted a lot of options if you're Royal Ravens.
Yeah.
We just talked about their hot potato in the roster. I guess the big difference in this one is like Paul plays at a little bit of a faster pace than Zero, so you might get a little bit more speed to keep up with some of these top teams. Paul has been known to pop off in games at times, but I just don't have too much faith in this roster. Zero was their best control player that they had in a game mode that they're severely struggling in. That is a game mode they have to be good at. Does Paul come in and make a massive difference? I don't know.
There's a lot of question marks around London. On the other side of this matchup, though, we have a team that was back-to-back major champions coming into this title. So far, though, they have not found success. It's looking like last year, aLLeY. Is it time to panic if you're a Thieves fan, though? Because they're without Kenny once again today.
Yeah, I don't know if it's time to panic. On the flip side of things, where London is lacking maybe some in-game leadership, maybe some teamwork. On the flip side, LA Thieves is not lacking whatsoever. And if anything, from the series we saw from them yesterday with the fact that Caps Capsule was subbing in. Of course, you're always worried when you lose one of your main slayers in Kenny, but Capsule did what he needed to do. He subbed in perfectly, he got kills, and he did what he could for his LA Thieves roster, and that gives me a lot more faith for them heading into today with him still put on the roster. Of course, we all want Kenny to get better, but I'm hoping LA Thieves can use this as a learning experience. They're sitting at the ace seed right now, and they're trying to overtake a lot of teams that are also winning at the same time.
Yeah, you can see the OpTic we mentioned. They're at the 6th seed. They're also there at 40 points. They're with Legion and the Mutineers. So 4 teams all at 40. Royal Ravens trying to get back in the race all the way down in 12th at just 20 points. And for anyone who's just tuning in, why are these CDL points important throughout this year?
Yeah, they're massively important. At the end of the year, only the top 8 make it to champs. That's what everybody's playing for at the end of the day. Like, these championships throughout the season are great, but mainly it's to get those points to take home that ring, that Call of Duty championship. And if you're not top 8, you're screwed. So these teams need points now. We saw the implications from last year. Go back, do yourself a favor, go back and look at stage 1, stage 2 results, and then look throughout the season at what happened. London last year started with so many points. They made it into champs, even though they had a terrible mid and end season. Now it's looking a little bit different for that team. So these teams need to turn up.
Shout out our man Bryce Tacular for the reminder before the show. And shout out to everyone who tuned into the games yesterday. If you joined us, OpTic went to game number 5 against the Seattle Surge. Today, they have an even tougher challenger. They're taking on the number 2 seed in Toronto Ultra. But let's start here with OpTic Texas. Scump, of course, announcing his retirement. Dashy back in this lineup. Huke on the lineup still. And we had Shotzzy and iLLeY hitting their shots in Search and Destroy. This squad is looking like one of the fiercest teams, specifically in Search. They did struggle, though, in both respawns on Hardpoint.
I think that win for the OpTic Texas yesterday was massive for this roster. Not only confidence-wise, not only because it was their first match without Scump, but because I think their matchup heading into today, it's not because I think this roster is bad whatsoever, but we saw them struggling in Respawn. Dashy touched on it in the interview that, you know, they just need a little bit more practice. They need a little bit more team chemistry. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen overnight. And they're going against the Toronto Ultra that is one of the best well-rounded teams in the league in Respawn and in Search and Destroy. So I don't think it's impossible for them to steal this series today, but I do think it will be much more difficult than it was yesterday.
They had 3 days of practice and now 1 night of matches under their belt as a foursome. Tonight we get a chance to see them take on Toronto Ultra, who has been red hot since the Raleigh Major. This team didn't get that performance that they were looking for, but we always talk about them as one of the strongest, well-rounded squads that's always working together, Ant.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra. I mean, I think it was like the perfect first tournament for the Toronto Ultra, right? Like, you learned a lot about this team. They had some really tough matches, like where they had to come back, right? Where they showed a lot of tenacity. Scrappy had some bad maps and he bounced back, so we know what he's really made of. And now we're just seeing them sort of expand upon the foundation that they've built. And we're seeing these wonderful scenarios, like where I'm learning more about this team. Like, we talk about that hotel control that we saw yesterday in the LA Thieves match, them fending off A, just so impressive. A lot of teams are folding in that situation due to, if you die once, you're spawned all the way out and they spawn right there, right? So these are situations that clearly they're very practiced in. It's a testament to the coaching staff and the culture that the Toronto Ultra have built. And it's impressive because it's been in such a short span. Now, I know you have a ton of talent on this roster, but on the minimap, I'm seeing them make those next level cerebral plays. Like Standy and Kleenex are such a good duo. I have a lot of hype for this team. I think they're going to be great.
One of the youngest squads out there, with definitely the Rookie of the Year, the front runner right now. We had a chance to catch up with him after the matchup yesterday, and you were asking him just how good can this team be and what it's going to take to get their first chip. Here's what he had to say.
How are you guys going to set yourself apart, get to that next level, and actually take home a chip?
Yeah, I would say that we just need to just have our teamwork up to par, just everyone be on the same page, because that's really what divides these teams, these top teams from each other. It's just how good they work with each other. Everyone has the skill of these top teams. Everyone knows that they can gun each other. It's just how it is. It's just, can they work together at all times of the map? Because you might have one hold where it's good, but the next 6 can be bad. So it's just being with each other, be with each other's side at all times of the map.
If you're an OpTic Texas fan, where do you need to be most worried in this series? Because yesterday, that guy put on a 9-kill streak in S&D. He set the league record so far. What do you need to look out for in this matchup? S&D was your favorite game mode yesterday for OpTic.
Looking out for it, it'd have to be the hard point for sure. Just because of how dominant Toronto Ultra has been, I'm very interested to see what that map set's going to end up to be. I think the Search and Destroy will be fairly close, and I think that Control will be fairly close as well.
Going to be a great series, and of course, you can also catch all of these teams live when we go to Boston. We're just 2 weeks out, so get your tickets right now. Scan that QR code today, and you can join us in the Fenway MGM Music Hall. It's going down Feb 2nd to the 5th, and as everyone who went to Raleigh can tell you, coming to a CDL live event just hits diffy.
It's going to hit diffy, man. And also, we don't have Scump playing there, so I'm ready to see the OpTic fans get hyped for this new roster, see the energy that they bring.
We'll be having all kinds of watch parties throughout the day. We'll give a few shout-outs on the other side of this break. When we come back, we'll also break down the first series of the day. Boston's back in action, and they're taking on old man Grayster. Clayster might want revenge against the social media team, and he might take out his anger with a sniper rifle.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Welcome back into headquarters. We are moments away from kicking off our first of 4 matches, and that, of course, is going to feature Vegas Legion taking on the Boston Breach. Now, if you're looking at our CDL point standings, you'll notice something. Vegas is actually the favorite now with the 7 seed going up against Boston with the 11 seed. aLLeY, I was shocked to see that. There's only one team below Boston, and that's London, who hasn't won since week 1.
What's so weird about the Boston Breach is you don't think they're the 11th seed, right? They don't play like the 11th seed, and that's kind of going to be the woes throughout this entire series is the fact that the Boston Breach has just been so inconsistent across the board. Of course, we talk about Major 1, and you're like, oh, well, Big Wake got sick, and you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt. And now going against the Vegas Legion, they've been looking good recently.
And we love watching Clayster with the sniper in search and destroy. That could be the difference maker in this series. And Ant, I want to take a look at the maps. Walk me through this. Who are you going with? Who has the edge after these map bans?
Yeah, you know, looking at it, it's really tough. Like, I wanted to go the Vegas Legion in this series due to how good they've been in search and destroy, but I'm going to go with Boston Breach. You know, looking at this one, CeeLo control is a little bit of an unknown on the side of both these teams. Not a ton of success for them. I think Boston take this in a 3-1 fashion. I think their hard point is simply just better than the Vegas Legion, and they're going to take that control.
I think when it comes to the series layout, especially in that map 1, it's going to be a little bit of an Awakening versus Temp series for me. In that opening map 1, Awakening has a 1.29 on aBeZy hardpoint, and Temp has a 1.26. Fast forward over to the CeeLo Search and Destroy. Big Wake has 1.4, and Temp is trailing right behind him with a 1.38. So should this be a Game 5 series, I'm leaning towards the Vegas Legion, but keep your eyes on those 2 players.
We got channel points flying all around in the chat right now, and hopefully you guys will continue that throughout the day. But let's make it official here on the desk. You lost to OpTic. That was Scump's final farewell. Today, you're coming in with some new vengeance. I go in Boston Breach. They need the W. I don't think Vegas is really going to be that upset if they drop this one.
I think I'm going to go with the Boston Breach and the respawns here specifically, but if we get to that game 5, I'm going to have to switch over to the Vegas Legion.
Okay, so Boston if it goes 4.
Yeah,
Vegas
Boston
if it goes 5.
Vegas if it goes 5.
It was like pick your poison with the searches for Boston against them here. But I'm going to go with the Boston Breach. I think they win in 3-1 fashion. All 3 respawns are taken.
3 breaches. Didn't see that one coming. That's how we have it on the desk. Let us know what you see happening in the chat. It's time to get this one loaded up and started as we hand it over to our casters. We got Brycey and Ton.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, let's get into this one. And yeah, interesting point brought up by the desk. Las Vegas may be 7th and Boston may be 11th, but this game doesn't feel like it. What this game does feel like is a great indicator of how these two teams are going to measure up going into Major 2. Yes, Boston Breach have had their woes, but you can't really compare woes with the Legion. They've had significantly worse over their lifetime, Ton.
Yeah, it really has been a rocky road for the Vegas Legion, but things are definitely on the up. The Boston Breach, things started nicely and since then not necessarily looked the best, but I kind of agree with the sentiment from the desk. You know, if we do go to that map number 5, I think everybody in the chat, everybody in the studio, everywhere will pretty much lean towards the side of Vegas Legion. It's whether or not we do get there, that is the question. But if they can force it there, the Search and Destroy has looked really good, but the Boston Breach will be hoping to force the fact that that should not happen. Are they going to be able to close this one out in 4? That's the ideal situation for them. I think the control is the biggest one for me, though. Both teams not looking that good on that game mode, full stop. It's very much a mid-off in that one, but we're going to have aBeZy Hardpoint to kick things off. Hardpoint vetoes actually went a little bit strange there, to be honest with you, Brycey. We were kind of having a look at things, theorizing which way we thought things were going to go. Vegas Legion have vetoed Hotel Hardpoint 8 out of their 11 matches so far in Modern Warfare 2, and it's Boston's best map. Guess who vetoed it? Boston. Couldn't believe my eyes. Anyway, so that doesn't really make too much sense. We end up with aBeZy first. Not too sure why Boston are choosing to get rid of Hotel. It was free and open, but they do so and get it gone. Here we are on aBeZy for some peculiar reason.
Well, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, they've been working hard in the background to figure this one out, especially since they got Nesload last time around. Let's see if the adjustments they have made gives them a better start for it. And of course, these two teams, realistically, you got to say the Legion, for me, my dark horse moving forward into Major 2. I think they are improving leaps and bounds every single time we have seen them. For Boston Breach, probably a little bit more consistency could pay out.
And a big part of that growth, I want to say, for the side of Vegas Legion, Clayster. From stage 1 to stage 2, he has improved massively, and 0.89 over the whole stage of stage 1. So far in stage 2, a 1.14. So a good start from him in this game specifically. Not a great start for Vegas Legion, though, as P1 goes 24 points towards the side of Boston Breach. It's a little bit of a mixer heading over towards P2, but Boston Breach will quite happily take those 24 points. It is TJ trying to answer back, set up, not really anybody's to hold on to just yet.
I say TJ probably a little bit stressed there, knowing he had so many angles he had to cover by himself. But the battle for the rotations has gone the way of the Legion. They're going to be here to begin with, but reinforcements will be streaming in from both sides. Might be a big play out of Clayster here if we can catch this team on the bounce. Doesn't matter, PaulEhx gets 2, Clay gets the 3rd.
Nice.
A full sweep out for Legion as Temp cleans it up. And now they're going to be watching for the spawns.
A little bit of a split here for the Boston Breach. Are they going to be able to read this? Temp will say thank you very much. It's 2 of the easiest kills he'll pick up all day long. Good hold from the Vegas Legion so far. Rotations are going to be important in this map specifically. Both two teams very even when it does come down to statistics in terms of those rotational wins. The breaking and the holding, though, just on the side of Boston. The holding for Vegas Legion, though, looking pretty solid.
Tem not even bothering to challenge it, saying, hey, Methodz, if I can catch you sprinting, all good, but I don't need to challenge quite yet. Eventually, though, his teammates do fall, and Tem is going to battle for scrap time, but more importantly, the rotation. Those spawns coming in at tennis court ton may mean ProLuke gets lucky climbing the ladder, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that force from Boston towards P2 is kind of what starts spawning Vegas Legion towards this side of the map. It isn't going to work out for the Legion either way. Boston Breach are still in control. Happy to be here after P2 didn't really go their way. Get rotated early over towards the planter, locking things down, but you need to stay alive. 3 dead now.
The Owakening playing for his life here. He's still going to be weak, but ProLuke gives him the shoulder, but Owakening eventually gets it down to a nade. And it will be the Legion who gain control of top P3. You can see already they're looking pretty good. The rotation is going to come in as well. Boston ready for this next hill.
This next hill is really where both these two teams have been seeing a lot of success. But it is Boston with the slight more success, and well, you're going to get plenty of that success over towards P3 as well. P4 has been the money maker for both of these two squads, though. Boston Breach, the more beneficiary of it, though, and can they be here? They have the rotation braces.
Oh, normally you go through the top to try and break this at the moment. Nobody really has for Legion. Boston's still going to be holding firm, but TJ will break into this hill. Both teams just looking for positioning. Methodz trying to wall back TJ. TJ fighting for his life, knowing where these players are coming from. And as the trades continue to go down, it's the Legion who are going to get the better side of it. They have managed to push Boston out here, which is considerable, considering they were not there on the rotation originally.
That's a hill that Boston Breach, I don't want to see you have it as a crutch that you pick up some decent points on, but it's gonna definitely influence the game. Vegas Legion are definitely here. It's been a scrappy one so far. Another team able to lock down a good amount of time, and both hills being traded left, right, and center as well. Both teams in and out. Vegas Legion have another look at it here, though. TJ will find one. The setup is there, but they got to start be thinking about this rotation over towards the kitchen, and well, they'll be thinking about it now. 2 dead. Boston Breach do get back in. It's going to be a pretty tight game by the time we get over. Big kill from ProLid on the rotation. I said it's both teams getting a good solid hold, and all of a sudden being broken very, very rapidly.
Oh, a big part of that is probably Owakening. Started off very, very slow. 0 and 3, 0 and 4, I believe. Now 7 and 4. Has turned up the temperature. Vivid also going on his own streak. It's been unanswered kills for Boston Breach. The Legion now going to try and break. Nero going to get the first one down. Looking for the next one. Awakening coming flying in, but he also gets traded out as Legion will gain this one before they lose the lead.
Good breaks coming through again. Both teams clearly quite clinical with it. Nero will find the kill at the 10th as well. Vegas Legion just really not at, well, all at sea actually, if you like. But Kalista finds 2. The SMG out getting the job done. Nelly finds the 3rd there. It's Temp to clean it up. But some good time here for the Vegas Legion. This is as big as the lead has really looked for, well, since P1, to be honest, where Boston Breach managed to pick up a decent amount of time. But this is a really nice hold over towards Kitchen. And heading into the second rotation of hills, it's going to be about a 40-point lead if they can hold on to this last 10 seconds.
Plays cooking. Currently 4-0. His teammates have gone down. He's going to wait this one out, see if anybody comes for the trade. He's got the pre-aim in ready, and he actually takes down one, but he will be traded again regardless. The 5 streak ends there. And now as we go back towards P1, it is still a very close game. Legion will be leading to begin with. Probably won't want to give away as many points in this P1 as they did last time.
Pro is just in a position to try and disrupt anything going on over towards P1. We've seen Boston Breach pick up a good amount of time here. When we did kick the game off, spawns have been put though heading over towards P2, but a lot of things can happen in this next 35 seconds of P1. Both two teams fighting for control of Orange, just trying to pick up any scrap time that they possibly can do. First they may well clear the way here for a few seconds to go towards Vegas Legion. Rotational fight going on though. TJ will win it. P2 control currently with Legion.
That's exactly where they managed to get the lead last time, Tunt. We're looking to do it again. Obviously, still a little bit of scrap time there for Boston. Maybe challenged, but Temp isn't going to get it. This now becomes critical. Legion want to hold this. You can already see out towards the back. Vivid looking for the pinch, looking for the opportunity. Nero already gets his player he was going to look for there eventually. And Vivid has become kind of obsolete. He might have to move up here and get into this one for the pinch. He is going to do exactly that, but TJ finds him before he can as both teams try to get in a better position to take this one. At the moment, Boston Breach doing the better job.
Plus this, well, version of try and find me if you can towards the back of the map's being going on. It's Vegas Legion who eventually get away with these trades towards the front side. It's back and forth. It seemed like Boston Breach were in a good spot, but Vegas Legion once again going to pick up some really good time over towards P2 because Kalista's beaming. Can he find Nero as well? The reach out comes in. Kalista's like, why has he done that? Well, he's done it because he's beamed you and solved the rest of Boston Breach. They find a way through with 20 seconds to go. Vegas Legion walking away, licking their wounds. They have somebody already over towards Planter as well. Tennis court control. Can they get some good time here, Vegas Legion? It was mostly Boston last time.
Oh, Nero is a dangerous man here. He knows he's going to need to stay alive. Wait for his teammates to back him up, but he could be the thorn in the side, but at the back is going to be Kalista. And Nero, the last man alive, they're going to know he's there as well. They haven't seen him in some time. The chow comes through. Kalista cleans up another one. Every single time you think Boston are about to tie this game up or take the lead, Legion leap forward again.
Kalista, a really big moment there. Hiding over towards the back generator, lying down the sneaky little beaver. Finds a couple of kills, locks down the hill for Legion, but they need to manage to hold on to this if they can. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Nero up the ladders.
Hasn't worked out for him. Vivid is going to be here. 1 health point. Oh, it doesn't matter. 1 HP in a dream. Stays alive, and it's the same old story. Hill after hill. Legion ahead. Boston with a scrap. Coming back into it once more. As we head over to this next hill, will either of these teams definitively give us a lead, Ton?
Boston Breach looking to try and find the lead. P4, as said, has been where they have been getting a lot of points. It's their moneymaker, but are the comms there as well? Let's go for listening with the Boston Breach.
Down here. Yeah. Back on. Watch him back on. No, one's palm coming. I'm flanking him. Also flanking him. Left corner down here. Bathroom. Front chair's weak. Okay, front chair's weak. There's 2 front chairs. Got 1 in the bathroom late. Okay. Oh, front time. He's hurt front time. Got me. I'm going to backside time, man. Try and go home. I'm playing the back here. Yeah, we're playing some. I'm gonna play this P2. One bathroom. Back fan on top of it. Back fan on top of it. I started open the doors. Front side time. Back fan. I'm playing towards you. I'm playing out. Bathroom ready. Bathroom weak. I'll get your front. Hold your front. Yeah. I have front. I'm gonna back this one. Watch your back. I'll have your front. I'm gonna ping. I'm gonna go P2. What's ladder done? You can go. Was bathroom. For sure he's still in bathroom. He never crossed the I'm trying to clear this guy out bathroom. I'm going back to you. I'm on the 3rd van right now. He's sign. Second sign. Okay. He's still bathroom. Weak in bathroom shadow. Still sign. Backing up PC right now.
Well, this game really has come down to the wire over and over again. No team able to hold a hill for the full 60. Neither team able to get the break solidly as they would want. Right now, it could come down to this, but Boston break in again, Ton.
Last time around, Vegas Legion was so good. When we got over towards Kitchen, it was 40 or 50 points, uncontested. Vivid just walks through Orange, and it's the freest kill of his life with the attack. All of a sudden, the Vegas Legion is starting to spawn out. Boston Breach may well take the lead here. They've been behind for so long.
And look at this Method farming the kills out that he knows he needs to find. It's dangerous now for Legion. They did not get this rotation locked in early. They gave away a significant amount of points. Awakening dancing, looking for the player instead, trying to figure out. Here's Priestahh, guns him down, running back to the point here as well now. And even now his teammates are getting the points over and over again. Boston have held. Since Awakening continues to go huge. Slow start, huge game. And we can see that the Legion may be faltering.
And the Legion, I wonder what the comms are like in that camp, because that was so free for the side of Boston Breach. They're 15 away. P1 control currently in their hands. If you're Vegas Legion, you have to contest this.
We're going to see at the moment it goes back and forth. Eventually they clean them out. The Legion have a reprieve, but it is not a big one. This could get mixy around P1. The Legion cannot afford to give this away even for 7 seconds.
TJ want a gunfight over towards P2 as well. But they have to continue to lock this down. But they also need to think about P2. Vivid up top finds one, as there's Methodz. This could be it.
Vivid being a pain. Vivid being a pain. And it's the pain that may cause this game to end as Nero gets another. And the Legion are not close. The Legion are going to go down, leading all the way through the game to fail at the last hurdle. Boston Breach will take the hard points. And we know we needed one of these teams to find another gear at some point. But it was Boston who held fast and held consistent. The Legion lacking.
And you've got to look at P5 again. First time around Kitchen, Vegas Legion were pretty much cooking the entire time. It was 40, 50 seconds. A beautiful hold first time around. Second time around, the complete opposite. And it's just such an easy... Vivid walks through Orange, through mid-map, opens the doors, finds a gunfight in somebody's back. Nobody over towards that side of the map. I don't know what Legion are doing. I'm going to have to rewatch to see their positioning exactly, but it looked far, far too easy to break. And also, ultimately, that's what cost them the game, because then all of a sudden you're chasing your tail, you're fighting off the back foot. You had to stop as much time going over towards Boston on P1 because they're 15 away. You can't think about P2. You lose the game. And it was so back and forth throughout. Both two teams finding a rotation, losing the hill within 20-30 seconds. It was kind of the repeat all the way through. The same pattern over and over again. And you just, if you're Legion though, in that moment, especially on the first rotation of hills, of how well you did. I mean, Priestahh finds the break here. They found, I want to say 40 seconds or so. And it's just going to be such a frustrating way to lose it because you just let it slip just a little bit of lack of concentration of making sure what's being covered. Costs you the game.
You know what? I've got to give full credit to Boston.
100%.
I think when you look at this game objectively from the beginning, every time I think Legion managed to get a rotate, and they were very good at these rotations. You could even say the same for Legion a little bit, but we'll get to that. The breaks were huge. They were splitting hill after hill after hill. Legion were doing the right thing, but just weren't able to get a full 60 to give them enough breathing room. And you are right, it is a collapse at the end there, something that Legion will not be happy with considering with how well they were doing. Also, credit to Big Wake. I said I think he started off 0-3, maybe 0-4, ended up 25-14. It's an outrageous stat through the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about him with that start, averaging a 1.29 when it does come down to aBeZy hardpoint, and he very much kept up with that, if not excelled it. A big game for Big Wake. Just staring me down in the camera. They just got me a bit nervous for game number 2. And we didn't really see it from the other side of things. We maybe expected maybe a little bit more from Temp. We've seen a good game from Clay. It's going to be a frustrating one to watch back if you are the side of Vegas Legion, but if you're Boston Breach, you're happy with the comeback. The momentum is well and truly in your favor. But heading into a Search and Destroy reset now for Legion, they know they've been so strong on this mode specifically. But that's got to be a disappointment, and you can kind of see it on their faces. They know that that one wasn't necessarily free, but it was very much one that was in their hands.
Yeah, a lot of good points to take away from both teams, some really good rotations and really good breaks, and that was probably the issue for both of them. They were never fully comfortable. Even getting into some money hills like P3, you thought, hey, they should be able to lock this down for some amount of time. Nobody really did. Nobody got that opportunity to pull into the lead or to pull the game back. And it has to suck just a little bit for Legion. They were leading the entire way, Ton, until that last hurdle.
It's got to be disappointing. And again, I said, you kind of tell them the body language. That's one that you have to... Maybe we'll just take in your stride of your Vegas Legion. Look, you are there. You are getting close. Last time around, I believe they actually beat Seattle on this map as well. They are contesting good teams on this map. Did they beat them? You know, I'll have to double check that. I'm pretty sure they did. But nonetheless, they are very much getting there when it does come down to hardpoint. But as said, Search and Destroy really has been so good for them recently. But when it comes down to Mikado, which is going to be map number 2, both teams 0-1 on this specifically. So it's a little bit of a weird one. It's a bit of a toss-up. It is Boston's pick. They must be feeling good on it. And if they're heading into this second map, if they can take a 2-0 lead, they're in complete control of this series. No, they've got at least 2 more respawns before heading to another Search and Destroy to try and close the series out. But it's going to be a tall order. As I said, we don't have too much to read on for both these two teams. Interested to see which way it goes, though. Bryce, I'm excited.
It is. I quickly want to talk about Boston as we go into this S&D as well. I've got a feeling that this team is much better than they've kind of shown us so far. There was highlights of it, maybe week 1 of the CDL. Obviously, Major 1 Awakening was not well, but I just deep inside, this instinct I have says to me that Boston are a top 5 team. And I need to see it. It's the Awakening change. I feel like... I don't know. This is one of the weird things. I can't put my finger on why I think they should be better than they are. I just believe that this team has what it takes to kind of go towards the top. If anything, I would even say going into Major 2, this is a team I expect to place around there.
Yeah, but I would argue that Vegas Legion are on that trend as well towards the middle to top end. That's where they want to kind of make their move. It's a good finish for them in Raleigh. Of course, Boston Breach didn't necessarily get the rub of the green in terms of the way that Awakening was feeling. This is kind of one of those... You love the word benchmarking, Bryce. I feel like it's a good benchmarking one because we can kind of understand where the Boston Breach really are. They didn't look good at all against OpTic the other day, whereas Legion have been typically getting better as time has went on. So both these teams are kind of in a collision course around that 6th to 8th mark for me, and it's curious where we are seeing them kind of go from here. Do they continue to get better with your Legion? Do Boston Breach answer the critics and get back to where some people think they should be? Because 11th is not that spot right now.
It certainly isn't, obviously, and bearing in mind Awakening obviously missed out on champs last year. He does not want to be in this position again. Definitely wants to improve moving forward, but we always say there is a lot of points available in qualifiers. Each team will play 5 times over 3 weeks. That's 50 points available. It is critical, it is crucial to make the most of these. There are no easy games. There are no games you can afford to lose. You do not want to be staring down the barrel of having to pull off the miracle run. We know New York did it last year. They had an incredible time getting all the way to the grand final, but they had to get to that grand final. They couldn't afford to come third. They had to come second. And that is a nightmare scenario for most teams, as you cannot rely on it. And yeah, 10 points always up for each one of these games. Boston need it. Thieves would like it. Sorry, Legion would like it. And I think for me, obviously going into Major 2, there is a lot of season left. There is a lot of season left. These two teams really want to bed in and figure this out.
And one thing I kind of want to back you up with here is the fact that online, you've kind of got more of a range, more efficiency, if you like, to try and pick up points. Because when it comes down to the major, there's not really a huge deal of points to play for. Really, you are winning the majority of your points in these online stages. This is where you need to be picking up games here and there. Even if you're only, winning a couple over your online stage as the qualifier towards a major, that is definitely helping you out in the long run, though, more than maybe a decent placement of one major. I mean, look, I think the absolute pinnacle and prime example of this is LAG last year. They won a major and still were terrible on the points front. So you need to make sure you are consistent throughout the whole entire side of things, throughout the whole season, if you do want to make that run towards champs. And I think that's got to be such a big goal for this Vegas Legion side, considering the history, considering what some of these players' careers are kind of at the stage that they're at this moment in time. It's kind of last chance saloon for most of, if not all of these guys. They've got to perform this year. They have to.
Yeah, we'll find out, though. We will find out. And I think, if anything, there has been some very positive feelings about it. Here's the weird thing. When you talk about the lower teams in this league, people don't usually start with Boston or Vegas. No, they really don't. It used to be LAG. Obviously, LAG are currently on the ascendance. Their new challenger players have made a bit of a splash coming into the league, and we're looking forward to see how that plays out. London, with another team change we will see later today, is going to basically be the the testing ground for them as well. Desperately need a win in this league. We are just going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have Map 2 here on the Call of Duty League. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
flames of power burn inside of me. Beating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can part in this. I set the flames to you, but then like an arsonist. And I don't wake up until I had no part in it. And you can get down and lay down. You can call it you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. This is fun. Oh, you said you wanted to win, what is the right fight? Pray for when the darkness comes, turn on your nightlight. Oh, you should have brought you a gun, cause we don't like knives. Since the power went to my head, haven't been quite right. Flames are burning, things are churning, knees are bending, ankles burning. I'm the teacher, you should learn it. I'm the judge, and here's your verdict. This is hell, and you deserve it. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up, you cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Man, I cannot pretend the road is not tough. They trying to slow me down, they ain't people to be bugs. Constant on my mind, the ones I do love, they counting on me now. Too late, they give up. Lace my shoes up, I'm tired though, you should know. My race can't be rushed, my rivals, they will fold. When they see me come out, I bet they gon' start running. I'm a stone to a giant, I ain't afraid of nothing. Grit in my left hand, vengeance in my right. Go straight up, I ain't wasting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live and we are in game. We are not holding anything back. We've gone straight in. It's Boston Breach versus Vegas Legion. We're on the S&D and already you can see the Legion have made hot feet over towards B.
Las Vegas Legion have been looking good in Search and Destroy, but a 0-2 record on this map specifically. Haven't seen it from the side of Boston. That bomb is going to go down over towards B. It's a big rush coming in from the side of Legion, looking for Breach, and Vivid specifically the one to answer.
Oh my goodness, he disappeared, but they've lost numbers here. 3 versus 3. TJ will throw the shoulder, but he gets stunned. They're going to know he's here as well. It's back-to-back for the Legion. And they are outnumbered, but will they be outgunned? TJ gets one and back to a 2 versus 2. Vivid is going to look for this one, and it's going to be taken down, but not quite quick enough. Oh my goodness, he gets it! And Methodz now has to go for the defuse. ProLoot goes huge. Will he recheck this in time? Pro's always still from the shoulders. He did it in time. I don't know.
Oh, God.
Get it in the tiniest of margins. Production, if you're hearing me, cue up that as a replay for the end of this S&D. So much happened in seconds.
Oh.
And this is it. ProLoot throws the shoulder and comes out with milliseconds to spare. TTK Levaznev, just everything he needed. Clutch kills from ProLoot twice off the bomb. And Boston Breach must be furious.
Oh. Well, if you needed a round to regain on, if you're the Vegas Legion, that's one of them. You just about get a hold of it. Now the Boston Breach heading on over towards A. I do apologize, actually. Both teams are 0-1 on this. I was looking at the control stats, Pricey here to tell you, but either way, still not a win to be had from either two of these teams when it does come down to Mikado's Search and Destroy. But that was a crazy, crazy first round. Bomb down and absolute chaos from then.
And it's all gone a little bit quiet here. Vivid and TJ. Close. Just see ProLoot first though, and Vivid's going to get away with it. No, he isn't. TJ goes for the trade. It's a 2 versus 3. Boston have the position, but can they get this bomb down? It looks like they might be leaving here. Awakening going to check the back. I think Boston are going to try and play this slow.
Awakening happy to have this fight against Temp. Clayster though, the one with the aggression, the one with the Vazner making the push forward. Now it's Methodz. Left alone once again. If he can get behind this bomb site, the second kill would have been huge, but he can't find it. TJ to clean up, and a very passive round from Legion, and kind of just allowing Boston Breach to go for that plant. It's a setup from the outside. They close that gap very, very quickly, though, and find themselves 2-0 up.
It never looks particularly clean. But 2-0 up at the moment. And we know last time these two teams played, it was all about Legion in the S&D ton. It wasn't particularly close.
No, it wasn't. And for the most part, Vegas Legion have looked great in Search and Destroy, as I mentioned, against multiple teams. And one thing that we were querying on before this map started was whether or not we'd see much of a sniper coming up from the side of Vegas Legion. Well, they haven't needed them because they're just running through Boston Breach over towards B. 2 times in a row, they've now headed over towards this site. We'll touch on the sniper stats in just a little second, though, because Vegas Legion have complete control of B right now.
Owakening, that brings us back to a 3 versus 3. Nero looking to be the hero. Just being patient, though. Not going to oversell his life. And we can see this. They obviously can't. Even with it this close. Oh, maybe a little bit of auto aim. We don't know. Nero hasn't, though. And, oh, he must get a gun barrel sticking through the door there. Oh, he's trapped out. ProLute smashes the door open and completely eliminates him. Nero, but a shotgun over his Priestahh. Guns Owakening as well. Vivid for the 1 versus 3.
Vivid really has been that guy for Boston Breach when it has come down to this map. Small sample size, but putting up nearly a 2 KD, and well, that's not going to help it with that gunfight challenge. Temp, nice and easy for him. Vegas Legion had so much success over towards B. Of course, A is typically the more progressive one that a lot of players will head towards. Yeah, ProLute, what are you getting here? I wonder if it's maybe just a little bit of auto aim, or did he hear him changing weapons? I'm not too sure, but whatever wizardry ProLute manages to pull off there. Gets the kill for his team, opens up that side just that little bit more, but that B hit is going to have to be something that Boston Breach answer to. Keep an eye on Vegas Legion's next attacking round to see if they do switch things up. Maybe the little fake over towards it is something that could be on the cards. But Boston Breach need an answer soon. 3-0 down.
It's a hit from both teams. Legion are here in force, but so are Boston. For this already. Vivid going to get that stun out as well, but TJ will get the first blood. A little bit of a bad position for him, though. Wants to back off. No, he doesn't. TJ wants to go forward and will go down to Nero. Like I said, not the greatest position for him. Didn't really have anywhere he could go.
Yeah, it was kind of like, do you stick a twist? Do you show your back to them, try and get away? Or do you just kind of go for it, see if you can find a second? You already found first blood, but Boston Breach are able to even the odds. Good shots from Temp. I think the team shot was there as well to help him out, but it will be traded. Priestahh now getting aggressive again. 3 and 2 from Clint. And Methodz, once again, left in a 1 versus 2.
Well, they're inside with him. They're inside. I think he heard him now, and Methodz going to find the first, but he's going to be taken down. I believe it's Priestahh. And wins the 1v1. Technical, because he didn't really get a chance to reset after that kill. But there he is. Priestahh sees him and kills him before he can do anything more. 4 on 2 for him, and another round for Vegas Legion.
And last time out, for the side of both these two teams, there was 0 conversion pretty much from first bloods. 33% for Boston, 25% for Vegas. But I think Vegas Legion are 100% right now. Every single time they found the first... I mean, they found every round, so of course they are. If they found a first blood, they've won the round. 100% conversion. Much better, Pricey, much better. It's quite hard, Matt, and there's another one. Priestahh's frying. Oh, my word.
Man's 105, Gunny 18. I've known him a long time. It's okay to say that. He's a good guy. Anyway, he's looking for this one. Not going to win it. Methodz will eventually get it. 2 versus 2 it comes down to.
And the first beacon of light for the Boston Breach here. But they've got to retake this site. And Temp and Pro will be expecting Methodz and Owakening to both be hitting back alley. If you are Methodz and Owakening, you just beg that Temp doesn't check this because it's a horrible one to push, but it sounds like ProLute has managed to hear something. There's Methodz. Is Owakening going to be the next on the chopping block? Surely he dies. Surely he's over. Oh my god, flying him. 5-0. Vegas Legion running away with this one. The last 11 games of Search and Destroy, they've won 10, and we are seeing a prime example as to why. The pace, the control, and the gunny.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and this is the funny thing. Depending on how this goes, Legion have won 10 out of their 11 last S&Ds. It's 6 in a row so far. And the last time Boston played... Vegas at S&D, they won 1 round out of 13. At the moment, that has obviously gotten much, much worse. It's a 5-0 here. Is this all done and dusted? ProLute gets the first blood already. More flying in though. Nero going to get another one. It's going to be a second for them. Temp trying to get the trade, but can't actually get it, and he won't get away with his life. Boston Breach in a good position. Priestahh looking for the 1 versus 3. Probably a step too far.
I wouldn't put it past him the way that Vegas Legion have been playing here. Yeah, he's going to get caught by Vivid though, isn't he? No way he checks that. Yeah, nice round from the Boston Breach. Although, I think Temp will probably feel a little bit aggrieved that he didn't find a kill, get himself out, and all of a sudden make it a 2 versus 2 rather than a 1 versus 3 for Priestahh to try and compete. Or complete, I should say. Vivid 3 and 5 from him. I think he may well only be the one of the players from the side of Breach to be able to do anything at this moment in time. It's not really been looking good for them at all. But is that possibly the start of what would be a phenomenal comeback? Don't see it very often, but the full sale has to start somewhere.
Wow. Even just saying the word full sale gives me a little bit of nerves. Could be anything, but realistically, Ton,
look at this.
Legion look a cut above on the S&D.
Look how Boston
Breach. That's a problem for Boston.
Sorry to interrupt. So look how Boston Breach have to answer to these B hits. All of a sudden, you have to send 2 people over there because it's been so effective for Vegas Legion. And now the bomb's down in there. 4v4 retake.
Awakening does get away with his life. What did Boston Breach have for this retake? TJ already going to get the first blood. TJ gets a second on the Vivid as well. And now it's a 2 versus 4. We can see Methodz taking the long route. He's going to get gunned. Surely there's Clayster here already. He's going to find the first, and he does. He's going to go for the chow. Clay, you madman. Doesn't matter. Methodz left alone, outnumbered, outpositioned, outgunned, and down go Boston. The record here for Legion is absurd, especially against Boston. The last 3 S&Ds they have played versus this team have been 6-1, 6-0, and 6-1. 20 rounds played, Boston have won 2.
It's not good start line, really, is it? But the side of Boston Breach, at least, it's a great one if you're a Vegas Legion player, though. That was over very quickly. I think our break lasted longer than that game. And I want to say, it just felt, I don't want to say that they were in their heads, but as soon as Vegas Legion, typically, I mean, I don't have the exact stat line, but I would say it's like, what, 75 or maybe 65% of the time we are seeing teams head over towards A. For the most part, it is where we end up going. It's an instant B hit 4-man, and they do it again in the next attacking round. And all of a sudden, if you're Boston Breach, you're like, God, well, we're probably going to have to keep an eye on that one. And then that just allows them to have a little bit more control over towards A if you're Vegas Legion. Love the strats. Fantastic work. And, well, okay, the execution was brilliant as well from the Vegas Legion. Very well played. The series is tied up now, Bryce, and it's looking like a tasty one for the rest of it.
It certainly is. Let's find out how the rest of this plays out. But first, we're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty League available just after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have Vegas Legion going up against Boston Breach. At the moment, it's all tied up 1-1, a close hard point, and then a not close S&D. Control, we will see one of these two teams going to lead. Ton, how are we feeling?
We're feeling like these two teams are not that great at control, so this could be entertaining. 3-8 record for Vegas, a 3-5-1 for Boston. And one of those, as you pointed out at the beginning of the series, whilst we were off air, one of those wins for Vegas was actually against Boston. So, both teams in very much a mid-off when it does come down to control. But as mentioned in the S&D, when I got the stats wrong, this is the first time we have seen LSU control for Boston. 0-2 for Vegas, as is their bad control record. This one could very much go either way.
Well, let's see. At the moment, 10 Prolute already get it. Oh my goodness. There's the kill feed full. And Vivid last alive while his team respawns and retries.
And one of them survived. It's Vivid. And if you want anybody in mid-map to try and cause some disruption for the Boston Breach, it could be him. But really nice break off for the Legion. You love to see it if you're a Vegas Legion fan. Search and Destroy was clean, as was that break. Boston Breach, though, heading over towards B. Big fight.
It's a big kill for TJ because it's going to cause the rest of them to now have to turn around. TJ doesn't even chow the window. He knows they're going to be looking.
Oh, so smart.
TJ with another big gun. Looks for Vivid, who is flying off into the background, still trying to stay alive. The tick is slowly progressing as Vivid does stay alive towards the back, but it does seem like it's Legion in control.
Yeah, Boston Breach, the old switcheroo. Plenty of control over towards B, and then making their way over towards A. Want to extend that time as soon as possible. Temp alive and kicking up top if he charges this. He knows he's going to be shot at, though, from somebody like Awakening, and that's not somebody you want to try and gun. Well, let's take it. Boston Breach slowly but surely taking control of A here. It should be going over towards them. Brycey, that clock should be extended.
Yeah, it was never that big of a hit for Legion. They decided to maybe just cut their losses. They've lost a few of these gunfights as well, so their lives aren't that big of a lead. You see here Boston now figuring out if they can make it over. That's a huge kill by Awakening. Can they get back into it? No. Clay shuts him down before he can. It is going to be dangerous, though. Legion are respawning far away. Methodz looking for Clayster up top. A crucial gunfight they had to stay alive for as Methodz eventually goes down. Boston have not jumped on this yet.
TJ just chilling in bar at the moment. Waiting for the rest of his team to maybe find something for an on-surge of Boston Breach players over towards the B side. The Vegas Legion, though, not able to quite do that. TJ gets taken down in bar. All of a sudden, it's all from the front. Vegas Legion gonna have to pull the rabbit out of the hat here. Oh, just get Temp.
Huge from Temp. He played that very, very slow. Eventually picks up the kill. Boston still looking to apply the pressure. One of those is going to be Methodz as he tries to stay alive here and give his team an opportunity to push forward, and Awakening finds one as well. The Legion playing this very, very tight. They have not managed to extend. They aren't downfield. They aren't through the mid, but they are still winning the gunfights.
Oh, they are winning the gunfights, but on the back foot. Vegas Legion are the ones who find a kill. 4 from Temp. Swipe out the Boston Breach, so a little bit more breathing room for the side of Vegas Legion. The tension was there. Good shots from Awakening. 2 HP and surviving. And now Temp has to turn around. That will maybe allow the rest of Boston Breach to force their way over towards field, but TJ is ready there and waiting. 5 spree now for Temp. Can he keep it up? He needs to. Look at them out.
It's dangerous. Boston basically have to win every single gunfight, but they aren't winning them. Methodz wins 1, but there's no one really near the point. Awakening would have to get a jetpack here to get there in time. He's not going to. And it is a good round for Legion. Maybe a few gaps, maybe a few weaknesses, but nothing that Boston could really exploit. 15 and 7 on the lives, just 3 ticks for Boston in the end.
Temp does go huge there. The final kill, wrapping up what I believe was a 6 spree to close out the round for the Vegas Legion. Good start. Managing to control that side of the map. They've got players, mostly TJ, forcing a route through in mid-map or over towards the A side of the map. Whilst that one's already down, you find a free route through and all of a sudden you're behind them, causing issue. Even 1 kill is something that can disrupt a complete attack from the Boston Breach. What's their turn to defend? Temp, can he continue this break?
See, they've gone for inside control. Nero's going to be playing spoiler as well, though. You can see it, and Temp can't even get the bullet down before Nero takes him down, and TJ last one alive in this point, and down he goes. Clash goes for his trades, not going to manage it either. A full respawn for Legion. They're going to try and get as much map control as possible before they get pinned in.
Dangerous spot. Got to work your way out slowly. You cannot rush these kind of situations. PaulEhx will be the one to find a kill first. Methodz trades it though. Still, if you're Legion, yeah, in a really tough spot. But PaulEhx again, he has really been standout, but only on occasion. But when he does pop off, PaulEhx looks like such a dangerous player. But right now, the Vegas Legion look very, very dead. Clayster should be dead to rights any minute now, but they've just been forced to wait. No purchase whatsoever on anywhere apart from their spawn.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get out here. Boston Breach doing an even better job than Legion did, as PaulEhx somehow wins that gunfight against Vivid with a drop shot. Nero, though, comes back in for the trade. And they can't get anywhere. The problem with A is that Methodz is sitting up top and gunning anything who comes near him. He has a trophy. He has the position. It might have to be a B hit for them, but already Awakening taking them down. Time is ticking. Legion are looking for anything they can get.
3 ticks last round for the side of Boston Breach. That's going to help them out. When it does come down to it, you'd rather have defense, and this has been, without being too harsh on the Vegas Legion, pretty pathetic. I mean, they've had absolutely no map control. Is there maybe one more stab at it over towards A? PaulEhx will just about get his hair cut inside the point before it is promptly taken up by one of the Boston Breach players. Awakening in a little bit of danger here. Nice nade to deflect. Vegas Legion have one tiny, small little chance yet.
Boston are going to go for this as well. They know it's 1.4 seconds. They just have to win 1 set of gunfights, and it will all be over for them. And they're winning multiple as Vivid finds 2 on the flank. PaulEhx is under fire. He's alive, and he's down, and it's done. Boston Breach take the defense, and it's easy.
As I kind of said, it was pretty pathetic. I mean, they got forced into their spawn. Didn't really do a great deal from that. Barely touched the point. Really good from the Boston Breach, though, as soon as they were set up. Not allowing anything to happen for the Vegas Legion whatsoever. So that's a win. Take those first 2 rounds. Boston Breach are leading on the tick front. And we'll have defense in that final round if we do indeed need it. Although we do know Brycey quite often it can go 2 defensive wins and then 1 attacking round in the final one. Who's got the ice? If we get there, of course.
Long way to go. Boston will not want to make it even close if they can help it. Already the attack going through. Vivid manages to hit that as well, and he's looking for him. Picked wrong, but eventually picked right, but still can't get him. It's been the longest gunfight in the world, but Vivid will get it on a 5 streak as well. Want some help before they get into this one. You can already see player swinging position for this A hit.
Oh, good shots, really good shots. There's the rest of his team here to back him up. But with a purchase here for the side of Boston Breach. But TJ, once again, the thorn in the side. Always behind. Good shots from Big Wake. Not able to finish his dinner. Vegas Legion now. Tried to kind of, as you can see, they take a lot of field control if they can. They're quite happy for Boston Breach to spawn over towards this side. Just kind of have to hold the L of those first 2 rounds. There's nothing they can do about that now. But they're keeping them on for now, but air control now going over towards the side of Boston Breach. They should be able to get it, specifically with those 3 kills coming in. Legion off spawn over towards B.
Yeah, Legion won't go for this retake already because it's just not going to be viable for them. Down in lives, tick away. That's 6 now for Boston, 0 for Legion. Legion can get a small bit of silver lining, just hold this defense.
Rotation around. Legion. And KiSMET has just been wiped off the face of the earth. Fantastic centering shots from Owakening. And all of a sudden it's broken wide open. Temp's in a good position, but the rest of Legion are all at sea right now.
There's just not much they can do at the moment. Not a big stack coming in from them. They know a player's going to be behind them. Temp has to be crucial. Here comes the cruise missile they're waiting for. The rest of the Legion need to be in a position to capitalize on this one. Methodz will be taken out by it. That first tick is in a B. Still a good position for breach.
Still have control. Temp's still behind them. He's influenced already, but could do with influencing just that little bit more. He's been taken down, so there you go. Dot your I's, cross your T's. If you're Boston Breach, you've cleared them out. You now just need to push from the front. There's the kills in. It's only one member of Legion that's really in much of a position to do anything about this, Bryce.
Well, that second tick roaring through the rest of Boston Breach moving forward. Vivid trying to do something. Probably managed to get a kill. Methodz is still alive on the point here, and it's going to be done, and does full and get it. Nero gets 2.
Got a child.
1. Methodz onto the point. Clay is just firing. Methodz guns him out of oblivion, and Boston Breach win their attack. 9 ticks to the good. Legion needed an attacking round to stay in this control.
The control woes continue. And honestly, I was getting arguably a little bit frustrated with Breach there, that they had so much control. They know where Legion are going to be spawning, and they still went stacking it. And I was kind of like, if you stack, you just win. But they just choose to go this sensible route. They push up players into tin. They've got someone up top window as well to watch the crossover to tin and over towards the back site. And all of a sudden, you just slowly and steadily take that one home. Boston Breach, 2-1 to the good. And after what we've seen from Vegas Legion on this previous attack, this one might be done and dusted.
Can they find anything new here? First 2 kills does go down for the Legion. Nero will play spoiler. In a very dangerous position, and he is going to catch one as well. Temp hasn't turned. Temp's going to go down. And KiSMET will eventually get that trade, but that is a lot of lost ground.
It is, but it was quite crucial for KiSMET to find that kill. If Prolu gets back around, sorry, if Nero gets back around the corner, all of a sudden Prolu and TJ have no backup. TJ, though, still alive and kicking. We'll get Nero off the respawn. Vivid, though, will quite happily take Prolu here. On the side of Vegas Legion, you can see the players are waiting around the site. They're kind of just waiting for TJ to do something for them. And there you go.
That nade barrage has managed to get them in, but another chow. They've lost another player. Only 1 tick here onto A. Looking for eventually, and Temp gets gunned by Nero. Just nothing going the way of Legion. Nothing they need. Nothing they can get. Boston are shutting them down every time they poke their heads above the parapet. And they need a miracle.
The timing, unfortunate for TJ. But you're all right. They really do need a miracle. Vegas Legion. Yeah, okay, we know both these two teams have suffered in control. But on attacking front, this is being, well, up to now, pretty woeful showing from the side of Legion, but they are going to be able to get a little bit of control over towards the A side. Yeah, that would be a big kill. Probably cannot find it. And all of a sudden, you have to worry about Methodz from behind. You have to worry about Vivid at the front. KiSMET will find one. He's the only one that finds anything. There's 10 seconds after this control. It's looking like Boston's.
Probably gonna have to go for a hero play. That's a scary thing. Takes the nade in the teeth. 19 health. Down he goes to Vivid. The rest of the Legion just not here. Just not close enough. And it's going to be done. It's dusted. It's clinical for Boston Breach. They fire back 3-1 here on the control. Very much one-sided. And you can see it on the faces of Legion. It was not a good time.
Temp's laughing. Nothing going the way for Vegas Legion in that one. Boston Breach leagues ahead. Much better game out of them. They threatened more on their own attacks. Their defenses were clean. And that was as arguably as one-sided as the Search and Destroy was. Boston never really looked like losing that map. Really good performances out of absolutely everybody. Nero causing havoc in the mid-map. Methodz locking down Satellite. Vivid and Awakening just doing their own thing. Awakening, a real catalyst for that attacking round win. The side of Boston Breach with the gunny on Clay towards the back. Kind of set it all up. Nicely done for Boston. They'd be very happy to put some of the ghosts of control behind them because things hadn't been looking that good recently. Just trading wins, losses, wins, losses. 3-5 record was not something to be proud of, has to be said, but 4-5, not looking too bad now. 2-1 up in this series, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we talked about NESLOing. Legion did it last time, but that, it's not possible if you don't have the control. So we'll see what they can figure out with this one. It's a huge win for Boston. Give me your honest opinion here. Do you think this ends in the hard point?
I mean, looking towards it, both teams are. Well, we're going to be going over the HyDra. Sorry, for anybody who's unaware. And both these two teams are the most well practiced on this map in a competitive setting. It's a really hard one to call, honestly. I've seen some good gameplay from Legion on this map. I don't know. My pick'ems are 3-2. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of had Boston Breach winning the control. One of the hard points going over towards Legion and the two S&Ds. So I'm gonna say yes. We're going for a game 5. I'm up for it.
Okay. It took you a while to get there. We got there. We did get there.
Well, I didn't want to say yes.
Had to do a little bit of calculation to figure that one out, Ton. But no, I agree with you. The problem is, obviously, for Boston, you do not want to go to map 5. You absolutely 100% do not want to go to map 5. It is not looking good for you. You need to end this series right here and now. S&D against Legion is basically the worst case scenario. So pressure's on for both teams. Legion have to get this, obviously, to continue the series. Boston don't even want to go to a map number 5, regardless of what map it is. Their record is abysmal.
I feel like pressure's on me. Bryce, yeah, I got a perfect record in pick'ems yesterday. I don't know if I mentioned this. I want to kind of continue it. I did have it down for a 3-2 Vegas Legion here. And I had the map that I thought would be a really close one. I had them winning map number 1, though. That's kind of the scary thought for me specifically. And scary thought for the side of Vegas Legion. It's really hard, though, because I think looking at this map specifically, as mentioned, both two teams have got so much practice on it. When it comes down to it, though, it looks like Vegas are the team who are going to be heavy on the rotation, but haven't looked great on the holds, whereas Boston, not good on the rotations, but the holds are being good. So it's a different one to kind of ascertain. For Boston Breach, you need to tighten those up and you should be decent. But Las Vegas Legion also need to do exactly the same thing. So both two teams having the same deficiencies, if you like, should make for a very entertaining map.
Let's see. By the way, TJ, probably for the first time, has got his camera on. Kind of missed the static TJ picture that we've been looking for so long. I forgot what it looked like in real life.
Not like the picture.
Well, I suppose, again, bringing us back to the start of the series, one of the things we did say, and we have consistently said, this is a benchmarking game for these two teams. For Legion, it's another string to the bow that says this is a real force to be reckoned with going into Major II. For Boston, it's about proving that they deserve to be ranked higher than they are. Proving that they can take on anybody. And Legion is a hurdle for them. A hard point win here, obviously, cements them 3-1. But there's the record, Ton. It is going to be tight.
A really tight one. And just an overarching kind of stat for you guys at home before we do head into this one. Nothing to do with the map specifically. But Boston versus Vegas is now the only matchup in the CDL that features 2 pros from the pre-Black Ops 2 era, and that's Methodz and Priestahh. Just to make you all feel old. Me included, by the way. Very old. Now very sad that that stat exists. Scump's retirement. 2 of the old heads very much going toe-to-toe here in this series. Does it end here, or do we get the map number 5 that we thoroughly do deserve? Boston Breach do not want to see it. Vegas Legion fighting for their lives.
Well, here we go. On to P1 between both of these two teams, and we're going to say, can the Legion find a hard point? They've done it last time they have played this Boston Breach team. If ever they've needed one, they really need it now. The other big thing they've got to keep an eye on, of course, P2. They're not great at holding this P1 and P2, Ton.
Yeah, P1 and P2 has been really the lose condition, if you like, for the side of Vegas Legion. On average, they are net minus 40 on each of P1 and P2, so they are struggling massively on these 2 hills specifically, and yet their record still, when it does come down to HyDra, is not the absolute worst, sitting at 2-2. So if they can fix up on P1 and P2, they're not looking too bad. But outside of that, they have been performing well. P2 now coming up. They're 25 to 26 to nearly 30 down already. That old form is currently repeating itself, especially with Nero winning that gunfight.
Well, sometimes stats tell the story we are going to see in advance. Boston Breach onto P2. Vivid will try and be the bottleneck as he just guns Clayster down. Temp is trying to dodge him here. Has a little bit of reinforcements, so those seconds are ticking away. Legion looking to just shut the door, and they've done it. Nero, the only player left here for Boston Breach to do anything, gunned by TJ, and eventually Legion can get a point on the board.
Whilst you were casting away there, Brycey, and Boston Breach were extending to a 41-0 lead. I was looking at Vegas Legion's break percentage when it comes down to P2. It was 0%. It's now no longer 0%. They find a lovely break. It's a clean 4 and should be a good chunk of time. Now we're thinking about P3 rotation. Vivid will just try and slow that down and does a beautiful job of doing so. Probably placed that dead to the Wolves completely. This Temp now will find a kill. The extension comes in over towards P3. It's only Nero who was actually left. The spawns for Boston Breach are being manipulated wonderfully by Legion, and they have control of P3.
And Nero's sitting right at the back, but they've caught it as well. You'll see them push out both sides. At the moment, Legion are setting up for that back push they're expecting. TJ is a mile away, all the way at Dome. It's a bit of a split spawn for Boston Breach. They're still spawning P2. They can't get the back spawn because it is blocked by Prolude, who says hello to Awakening, who took his time and pays the price. But the back spawn's now just come in. The back spawn's here. Legion, are they going to identify?
They know now. They know now, and the spawn out comes in from Temp, and they will be calling out a spawn out, because they've spawned towards the back. Not enough control. You need to make sure you lock it down. Spawn's a little bit funky, has to be said, but Callisto now here as well. It's all over the shop, Brycey. Haven't got a clue what's going on.
Well, I think at the moment Legion actually pushed that out to try and get that back spawn, but when you do that, normally you want one person looking at it, so you know exactly when it's come up. But they are right, it's all over the map, but it will be Legion with a player deep. Prolude is all the way back, ready for this rotation.
I'm just looking at the spawns over towards P3. My brain hurts. Methodz now set up in the mid-map. Ultimately, it will be the Vegas Legion that benefit from whatever the hell was going on there. Boston Breach now making their way through mid-map.
Coming in. Oh, the trophy system.
Just 13-3.
Having a fantastic game. You'd think the team may be a little bit further ahead than they might be if they can hold this. Prolude waiting for the player to appear. They're just the other side. And FaZe's going to take him down as Methodz goes over the top. Clayster's going to find him, though. Has to back off. Awakening's got him super weak. Awakening goes for the chow. Gets that one as well. TJ's going to be here looking for Awakening, who ducks down as reinforcements flood through for Boston, who will now take this. The rotation is in again. Legion are here first. But will they be the victors? Keep an eye on Nero.
TJ finding the kill there as well. It's a split here. Now for Vegas Legion need to find the kills as Boston Breach seem to just be huddled up a little bit better at this moment in time. Splits all over the place. Both two teams not controlling the spawners efficiently as they would like as Nero comes through with the challenge. Prolude and Co now spawning towards the back. Boston at the front. Vegas Legion shooting at each other.
TJ feeling the pressure, adrenaline dumping in the system, and he's got a little bit of a twitchy finger, and he is going to eventually be taken down before he can do any more damage. Both teams really slugging it out on this hard point, neither really able to break the deadlock, as eventually it will be Boston Breach who get more time here. But as the trades continue to come in, Legion just can't get anything going.
Neither team really could get anything going here. It has been absolute chaos. For all that we've seen the Subliners yesterday look so clinical on this map. They controlled the spawn so well. They knew when to rotate. They knew when to pin the opposition in. We've not seen any of that so far from either one of these two teams. It's been a little bit crazy. And after a rotation of hills, it is going to be about a 30-point lead for the side of Boston Breach. So fast and frantic. Very chaotic.
Nero, that was his own knee.
Yeah, no, that's not one to run into because Temple cleaned that up as well. Looking for those rotations over towards P2. It's still Boston Breach spawning there. Good time for Legion though, P1.
They're certainly doing a better job of holding here at the moment, but Awakening looking for that player up top Dome. They're going to know he's all the way back here, which means Legion will have to split their fire. You can already see on the minimap, they're trying to kind of get around back towards the back of P2, leaving players alone on P1. Boston will have the numbers here to push this out if they can, as Awakening goes further and further back.
I was about to say, I wonder if Methodz and Vivid are just kind of chilling, don't want to show their face. So that Vegas Legion don't know exactly that somebody is in over towards the back. Probably will find two, though. That's a more good time. That may well, I want to say, be a full 60 from Vegas Legion over towards P1. It has notoriously been a real bugbear for them, but they get a lot of time. However, P2 has also really, really bad for them. Can Boston Breach punish them just as equally here?
Oh, look at this. They've got the kills, they've got the positioning. Keep an eye ready for the spawns. It's still going to be Boston at the back. It has not been enough for Legion to break.
That's 4 for Clay.
He is picking them off one at a time, but it's different between just keeping their heads down and actually breaking it. Temp gets another kill. They are flooding forward here as well. Nero actually has to back off. Vivid picks up 2. Clayster gets another one, eventually taken down by Methodz. And all the kill streaks and all the gunning in the world is not going to help if you cannot break that P2. Legion have not been good at it famously. First time of breaking it was actually earlier this game.
Swimmy Zinny. Now on the go down the outside. Oh. Manages to take down TJ. Get himself into a position as this rotation over towards P3 starts to come through. Those last 2 hills, full 60s for both teams by the looks of things. Oh, nearly about the majority of the time going over towards the team that were the first ones there. Probably Clayster cleaning up those, spawn towards the back. Legion just don't have this control. He does have it, but you need to have somebody further towards the back. Or are they happy for Boston to spawn there? I don't know. It ain't necessarily working always at the time. Still going over towards Legion.
Well, we'll see. At the moment, they're still spawning the back, so wait for about 20 seconds and you'll see that spawn come in. At the moment, Clayster's having fun. We've talked about him with the Vaznev, but still gunning. That's another 4 streak for him. Looking for more players. He's going to see Awakening up top. There's a double chow coming through. Eventually, Boston get the teamwork in place. Legion retake the lead here as well, but the kills are going against them. You should now see Legion try to push this out if they can.
They're trying to. Nero and Co trying to prevent that, and look at this pressure coming in from Vivid as well. He wants his team still spawning out, but they start spawning towards the back of your Legion. Get your running shoes on. What a shot for him. That's 6 in a row from him. He's 23 and 11. That one slipped under the radar for me. Is the pressure now starting to come through? It's momentarily going to be a 3 versus 2. Heading in over towards the site. Make that a 2 versus 1 now down this side. Methodz staying alive and so crucially as Nero spawns up with him. The backup is there.
TJ making the splash, and then we'll make an even bigger one as he heads towards the hill. Methodz now has to turn. Methodz gets guns as well. Vivid's going to be down low, but the trophy's going to deflect the stun, and Vivid and Nero! It's a big gunfight. It's a break here by the Legion as Temp tries to stem the tide of Boston Breaches. Methodz gets 2. More players flooding through, Ton.
And for all the last 3 hills before we got here, it's been pretty much full 60s for the team that got there first. This one's a little bit more scrappy. TJ towards the back, he gets taken down. It's pretty much equal numbers momentarily, but Vegas Legion still spawning here, but for only 15 more seconds. If you're Boston Breach, do you try and pin them in? You don't want to give those back spawns up as best as you can, because when this starts to flip, keep an eye on where Legion are spawning. It's looking like still towards the back. Vivid's done his job. Time may well be over towards Legion, but rotation fully in the hands of Boston Breach. Look at the spawn from Legion.
TJ's going to know as well. He knows
TJ's
where he's spawning. He's huge. The first, PaulEhx finds the second. It's sweat pouring off the brow of Methodz. He knows he's out now, but he finds the first one. The one that Clayster.
There's the pinch.
Players swarm in. They are going to get in there. Legion have broken this one more time. Players still going to be hit from his Awakening. Finds 2 towards the back. TJ's looking for the player as Nero gets another one. What was good for Legion is now horrible.
They've been spawned out. Now they're spawned towards the back. Now the team really controlling the spawns, and you know what? It's been absolutely brilliant. TJ now pushing through. We may not know where we're spawning, but we know we got the gunny. Vivid's, Methodz, all trading back and forth. It's such a tight game, but the gunny from Clayster, he hasn't slowed down. There's a 3 in a row. Temp's going off as well. Legion are 30 away from sending us to a map number 5.
It's so much like the last time we saw it. But can Legion hold this time? The P1 spawns come in all the way out. It's a bit of a chaos spawn for them. They've split it. And now Boston looking for this one. Nero. TJ. Temp's calling in the cruise missile as all of Legion fall. They've all gone down. He's trying to find Vivid towards the back. And Legion are spawned both sides. It's a pinch.
Can they set themselves up here? A moment of respite for both 2 teams as Vegas Legion start to think, how can we break this? Well, we all have died, so we can't. There's 3 down. It's only Temp for the moment. 30 points away now for the Boston Breach. The gunny was not quite there. Nero will win it. TJ slipped in that though.
Oh, he can't find it before he gets Awakening. And they can win it here. It has
Gotta push.
Challenge. It has to be Legion to get through. They've lost the tick for it. Neither team can now win on P1.
Nero.
Nero gets 3. It's a 9 streak for Nero. That could be the final nail in the coffin. They've got P1 time. They are only going to need seconds on P2. One of the most unbreakable hill. As Nero calls in a cruise missile, it might as well be a nail in the coffin for Legion as they fall apart again at the end of the hard point. A 3-1 for Boston and vindication from Major 1.
What a game. That was wild. Vegas Legion just really started to turn up in that second rotation. They kept it close after the first. But we get to the third and it is again the same old story. Cannot finish their dinner. 3-1 Boston Breach. That was absolutely mental. Nero dropping a 9 spree on that. It was a 10 spree towards the end on the heads. He was 15 and 22. Ended the game 25 and 22. Vegas Legion's woes on P1 and P2 come back to haunt them at the worst possible time.
It's the same as the first hard point. Legion look ready. They are ahead. It goes to P1. They even get splits over and over again. They get their spawn out towards P3. They've got players dome. They've got players P4. You think maybe they can squeeze. Nothing goes their way. Nero goes huge.
That was a hell of a game. Honestly, just ridiculously chaotic. Neither one of these two teams really seemed to have a lock on the spawns. Which, as said, when we were going into it, we knew both these two teams well practiced. We knew they were both all about the same kind of gameplay, trying to win it the same way. Spawns, as said, were not controlled by either one of these two teams, but it made it very entertaining. Big, big win for the Boston Breach there.
Yeah, huge win in the end. And we're going to hand it over to our desk to break this one down and tell us what they think.
Cheers from the Buoyant Brits, and we have a great matchup that we got to break down. Buoyant means you float, by the way, Bryce. Nameless. We saw a moment at the end of that game, and we both said, holy crap, Boston is going to come back and take this game number 4. TJ shooting down on a player in the water, and Nero just flips on him.
My guy got thunderclap from the water. I mean, seriously, like, I think it happened a little bit prior to this situation here, but, you know, we heard, you know, them talking about the spawns a little bit and the nature of this map. It's so difficult. Like, even on rotation, we see towards P5, they're just going to spawn behind you anyways, unless you're hard blocking, running back and forth there. But we saw at the end, it was actually Vegas Legion on rotation early towards P1. They get wiped and it's only Temp left. He gets 1 kill, gets traded out, and what that does is it flips him out. Boston then gets control of the hill and rotation, and Legion, they just couldn't get a hold on the map, and it was Nero back-to-back 3 pieces to secure the map control, and an incredible performance where he really turned it around.
I couldn't believe how close these games were and how entertaining it was from start to finish. iLLeY, we had our play of the game selected during game number 1. Yeah. It was a similar situation, though, where Boston had to clutch up. They did it not once, but twice in this series. How are they so consistent?
Well, so the thing about that hard point was the fact that they were down the entirety of the Embassy at map 1. Like, they were completely down, and they got a full 60 in Kitchen Hill of all places. Like, this is one of the most difficult points on this map to get almost a full 60 in, and Boston Breach do it to basically win themselves the game. Love to call this a game-winning moment, and it's Vivid with the scar in sight, just staying alive this entire time. He's not overchallenting. He knows he's by himself, and this was just an amazing play from the side of Boston Breach.
Well, yeah, I mean, due to the nature of this game at this point, like, it's down to the wire. You know they're going to be like throwing their bodies at the hill. You know they're going to be spawning out hedges, right? And rather than Methodz like pushing over towards tennis court trying to get those spawn kills, he just waits, plays the tight setup, waiting for them to cross, doing some damage. He actually picks up 1 kill, and you have Awakening and Nero located around the hill. Awakening has an SMG in his hands and comes down to a big play. Awakening pops, finds a nice 2-piece, and what they get, like 45 seconds total on this hill. So it was just beautiful from here on out. Like, Zin's got the SMG in his hand. We're sitting there like, yo, the Vaznev really is different now.
I was just about to say that. I was like, that entire hard point, we saw all the members of Boston Breach having attack and Vaznev out like the main overhead Vaz. Awakening would have a Vaz pop 2-piece. They're like, you guys get to run around with this?
It was craziness from start to finish in those hard points, but when it came to control, this was the most dominant performance we saw from the Breach, especially on the defense. And Nameless, you were calling it out. We got to take a look at the mini-map. We got to explain why this is so strong. I feel like you had a gamble there. Methodz on one side of the map, Owakening on the other, and then you got Vivid and Nero. Their job is to shut down the mid, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the end of the round here where we see where they end up just clutching up. But throughout this round, I mean, it was really beautiful what we saw Boston doing. Like, they had Methodz top tower, they had Owakening over near the AC holding down each side of the map, and Nero and Viv were just trading so well in the middle of the map. Like, when you get a team wipe there, you kill 3 or 4 players, they're gonna spawn out towards white, right? And typically what a team will do is they're not gonna push up field because they don't want to lose that and then get super trapped. So they're gonna start to rat back towards their bottom mid pool. But if you play like a rat, like Vivid was down there, or Nero, and camp those corners, you're gonna kill them, continuously spawn them back there. And whenever they did try to go field, they always ran into Owakening and Methodz on the left. So just a really good defensive setup that we haven't seen too many teams accomplish to that level.
All 3 of us called Boston. Allie said if it goes to game 4, Boston's winning. If it goes to a game 5, she was switching it to the Legion. Instead, though, it's done in 4, and Boston now 2-1 in our Major II qualifiers. Right now, we're joined by their big AR. He just sold me a hoodie last night. Better days ahead for Boston Breach fans, Methodz. They're crushing it today, my friend.
What's up?
It's good to see you. How are we feeling?
Better than I would have felt if we lost.
Wow. What an answer. Thanks for that. Congratulations on the win against the Vegas Legion. I have to ask, Nero, I feel like I found has been a little bit inconsistent, but right there in the end of that hard point, he was what kind of saved you guys that map. Is Nero a player you would describe kind of thrives in that chaos?
Yeah, he's like Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, he's always up and at him. He's obviously quick and aggressive, and like his impact is second to none. So even when he's not maybe putting up kills or slaying out, he's still like applying pressure and making the job easier for me and Joe. That's why I think playing with Reese and Dill is so easy, is they're just both very aggressive, and Reese is to my right on his phone. But when they're both slaying, I feel like we're pretty much untouchable. And when they're not, it still feels like we're still in the game because they're just very impactful.
Listen, you know, we're always talking about your team and all that. Everybody's asking you questions about Boston, how you guys are improving. And you give us all those answers on your stream and on Reddit. So I want to ask you a little bit on the personal side of things. We did an interview with Scump, and then he retired right after that. I want to make sure we're not going to be doing any interviews with you and seeing any retirement soon. How did it feel when you saw one of your best friends in Scump retire on Monday?
Yeah, man. No comment. I'm still playing for now. Obviously, seeing him go is tough, and oh Jesus, man!
Wow, they had that.
Wow,
listen,
they had that ready.
Listen, he's obviously like done a lot for me personally and the scene, right? Like, I mean, I met him 12 years ago, and him and Nade were sort of like mentors to me in the sense that I looked at them as examples of what I can turn this into, and obviously he's had my back every step of the way. The top right picture is my favorite, a nice old-fashioned. Seeing him go is tough, but it's one of those things where he's done so much where now he can take a step back and relax and do his watch parties and still support the scene, but in a little bit of a different way. But I feel like his retirement it was the retirement, right? Everybody was sort of dreading the day it happened, and that day happened. So tears were shed for most of the community, but obviously, as seen yesterday and today, I think he'll be just fine.
So what are you hoping to accomplish with this Boston team? Because we know the Boston Major is coming right around the corner. What inspires you and motivates you to keep on going?
Just that feeling on stage, right? I mean, there's nothing like the hard work of competing paying off. I think the highs and lows are pretty extreme, right? I think the lows these days have left me in a spot where if we're not performing well and we're not getting wins, you kind of don't want to get out of bed. And then on the flip side, if you are winning and the team's doing well, it's like you're on top of the world and nothing can knock you down. So it's a balance of highs and lows, and I think those highs are what make the lows worth it. So just gonna keep hammering away and hopefully bring one home in Boston.
Methodz, I got a chance to plug your line. Hit me with it. What is betterdaysahead.club?
Good man. Wow, thank you very much. So obviously I'm a big proponent for mental health. As a player, I've had my fair share of struggles with anxiety and depression, and it's kind of tough to talk about because it's a scary thing to talk about because I don't want to be seen as a liability to any of these guys or my team, but I'm trying to talk about it more. I just think mental health in general is something that needs to be talked about, especially in this whole social media era. So I own a clothing company called Better Days Ahead. The goal of that is to make dope shit while also supporting and promoting a good cause. So we donate 10% of all of our profits to mental health charities. So if anybody watching is interested, it's betterdaysahead.club. We got a hoodie and 2 shirts up. Thank you guys very much for letting me talk about that on stream.
Did we plug that without asking permission? I'll take the fine.
did it
Here
anyway.
we go, baby. That's Methodz. You're doing great things for the community. One of my favorites from the very beginning. And congrats again on tonight's win.
Look at that chest hair. I gotta trim that
Get him
up.
out of here. All right, let's cut him out.
Look at that chest hair.
That is Methodz. He's going to be in Boston. You can join him the 2nd to the 5th in February. Once again, tickets are on sale right now for Major II. CallOfDutyLeague.com is the place you should go during the break. When we come back, we'll talk about our next matchup. And reminder, we got watch parties all over the place. Use the hashtag CDL Watch Party all over social media. And if you want more information, it's on that same website, CallOfDutyLeague.com. We'll see you there.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
What's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. That comes to cover of that. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first segment yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
It's LA Thieves taking on the London Royal Ravens, number 8 versus number 12. When we look at our overall leaderboard, and both of these teams desperate for some CDL points. As we take a look at this graphic, nameless, who's more surprising to see currently in their position?
The world champs, without a doubt. LA Thieves sitting in number 8 with 40 points. Like, come on, you thought they would bounce back by now. They got a match served up to them on a silver platter right here. They got to run away with it.
And it's not the biggest panic button just yet, because they are still in that top 8, but teams like Boston Breach are winning. Vegas look good. Florida Mutineers are winning. LAG are winning. So they need to start catching up to competition. On the flip side, London Royal Ravens, a completely opposite situation from last year. They started off hot last year, securing a 3rd seed so that they could pull themselves the champs in the end. Now they are the 12th with 20 points. And they just made another roster change, and they are not looking good. So this is a very important match for both these teams.
If you missed the pre-show, we pointed out London's points, those came in the very first week of competition. 0 points since opening week. Can they get one tonight? We will find out, but it's going to be brand new rosters coming in for us. Scraps now officially on the London squad, but when we're looking at LA Thieves, they're playing with someone in the place of Kenny. Capsule came into the match last night against Toronto Ultra, our number 2 seed. They get blasted 3-0, but Caps put up the best numbers in that opening game of Hardpoint.
Yeah, he was playing really good in Hardpoint, honestly. In a couple situations, they could have ran away with that one. But this is the LA Thieves team that even if they did have their full roster, going up against Toronto, we've seen that match happen before. Toronto was able to beat them. Probably would have been no different. Looking at the series today, though, they have the definitive edge here, but they've been struggling. Like, they have 4 straight Hardpoint losses, 4 straight Search and Destroy losses. Like, we got to see a turnaround in these game modes, and especially in Hardpoint. Everybody's sitting under a 1 KD for this team. Like, the fundamentals are there. I break down this team a lot when we talk about what we're seeing in the Hardpoints, but somebody needs to be able to make these plays in the rotation, get the 2 big kills that they need, right? Like, you need to be able to drop strategy at some point and put that gunny up, and these guys should be capable of that. They just typically start out slow in these years.
I want to see the vibes early, right?
Yeah,
That's what I want to see, because Sam was not a happy man last time they played. I was watching his face throughout that series, and he was just stone-faced, frustrated, clearly. He's got to have a better day, and on the other side, for the London Royal Ravens, I think we know what we're going to get out of aBeZy, right? He's got the best stats on this team. We highlighted what he's accomplished in the pre-show, but their numbers as a squad are not looking good. Scraps has to get more comfortable, but you're highlighting Nastie as a player to watch today. He's been one of your favorites for a while, Allie.
It's been wholeheartedly disappointing having to watch the London Royal Ravens at the beginning of the season, and to see them make the repeat of hot potatoing the roster is really, really disappointing. I like the players that they had in the beginning, and now they're plugging in Scraps, which we haven't seen in competition in a very long time. And not that he necessarily did bad in that opening matchup, but there were small mistakes that just should not happen on the professional stage on his side of things. And now, once again, we are losing Zero. We're losing the IGL for this team on the roster. We're bringing back in PaulEhx, so I'm worried about the in-game leadership. I'm worried about the team chemistry. I'm worried about the practice. I'm worried about the roles on this squad. Could they come out in this series and just completely prove me wrong and just be disgusting? Absolutely. But from on paper, from this side of things, it does not look like this squad has any looks at the end of the tunnel.
Chat, let's get weird. Put all of your channel points on this one. Do it right now, because the match is ready to go, and we have two beautiful faces. You saw them in Raleigh, but they were casting COD Mobile. Tonight, they're with us. We got iLLeY Shift and Proper casting the good old CDL.
W in the chat.
Hey, we're trying. Thanks for having us. I think, Puckett, you made that decision, so we'll give you a little bit of benefit on that one. So, yeah, this is an exciting one. I mean, let's be honest. You guys hit it on the desk really nicely. This roster for London, what are we going to get? Nameless mentioned it. It's kind of a revolving door right now, it feels like, where you throw something at the wall and you see what sticks, my friend.
Yeah, you're given all the different pieces of the puzzle. What makes the beautiful picture is we take a look at some of these rosters that have been revolving through that door that you were talking about. Paul back in, Zero was out, Scraps is also here as well. And the difference is what you're going to be expecting from Paul in that main AR role. A little bit more proactivity in the hard point, knowing where he needs to be at certain points in time. He was dropping numbers even in a losing fashion.
Oh, absolutely. And you brought it up on the desk as well when you kind of compare the two. You expect Paul to play with a little bit more vigor, a little bit more speed, and who knows, maybe those numbers are reflective of that. The other thing about this is, like, here's the thing that I kind of really rest my head on when it comes to this London team, especially in the respawn, is as a team overall, KD, they're not getting heavily outslayed. I mean, we see it from aBeZy. He's obviously taking over so many moments in time, but what you're going to get out of a team like Paul is his ability to kind of help IGLing from the back and definitely being selfless when it comes to getting on the hard point. That's where they're missing out. They're just not getting on the objective.
Yeah, it's all about just being able to convert. All of these eliminations that aBeZy is finding across the map, it's great. His stat lines are just absolutely gross at most times, but you need to generate more hardpoint time off of that. If aBeZy's not going to be the one that's on the hardpoint, we know that Nastie has been generating the highest amount of hardpoint time for this roster of the Ravens. Somebody needs to be able to be there to help things out around the hardpoint. You just can't leave Nastie ghosted on the hardpoint for the back 30 seconds. We're going to be looking for Paul to be able to anchor out those longer lines of sight through the middle of the map or across these different fixtures of whatever map you're talking about to help things out in that matter.
And look, we know iLLeY's going to be looking at this as well when it comes to evaluating this form of the roster. How cohesive are both the ARs going to play together, and then how do they relate to the subs that are going to be up front? A lot of things to look for, really. I mean, as much as this match may not seem super important because of how they are right now in the overall standings for Stage 2, this is a crucial overall match to try to find a way into that winner's bracket and try to stay away from that very, very devious lower round 1 matchup. But here's your maps and modes. Fortress Hardpoint at Proper talked to me here. This was kind of a surprise to see Thieves let this through in the first place.
I mean, Thieves got to be feeling pretty darn good about this map mode combination on Fortress Hardpoint. The last time that they played this one in particular, obviously with Kenny, the guy was going off, and he was creating so much space, and he was creating so many different opportunities for the LA Thieves to be able to generate a lot of that hardpoint time. On the opposite side, for London, the last time that they played it, I believe that, let's call a spade here, brother. They ripped the rugs right out from Minnesota. They completely got away with highway robbery and being able to win that in P2 the way that they did. And that's when we start talking about their cohesion in those issues alike. Are London going to give them a run for their money as far as what that front to back line is going to look like? These SMGs from London definitely need the assistance from their ARs here.
I definitely don't want to throw too much too soon, but I think there are some Thieves fans out there saying, why is Mercado Search and Destroy still in the mix for a possible map 5, considering what we saw yesterday? But let's just take the focus right on into this Fortress Hardpoint, because we spent a lot of time talking about that guy top left. But how about Capsidal? I mean, you have to think that on a map like this, he's the one that has to try to go and play a one-on-one with the team. Look to see how aggressive he can get, and if he's going to find efficiency kind of on that rogue route and to open up space for his ARs to start moving forward, because LA Thieves had a very difficult time setting up or finding any even looks whatsoever towards the third hard point on Fountain. That's going to be a key victory point here for either of these two squads.
Yeah, growing pains are always going to be something that you're going to obviously deal with when you have to bring in a last-second substitute, especially with the big YY shoes that you have to fill of Quavo Ken, right? It's just one of those things that Capsidal is going to have to come into his own, you know, kind of thrown into the blender here with Octane, Drazah, and Envoy, just to be able to see what they're able to do. And just to kind of echo the desk one more time, Capsidal came out in that first map, and he was cooking. I mean, 28 and 25 1.12 overall. You can see here from top to bottom as far as the season KD is concerned. Obviously a much smaller sample pool there for Capsule after just one series comparatively to Kenny. But if you let this guy go off, you basically just want to be surrounding him. You and I get to see it a lot in challengers when he's able to produce, when his ARs are right there to back things up of what Capsidol is producing with an SMG.
That 1.86 search and destroy KD, that's through the Elite Season 1 thus far. His team is technically still alive in the lower semifinals of that Challengers Elite season, but that 1.86 is good enough for second globally in Challengers Elite. And when you think about the Thieves and kind of their downfalls in search and destroy, not just yesterday, but kind of historically, that's where you say, okay, Caps is not just filling in to try to fill those shoes of Kenny, but maybe he can actually help improve this team in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, just one of the most zany stat lines I've ever seen come across from challengers in general. Off of 2 days of playing through the Elite, Capsidol was 20-5 as far as KD is concerned.
Ridiculous.
In search and destroy. I mean, the guy has just been going off. And to go back to your little Thieves fan conversation, that's why the Mercado search and destroy is going to be there for map number 5 if we get there. But map 1 is where we're going to be starting off here. Fortress Hardpoint. Oh man, brother, I'm so excited to see how these two teams stack up against each other on this map mode.
All right, let's have some fun there, friends, family, all you crazy COD fanatics. We've got London Royal Ravens, Los Angeles Thieves. Kind of a must-win matchup for both of these two squads. And yeah, you got to spotlight to see him again. 1.44 just on the map. 30 kills over the course of a 10-minute average. That's ridiculous. But it's Ravens, it's Thieves. Brother, let's get it on.
Starting off on the favorite side of the map, there are the Thieves, but obviously you want to be able to maintain that. We can already see a scene in particular wanting to get aggressive through mid-maps. A 3-for-1 trade is nothing to scoff at, especially with Nastie spotting over by our pillars.
Good so far, though, on the initial trades. Thieves a chance to try to recontest, neutralize some of this time. But it's London right off the backside of their second respawns, getting a full 4-man feed, and now they start to stretch across the map, flip the spawns around while not stepping foot off of the hard point at all. It's very successful, my goodness. And a little bit of just, again, looking at Paul in the hard point. Just wanted to be the guy to soak up time for the squad, and he's done very successful. A 4-0 start.
Yeah, successful, I think that's putting it just ever so slight. I mean, a 4-0 start for your main AR for London Royal Ravens, that's definitely what you want to see with all the hard point time being generated. 30+ seconds off of P1. You upset LAT for starting off on the favorite side of the map, and you hold rotations ahead of new. You couldn't have asked for a better start for the Ravens.
Scrap time will fade away. Caps trying to work his way through the windows. Is he going to get a read? That Envoy's also on the stretch play from the bottom part of the map. Tries to reset. Little pinch. Long-range shots to Envoy. Decent, but not good for the kill. And Thieves will spawn in. Pressure now amounting for the Ravens, but they deal with it so darn well. And I will go ahead and say we asked the question, what would the cohesion look like with Paul in the mix? So far, not that bad at all for the Royal Ravens. Thieves still with the proximal spawns, a chance to recontest, and they will be able to neutralize for now.
And Nastie with Dead Silence just looking to play in and around R through this side door, waiting for that assistance. You can see Paul on the mini-map. He's through just the closed doors right now. Nastie just still being a nuisance inside of Art. It's just making this so expensive for the Thieves just to fully break in for what is about to be all of, what, 25 seconds or so, comparatively to where they generate the majority of their time when they are on Fortress Hardpoint. Not looking good so far, but the London Royal Ravens, their cohesion, Alan, so far, so good.
And here's that point of contest. The Thieves have been atrocious on Fountain in the history of them playing this match, which again, the sample size is not tremendously large, but take a look at number 3. Asim is already clearing out the north side of the map. The Ravens are gonna have a great look as far as where exactly this hit's coming from. Trigger discipline from Asim, good for the double. Also a read that Drazah's in the back, and that'll be left for Paul and Nastie to clean up. Absolute perfection from the Ravens here in the third.
So tough to gauge, especially from the Thieves' perspective. You get that first elimination, you want to be able to fly through maps, get yourself through that big door, and then just try to upset the spawns, because as you saw it seem like you were talking about there, buddy, it's just in the right place, the right time to be able to upset any sort of break attempt that the Thieves were looking at. Down to scrap time left to play, and London might just threaten to get over 100 points already when Paul is snapping on the hill itself. Has Asim, his help through Blacksmith, and yeah, that's a pretty confident about full 60 there for London on 3.
I'll say it, Asim's already threatening new around the back, just being a problem. Will force the Thieves to kind of have to back off just a touch. Space to exit here for the Royal Ravens, which is great news if you're a London fan. Octane trying to change that, though, by getting forward in towards the windows. Long-range gunfight with Paul. Doesn't love the look of it, so just back off, and, well, he finds himself Nasty through the window. Royal Ravens already threatening, forcing the Thieves off the hard point, and a 96-28 affair. Fortunate for the Thieves to be able to clean up this next stretch. They can get on to Cannon and start generating some much-needed time.
Yeah, big moments here from Envoy all the way in the back. Only has a Vaznev left to play with, but as long as you're able to find at least an elimination or two and convey the information for your teammates inside the hard point, you're going to be in a pretty good spot, especially with Octane as far south as he could possibly go. Watching that mid-cut, this is forcing all the Ravens to hit through the gallows where Envoy is still lying in wait on a 4.
Exactly what the doctor ordered here for the Thieves. 24 seconds to fight for. Ravens maybe considering throwing 2 members to try to finesse the scrap time, but you don't want to give away mid-map on the rotation to New, but they may have to kind of back off the finesse play altogether, as once more the Thieves just kind of bounce out of the hard point, find the kills they need, and all of a sudden, hold your horses here, friends. You look towards the scoreboard. We've got ourselves a close game as the Blacksmith hard point opens up. Thieves controlling mid-map. A little bit of a problem for them, but at least a chance to see it go neutral as we open up the 4th hill.
All Scraps and Nastie, they both lose their life trying to get closer towards maps. You still have a Seam to be worried about their top singles. You can see through the X-ray and on the mini-map, but dealing with Paul inside of Stables, that's what you wanted to see. Envoy spree still going on. Has a cruise missile to play with if he wants it.
And he can hold his life a little while longer. Gets the regen, and now he's once again kind of the vanguard in this play. Holding forward, it'll stop at 8, the full streak. Drazah tagged up, no more help remaining, and it's Paul with the double to once again recontrol some position around the Blacksmith hardpoint. A Seam up top, furthering the point, as Drazah's kind of the last one from the opposite side of the map. Maybe a chance to try to pinch this up. Yeah, well done. Timing is great there. Capsule through mid, able to once again reclaim as this tug of war continues back and forth. 13 seconds for the scrap time, and it looks like the Thieves are largely going to have this conceded to their favor.
How to flip the coin of a bad case scenario, especially through the first 3 hard points worth of play for Los Angeles Thieves, and now you have yourself just about a dead even game, and it will actually be just that going in towards the second set. On Royal Ravens going to be scratching their heads as far as how they were not able to break forward, and how they kind of got thrown for a loop there on 5, but LAT just hot off the presses from the first set of hard points, finding more eliminations. Drazah already threatening for the early time.
And just tally the scoreboard real quick. Look at the time shared for London Royal Ravens, or should I say the time not shared by the Ravens. Minute 35 in the hill for Paul. The next closest is 12 seconds from Nastie. So there's very much so a cognitive decision here for the team as far as what they want to do in and around the objective. Maybe something to be said about Nastie wanting to play a bit more aggressive with the Seam. If it's working out, hard to say for sure yet. Caps, broken cameras. Seam takes him not just down for the first, but furthers it by taking out Octane, and that will be a 3-for-2 exchange. Draws the last one left, but keeps the play alive. Off the reload, just has Paul to deal with, then Capsule off the respawn there for assistance. The break is good for Scrap, and Los Angeles will be able to put ourselves into about a tie game.
Bit and push past the pillars, though, here for the Thieves, and I love that discipline that's coming through. Cap's able to find 2 inside of Art. Now if you're Paul and Nastie and towards the back, you just gotta hold the line, because your reinforcements are spawning in Narnia.
Oh, this is a good read from Octane. Number 5 in white, just kind of watching the cross, delaying any possible reinforcements, and Capsule on 4 secures the break on the initial time. Once again, back and forth. LA back into the lead. Full push from Royal Ravens on the backside. Envoy in trouble. Will fall relatively quickly. Paul there to also follow up. It's clean. Holy, what is this from the Ravens? This is not something we saw when they were playing with 0 just previously. Something seems to be clicking for the boys as once again, back and forth we go, but it's now the Ravens in control.
I mean, that kill feed has just erupted in favor of the Ravens. Even Scraps on 4 in a row could potentially get a cruise missile to threaten that of Envoys on the opposite side. The rotation is what the Thieves are mostly looking at. They're already dealing with Scraps, so that spree has been taken out. Nastie looking to pick things up and towards the back. Tough gunfight from Drazah up top, but even just the mere fact of you just trying to threaten this, you should know that LA Thieves are probably gonna have a couple players lurking in the middle of the map as the Ravens soak up the last scrap time here on 2.
Yeah, subs just buzzing right now through mid for Thieves. Fountain will open up to their name. Don't need the hold necessarily, but you'd love to have it if you're LA, and Capsule will make sure that it's a little bit more comfortable off this initial attempt. 2 down, but as he drops, London get in towards topside maps. Seam changing the angle, but loses his compadre of Nastie right in front. Capsule also bouncing out of the hard point, and this is brilliant from the Thieves. Great lockdown. London yet to even see the Fountain.
Yeah, you just have Capsule again, just letting loose, just going off the hard point, trying to find more kills, making it very, very difficult for the Ravens just to be able to find their way in. And even as we're down to 26 seconds, you need to make the conscious decision here for the Ravens. How much do you want to invest into breaking this hard point as Envoy finds the last 2? So as a cruise missile, keep in mind, you 21 in 16. Ravens are going to concede the back 10 and try to set up for 4.
Yeah, nearly a full 60 there for Thieves. Great stuff for them. First major lead that they've had so far in this map. The question comes out to how do you rotate through this? Drazah on 5, close to a second cruise missile that Thieves could possibly use. And Envoy's actually going to call his in right here on rotation. The only one that's going to be available is this player in the back. That's Paul, but he stays safe thanks to the trophy at his feet. So Ravens will be able to hold their setup, but here come Thieves quickly off the bounce, trying to get around the back, see if they can force an entry in towards the side doors. Great opening shots from Drazah, but it scraps a Nastie to respond in kind. Octane, last one left for the Thieves, but the hard point goes neutral as Caps is able to at least take some Raven members off, and we've got a 50-50 battle for the back 30 seconds.
Just so unfortunate that you're forced to be able to find those trades in the back. If your flank is not secured, holding on a P4 becomes a little bit more of a frustration tactic than anything. Nice play Semtex there from Nastie. We get Octane out from the cage, now essentially a 1v1 here inside of Art, potentially for the scrap time if Envoy wants it, but mostly looking for these lurking players around this hard point at this current juncture of time. Very handshaky, going back and forth. Even this 1v1, yeah, Nastie's going to be able to get some help there from Scraps. That'll confirm the back 10 seconds. Scraps on a 7th spree, got himself a cruise.
Yeah, Matty Marshall getting a little fired up in the player cam as well on 7. And that leads to, again, just about a dead tie game. My word. No one wants to step foot into the hard point as of yet. Drazah the first one to fall on the action, but Envoy gets on, forces the Ravens to have to start to play a little bit further forward here as we get closer and closer to the 250 mark. It's Thieves in the kill feed all over the place. Long range shots from Scraps. A little bit of a heat check for him, trying to find Envoy in the corner. Can't quite catch the angle. Teammates, though, here for help. Little jump peek. Octane weakened up. Paul looking to finish. Oh, and Octane just playing with his food. Dances away. But it's the Ravens able to neutralize. Can they follow up the gunfights needed to win this scrap time with 25 seconds? Steve's looking to try to pinch this back and forth. Pinch strike goes the kill feed. Envoy from the corner. Paul trying to shut him down. Shots are there, and it's now all of a sudden onto the Thieves and trying to break through this little trap.
Birthday boy Paul showing up in a big way on a 3 spree, even shutting down Capsidol over by the closed archway. Is just so massive to be able to maintain maps control, be able to confirm the back 20 seconds. 223 to 211. You're going to start investing some of these streaks. Drazah's going to go first. Going to be looking to be able to get in the hardpoint itself. Stay safe. It scraps in the new hill.
That's key. Hardpoint opens up to the Ravens' name. 230 to 211. Thieves, though, will get one player to spawn all the way towards the outside. That's Caps. Could he finally try to find a way to pinch this? Scraps feeling the pressure, calls the cruise missile essentially onto himself. Oh, but it doesn't quite land. Envoy on the break attempt. It's good for the Thieves. 238 is the score that it stops at for the Royal Ravens, but Nastie may have found a bit of an opening. Gets to the backside of the truck to neutralize once again. Scrappy gunfights in and around the hard point, but it's the Ravens who hold the numbers and the middle of the map. Thieves have to go. You can still win here if you're the Royal Ravens. All this coming through mid. It's all just a conga line, but it's coming out pretty successful. Envoy, Drazah, they able to find themselves a full 4-man feed, and it looks like we're going to see another hill.
Yeah, this was all going down with Capsidol trying to threaten the rotation over towards the back. Envoy reprises, battles for the scrap time. Now you got to be able to cut down mid-map. There's no way you would expect Capsidol to be in that corner. Even fighting 2 makes it tough for Ravens to try to push through.
Ravens still spawning out. Hardpoint not active yet at the Gallows. The Thieves, they understand that this is going to be a very quick hit from the Royal Ravens, largely taking their numbers off the hardpoint. Spawn still not in for London. Where do you spawn here for Thieves? You still spawn out, so now every single gunfight's a big one. 238, 242. And London just aren't finding a single gunfight. Nastie in the corner, shut down. There's nobody here to touch. Thieves, a chance to put this map away and steal it right out of the noses of the Royal Ravens. 247, can anyone get here? Doesn't look likely, and the zone is good as LA take map number 1.
It's just so big in that third and final set of hard points to be able to make that conscious decision for the Thieves. Doing quick maps in their head as they're trying to battle for a positional advantage in and around of Art. To know, hey, we got to be able to contest this hard point. They could win, just like you were talking about their shift. But even more so than that, we want to be able to maintain spawns for the next hard point. Thieves were very aware of the fact that they were going to be able to win on P1, but what they could do is put themselves in the best winning position possible to be able to win the rotation over towards 2 while keeping P1 contested. They'll win by 8.
Take a look back at that hill time again. I mean, we're getting some real clear-cut answers as far as what does London want to do with Paul. 2 minutes and 26 seconds in the hill, 11 objective kills. I mean, come on, that's unbelievable from him, but who's going to follow up behind that? We had those questions when we were watching over London when they were playing with Zero. It's like, you get one player on the hard point, but as soon as they are not able to really quite get there for objective time, who's there to follow up? On the opposite side for the Thieves, hey, it's pretty much everyone's doing the job of making sure they can get the hill time needed. Drazah, big map out of him, 26 and 23, but 20 of those kills non-traded. Still couldn't match up to Envoy. A lot of people had some things to say about his performance yesterday. What a map 1 he just had at 32 total kills, 3,300 damage. And the scuff play of the game, That's right here in the shutdown for Big Cap, the sub in.
Yeah, again, it was this positional advantage. I mean, the heads-up play from Capsidol through so many different instances throughout this Albagra Fortress map number 1. Caps was putting in the dirty work. He was just everywhere that he needed to be in the right place at the time, playing these ready corners that really pissed me off in my Mosh Pit games. But Capsidol was playing it to such a high degree, just making sure that the reinforcements for the Ravens weren't as robust as they had wanted. And even in this moment as well, Drazah on the opposite side, making sure that the flank stayed secured. You have to get through Drazah first, and then you have to get through Octane on the opposite side. If you don't win the battle on those 2 fronts, yeah, Ravens, you're never going to get to the hill.
Yeah, great shutdown, but what a first map this is. Again, there's so much to learn about both of these 2 teams. And in a map that we kind of expected seemed to possibly be the spotlight focus, Paul definitely stepped in and said, hey, remember me? I'm still here, still hanging, still doing the darn thing. When we take a look towards the full series, and initially kind of after the Fortress hardpoint, especially with some of the statistical success that London have had, that changes the dynamic of this whole series layout, because now you've got a hotel search and destroy. It kind of feels like for LA, just to get off of this bandwagon of some poor search performances in the past, you kind of have to win it, but you've got a lifeline here by winning that first map if you're the Thieves.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, if there's one thing we know for certain about LA is that their respawns have been infinitely better than their search and destroy. That is both statistically obvious and even off of their performances of what we saw yesterday. There's obviously that small sample pool. Capsidol has to fill just a very tough role, but this could be where they might be able to have a little bit more of an opening. That said, going into this map number 2 for the Ravens side of things, they haven't played this since week 1. You heard Puckett talk about it on the desk. We also haven't seen the Ravens win any points since week 1. I don't know, man. Maybe the stars are aligning here.
It's just interesting because at a certain point, I think the desk brought this up when it comes down to some of the success stories that the Royal Ravens had in those first 2 weeks. All of a sudden, their key maps in those first 2 matches were starting to get vetoed away. But that necessarily has not been the case lately. And a lot of the focus has been more about the roster, let alone kind of the talk about, well, what maps do we want to play? Let's just find a 4. I think that's kind of the major point of conversation. So maybe something here when it comes down to being able to go to something that, yeah, was a key to success for them when they were on that 2-game winning streak, which is as total as it gets, unfortunately, for Ravens fans. But on the other side, here's the thing about the Thieves. We see this very regularly. You need Capsidol to really start to show up here. He didn't really have a chance to move around the map on Mercado yesterday. This would be where we really see the high ceiling potential here from Caps, if he can find a way to kind of open up the map for a squad.
Yeah, I mean, Capsidol was put in so many tough situations yesterday on Mercado. I mean, we know for a fact, and even Miles shouted it out on broadcast yesterday while they were casting over that Mercado, is that Capsidol in Search and Destroy, this guy loves a hit in the middle of the map. You take a look at Paul's stats this season in Search and Destroy in particular, you know what you're going to get out of Paul. He's been grinding Search and Destroy since he's been able to hold a controller. 1.111 KD ratio on attack is where he finds the most damage at 1.48.
A lot of things to look at, but I think it's just down to what does the playbook, you know, how deep does it go here for the Ravens with a brand new player in the mix, so to speak. I mean, the thing about it, you could really, if you really wanted to dig it back into it, it's like maybe Paul was the reason that they loved this hotel search, because that's when he was still on the roster. So a lot of things to consider. It'll be the offense opening up for LA. And a quick look over towards B. It's aBeZy who's going to be here to throw shoulders and see if he can get a read on this. He'll have help from Scraps first blood. Good. And that will automatically have to change up the mentality here for the Thieves, who are kind of stuck right now in restaurant.
I mean, they're not backing down. Drazah's still trying to take more space. Scraps is going to get stunned up inside of the kitchen. But, I mean, what a standardized setup just to come out from the Ravens. Paul finds one more at 2v4.
A lot of work to be done here if you're the Thieves. No map to work with whatsoever, but Drazah gets gifted an opportunity to take down Nastie, plus information on Paul. Nate's coming through. Ooh. Shotzzy gets behind a cushion to stay alive. Now the Thieves on their move. Good isolation. And for one of the teams that is the worst at converting a 3v4, this would be incredible for them to find a way to go 2v4. Just down to Octane, collects the bomb, 30 seconds. Scraps offers a gunfight at range. Not quite able to secure it, and that will be enough for the second challenge to come through. Ravens take the opener.
About to say, Octane's got an AR. Is this really the guy, whether or not he's one shot or not? You want to give so many isolated 1v1s with. He was starting to hit some pretty crucial shots, but it's a scene. We know how gross he can be in these individual duels. He'll find 2-0 to start that first round here on Hotel Search. And yeah, I mean, the standardized setup comes through because if you're the Ravens, you don't want to just give up one site to be able to fully stack in towards the other. They make sure they have players like Nastie playing the head glitch through the atrium, make sure that they're maintaining bedroom control like you were talking about their shift, and never really felt like that the Ravens lost map control.
So what do they have to offer now for their first attack? Asim, we've seen this before from his old days, just trying to open up space, create some doubt on where this hit's going to come from, and he is moving rapidly into kitchen. I mean, take a look at this. The Ravens are kind of holding up to see what exactly the team can find, but they don't expect Capsule to just run into their faces. Bomb carrier down, and look at this is done to the offensive setup of the Ravens. They've backed off that mid-lobby area, waiting for Asim to try to open up space from behind. He's got a great look at the middle of the map, but trades back and forth keep us at a 2v2.
Bomb now dropped just inside a statue. Now you got Drazah with Dead Silence. He's being proactive around the back. Unbeknownst to Asim and Scraps, they are actually very trapped in the atrium. More Scraps than anything. It recovers the bomb. You would never expect Drazah to be back here.
There's a lot of unexpected in this round right now, I think, from both sides. But the thorn possibly intended to the side of the Thieves and Asim has largely been unchecked and relatively unproductive from his play off the long flank. 1v2 situation, not a lot of time. First couple of tags into Octane. Bomb still down essentially at Octane's feet. He's got a great look at this. Drazah would be there for help. That sound's about to come up. Forces the 1v1. Pre-fires back and forth, but Octane takes the dub. And we get knotted up at one early.
It would have felt like there wouldn't have been enough time to be able to find those two eliminations, especially where Drazah and Octane were playing just so isolated from one another. One all the way back by shots here. Octane for the final kill cam inside of Wine. But I love that call that's been coming through. I mean, that's what you expect out of Capsule. Going 1-for-1 there over by the L desk is everything, because then it confirms so much information for the rest of the players of the Thieves on where they have to counter-rotate towards, and then Drazah popping Dead Silence, just making everybody trapped. If you're the Ravens in that situation, in a 2v-odd situation, you're basically banking on Asim to be able to have Dead Silence and make a play through the middle. He didn't, and they all got trapped.
Thieves this time off the opener from their attack, all focused on the A site. 3 defensive members here for the Ravens, but as the ceremonious dates come through, it Scraps and tries to take a peek and says, well, no one's here initially. Capsule mid-map actually gets a kill onto Paul. That will open up things completely here for the Thieves. Make it 2. Has a chance possibly to take down Nastie. Oh my! Just left to Asim, the last one up. And Cap made it good for the full ace. Yeah, sure, gave it to him. On a silver platter, mind you, why don't you?
And that's what you got to see yesterday. You'll always see this from the Thieves, is that they're bouncing around their trophy systems along with Dead Silence. Once Capsule can load into this offensive round, he has Dead Silence. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this guy, Big Cap, loves hitting through the middle of the map with Dead Silence and walking away with an entire ace. A couple smiles across the board there for the Thieves as well. Yeah, how could you not when Capsule gets an ace here in his second match of the CDL season for Modern Warfare 2?
This is where all the narratives were set up for yesterday. Don't want to see him on a Mercado. Put him on an open map where you can make some routes happen. The guy's good. Pretty good. 4 in a row, obviously, now for Caps. As look at this for the Thieves. All 4 members right through mid. Trophy to keep him safe, or so you'd think. Caps getting stunned. Looked like his teammate with him. And Envoy also stunned up. Doesn't make a difference. The double challenge just absolutely perfect. 3-for-1 the exchange. Scraps very rapidly into a 1v3. He's collected the first, but, well, the hurdles, they're tall. And these obstacles are not very easy to traverse, especially considering the circumstances. Clean stuff from LA.
But I ask, what's your vertical look like there, Scraps? Because that hurdle is a mighty one. Had Dead Silence to play with. Bomb dropped essentially all the way inside a restaurant. And the quad hit through the atrium as unconventional, I suppose, as it may be for the Thieves. It does work out, albeit finding a stun. You don't know how much information you're able to get off that one stun. The double challenge from Envoy and Capsule pays massively. One for which a Capsule has that hard read on the player trying to hit through the rug side of Wine. These just really have not lost numbers apart from that first round.
Yeah, and how about that? I mean, this is a team that is, statistically speaking, 3rd in the CDL when it comes to winning first bloods, but 11th in the CDL when it comes to turning those first bloods into round wins. That is a number that is already changing rapidly in front of our faces. Go to a 3v3 opening exchange after the first blood leads to some space over towards A. A lot of vacancy here. I mean, Caps is just watching mid-map, and that's a lot of respect for the Royal Ravens saying, we don't want Caps to get in our back line again, so they're going to forfeit the plant and have to play retake 3v3.
Right call here, just to be able to maintain numbers in this 3v3, but you have so much space that you have to clear away. Drazah, especially into the backside of P2. Hits mostly coming through from the atrium as Nastie goes up top.
Caps just needs to get 1 from this position. He's got help behind him, but he is the alarm system for this post plant. Tries to cross the bottom luggage, not going to work out for him, and now all of a sudden the Ravens can jump right on in towards the site, but there's still confusion on where are the Thieves. They found out Octane. Drazah, do you have an angle at this bomb? Has to check it soon. Scraps on the movement through. First shots are there. Tries to get the second. Would have been a round-winning play, but the 3v3 retake, good for London.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do. You just want to try to maintain the presence on the map. Don't fall or don't succumb to the pace differential that Capsidol is trying to set through the middle of the map, albeit in a 3v3. You just anchor through the middle of the map, you play for the retake, and then you just start picking them apart one by one. Asim having himself a laugh there throughout the retake as well. It's kind of like a few of those breaks that we saw through the hard point. This is the cohesion that we want to see from the Ravens when they're trying to take back the map.
How much of that is the X factor of Paul possibly being in the mix on a number of these winning rounds all of a sudden for London? 4 in a row though, first seed. He will once again, this is a very similar setup as round 1 offense for London. Have Asim kind of play over towards B, let the rest of the troops kind of feel things out over on towards the A site. Once again, it's Capsidol trying to get a little bit aggressive through archways, but will back down. And I think London, oh man, they're going to be in a really weird piece of timing here. Thieves have backed off to defend this A site, and there's not a lot of utility left here for London.
Oh, Michael Bay film has already come and it's gone. Some shots are going to be coming through from top and bottom bedroom just to see if you can get a couple of hit markers, get some information. I love this call out from London Royal Ravens. Again, just trying to catch the Thieves in an unforced error in their aggressive ways. But as you say, they back down. Now Ravens have to push forward.
Drazah shows himself on the shoulder check. Who's going to move first? That's the question, because you don't have an exit here. If you're London, you're stuck. You have to commit to A. There is so much doubt on where exactly the Thieves have moved up through the B side. You can't go back through mid, and you can see exactly why. Octane just kind of shouldering the cross. Very avidly also making sure no one hits a pinch through archway. Asim's trying to create an opportunity for the bomb to re-wrap, but there's not a lot of time for this to happen, let alone the fact that there is 0 intel. Asim confirms that as Envoy just holds a corner on him. Stun comes out. Nastie stunned up, will likely be contested in 50-50 fashion. Has to win this gunfight and then immediately get the plant. Octane already watching it. No chance, no how. Thieves will take the round. Clean stuff from the defense.
Just what a cool call coming through from the Thieves. You know, you don't find any at all much of information off of your attacks and your throwables in general. So again, you just back down. You play these very annoying positions. You just have to be able to maybe check. Obviously, the information would be mutual if the bomb got planted, but they maintained their numbers to such a high degree that Envoy, when he was finally done eating his lunch inside the restaurant, he's playing that corner. He's just expecting for the push through to come all the way across the wine side. And once the door opens up, he finds a seam. It forces Nastie's hand, and as you also said there, Shift, Octane was quick to make sure that there was no kitchen plant to speak of.
Just great map control from really minute 1 for LA. This time, Drazah, dead silence. Stunned. How does London react to this information? Secondary stun comes out. Also the Semtex. First blood likely going to come to the middle of the map, though. Envoy backing down. Very lucky to be alive, if we're being honest with one another. 60 seconds on the clock, and he whips again. Look back towards Drazah to try to find the 1v1. Maybe to create the go call to get to B, but as he's shut down, the Thieves are scratching their heads, a little puzzled on what they want to do here.
Have presence over by A, but Capsidol's looking to create more space and towards the back. There's still defenders to be worried about over here. Yeah, he finds one off screen. So now it's going to cause more down for the defenders. Nastie, anybody going to turn around? Capsidol's top catwalk. He gets the information on the next as well. And we know Big Cap, he's going to push the gunfight.
You got to have that calm if you're London. Scrap's last one left. Bomb's still not planted yet, but it's going to force a little bit more of a difficult spot here for Matty Marshall. Does get the check over towards A, no one home. Winnable 1v2, sees Caps, but timid in the gunfight. Jump peek, decent for damage. Envoy now here to help. You assume the double chat will come through. Scraps though predicts it. Now over the top of the heady. It's a difficult gunfight. And Thieves will put this one into a very comfortable cushion for him. And man, I'll tell you, if they go 2 up in the series, I don't mean to get there too soon, but you start to kind of take the wind out of the sails for London in this second map for sure.
We still have so much of this journey left to go, though, but I tend to agree with you on many different things there, Alan. Even more so than that. I mean, you just got to talk about the value that Capsidol is finding continuously with these dead silence plays. Even in that final moment as well, speaking of dead silence, once Scraps was about to be pushing over towards Jacuzzi, the dead silence was fully dissipated. It's so much more difficult to be able to push into 2 SMGs that are just throwing shoulders at you at that moment of time. Map point here for the Thieves to go up 2-0 in the series.
And how do you win 4 in a row if you're London? It hasn't felt like they've been comfortable really on any of their setups yet, and even, well, further my point for me, why don't you, Octane? Easy first blood onto Scraps. Drazah following up. No way, no how does Asim get into the back line this time. And London's designs, well, may have to go back to the drawing board here. as they're stuck. I mean, completely isolated. You know for a fact that you've got a lot of focus towards mid, but you don't know where Caps is, which seems to be the steady problem, and that's why Nastie cut up, and it's just down to the new guy on the block. Paul, this would be, well, it'd be something special. 1v4 required.
There's Caps it all behind the bench. You take down the guy. He was double positive. Shots coming through behind Paul. Time is not on your side here, friend, and just as they try to chow out, the little peek over by the B control zone was good from Drazah. And how about the Thieves? Closing things out on the search and destroy, go up 2-0 in the series. Did not have it on my bingo card, Alan. I'll keep it a buck with you.
Same here, my man. And the fun thing about this, if you're a Thieves fan, is you kind of look over the course of their search and destroys in the past. Outside of yesterday, I mean, 7 out of their 9 search losses have gone to round 9 or beyond. But on the more positive side of things, the majority of their wins have looked like this. 6-2, 10-6 from Capsidal. Whew. Dude, you want to say if Challengers players can make their stat lines remanifest into CDL, I think we just got our answer from Big Cap.
There's just so much comfort across the map, isn't there? Especially for Drazah, Octane, Envoy, who, I mean, maybe outside of 8s in some other instances are probably teaming with Capsidal for the first time. 10-6, a lot of that was all the rogue plays through Wine. We saw the ace as well a few rounds ago to speak of. It just felt like that when the Ravens were trying to answer back with a more slow, steady pace and trying to catch Thieves out in these unforced errors and maybe waiting for Envoy or Capsidal to throw a shoulder to be able to get that first blood, it was just never there. The Thieves answered back with a slow, steady pace of their own.
Wow, 2-0, the series tally. It will have to be a hotel and double dose of Mercado if London were to be able to put together a reverse sweep, which I don't think many people would be willing to take that wager either at the current moment, especially considering how Control has happened. But we've got more on that when we come back. Happy to see you there, friends. Don't go too far. More CDL after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back there, everyone. We are in the middle of it. Although it feels almost a bit out of reach at the moment. London down 0-2. Thieves looking real solid with the second day of the Capsule experiment. But, hey, we got to take a second to not talk about COD. Paul turned 21 today. You mentioned it during the Fortress Hardpoint. But it's not just the 21st birthday for him. Because it's also the 21st, it's technically his golden birthday. How about some big shout-outs in the chat for PaulEhx, who's having, let's be honest, a great series considering the score circumstances.
Yeah, he really is making the most out of it, right? I mean, you go back throughout the Fortress Hardpoint was insurmountable to the success that the Ravens ended up having on that map mode combination. Tried their best through the Hotel Search and Destroy, but that's a tale for a different day, perhaps for maybe what Ravens could have done better. But yeah, happy birthday, Paul. Happy to see him back in the league here, along with Nastie, Asim, and Scraps for the Ravens.
Yeah, again, it's been a really nice kind of welcome back party, I think, at least through the first two maps, but this is where things start to get a little bit dicey. The last time the London Royal Ravens won a control was way back at the beginning of December versus LAG. That also includes a loss in the Pro-Am to the LAG Academy team. Need to figure it out, and once again, we kind of stick on to what has been their preferential pick. It's going to be Hotel. No better time to figure it out and nix this 6-game loss streak on control than right here, right now to try to extend the series there, partner.
Yeah, I mean, hey, again, their last win, albeit what feels like an eon ago, was last year for crying out loud. It was on Hotel, and a lot of that success really came through from, you guess it, was going to be Paul. He had a 1.04 with an AR in hand. What can he do here?
Let's find out. It'll be London on the attack first and foremost. Little 3-1 split. A lot of the opening focus towards B. They tried this versus Toronto, where just stack the B zone, get as many points of progress as possible, and then if we have to back up and default back to A, we'll do so. But the first part of that checklist already denied. Drazah takes the final 1v1 to make sure no further threat towards B can be established. Even finds Paul through the doorways, but it'll be Paul who wins the elimination with the team rotating over. This is a chance here. Wait a second. London can actually get some significant progress on towards B here.
Oh, they don't take the bait, though. Capsule finds that one kill over by A, and the rest of the players here for the Thieves are trying to contest over by the B zone. Nastie last alive. Good luck. Have fun there, brother. But Scraps, the #1 statistical player for the Ravens in the mode, will find 2, but that's all they're going to get. Back to the drawing board. Over to A we go.
And this is that same mentality for London. Get as much as you can from B, and then off the second respawn, let's go over to Restaurant. Threat, though, from the Thieves. They're on the back. That is not the team nade you wanted to see if you're a London fan, because now that opens the floodgates. Thieves on the way back forward. Do take care of a couple. Scraps last one left alive on a double, but Capsule just delays long enough to catch the free gunfight. They'll turn and burn home! Capsule now on 3 in a row. 40 seconds on the clock, and the life lead starts to grow for the Thieves.
Mitigated down to at least 3. This is still doable if you are the Ravens. You don't really have anybody in superior positions. There's nobody for the Thieves inside top bedroom, so they're trying to go over towards B. And with that in mind, the Thieves are actually spawning over by shop, so numbers are not here to try to recontest early.
You have to shut down this play through middle, though, if you're the Ravens and you want to add the extra 60 seconds, because here comes the Thieves around the back. Oh, boy. Just down to Scraps. Last one left. A decent effort. Oh, what a prediction that is from Envoy. 2 HP in a dream. Stunned up to 1 HP. How important was that extra health point there for a moment? May not make much of a difference in the end-all goal. It's really just Paul trying to get on and stop this clock over on the B side. Envoy deals with it for his 3rd in a row, and London are desperately looking for an extra 60 seconds on A.
Got 2 players stacking in at the moment, so that second segment's going to be coming through very quickly. Now, if you are the Thieves, how much investment do you want into this? You can see there's 2 players on the minimap for the Thieves actually completely conceding it, looking for bedroom, impact, garage control. Yeah, they're just going to back down from it. You don't want to throw more lives away with it when you maintain such a life lead.
Yeah, 60 seconds essentially on the clock. You've got a 5 life advantage. No need to do anything crazy. But it is just 1 tick needed here, so 1 break from London may give them a little steal away attacking round. But problem solving has to come through. Nastie throwing shoulders. Has Scraps with him. They're going to double work over through mid. Drazah is the one to contest this, and oh, he showed off that right quad. Nastie's just waiting for the peak. But the kills in the front are just not here. So this is just now taking extra time. There's a shoulder. Can you get the kill? Can you get the kill? That's not what you want to see from Nastie. Drazah stays alive. Now we're down to 30 seconds.
Scraps is trying to push it to at least get that elimination towards the back, but you still have players off screen like Envoy. He's all the way in the back. He's on a spree. You can see up there in the top right. He gets himself a cruise, and like you were saying, I mean, you got to have problem solving on top of winning gunfights, and both of those things were just not checked off the laundry list. Now it's up to Scraps. He's the player push up further forward, but find some eliminations. Can't get on the zone, though.
Seam has time to touch this. Last one left. It would be unbelievable. And it will stay that way. Thank goodness. And looking like, for this Thieves squad, as much as we obviously saw the stark statistic out of London, the control from Thieves has not necessarily been super great. So for them to execute some discipline, to not retake or try to go for retake at A, I love that call, and that's just good playmaking.
Oh, look, Octane's loving it, too. He loves listening to you on the CDL, brother. He's just having himself a good old time over there, especially when Capsidol is just frying through wine like that continuously, making it so expensive through the opening rip, man. It's just one of those things, again, that you get from Capsidol, that you can actually trade 1-for-1 for Kenny, because Kenny would be making those egregious challenges happening continuously. Draws a 10 and 6. Envoy, like we were talking about, all the way towards the back, comes in on a 6-3, has a cruise missile.
Oh, and how about 7? Very rapidly now over to Asim's direction, staying prone. Gives himself a chance to contest this, but only finds one of what needed to be at least 2. So very early pause on the clock, as Thieves will likely guarantee themselves the first tick of progress, but not stacking, looking to potentially just play for a bit of elimination, see if the Ravens want to try to give this a go. The second member on will force the hand maybe a little bit faster here for the Ravens, and they are committing, or at least attempting to. That's dangerous prospects, because mid-map Drazah is creating a pathway to quickly transition. This is dangerous for London.
A lot of focus. Still trying to invest and maybe trying to find a couple of exits, but just as you were thinking, maybe we find some exits over by A. We set up over by D1, D2. It's all gone awry. Trying to convert over by the B zone. You have only lost a single life so far, Thieves.
This may be one of the quickest offensive rounds on Hotel Control we've seen in a minute. Third tick of progress on the way. Kill still coming through for London. Capsidol trying to put it over the finish line. Octane on 2, trying to find whatever weapons he can, but is unfortunately not able to get the full swap. Although Drazah's gonna get a really good look at Scraps here. Stun will also connect. Long-range shots to Paul, also nearly lands. But things will pause for a moment. London trying to set up their defense, but they find themselves down 6 lives and still 1:50 to kill off the clock.
Oh, deep breaths here. You are the Ravens. Cannot get too hasty with your positioning on the map. Envoy, the Thieves, they know that they can put this one under. The cruise missiles being called in. So hard to finesse it around the corner. It'll connect onto the zone. There's trophy systems above, though. Paul stays alive. Thieves, though, still encroaching forward.
And it gives him a 3v1 in bedroom on the only defender up top. London still trying to force a bit of a retake in. Envoy still stunned. Asim takes the easy kill, backs away. Drazah not able to confirm any trades. Good stuff here from London on the bounce back. Stalled off at least one of the inevitable hits from the Thieves, so still 1:15 on the clock. Tough gunfight for Scraps, but the rest of his teammates around him, once more, kind of retake the map for the control of the defense. This is an opportunity to possibly get a little bit extra further forward, because Thieves have to play through shops. There's no avenue through bedroom right now.
No, not at the moment. You know that you have to concede that if you are the Thieves. 17 points up against 13. You have a whole set of respawns over your adversaries, but time is of the essence. You have to make this worthwhile for how much time it's going to take.
Got great help here from London as well, reading this hit around the back. Scraps going to make sure no one comes through the blasted hole in the wall. Have they given this up too early, though? Do they understand how many members for LA are here? Doesn't seem to be. Nastie has to double back, and it works out well for a double kill. Envoy still trying to work his way back in. Dead Silence in play. He wants to go quickly, and no, he's been allowed to. 12 plays 10. 30 seconds on the clock. Third tick of progress still halfway earned. Have to find a way to stop this clock, though, and Asim could be the next thorn. As he gets around the back, good prediction from Drazah, but Asim still wins the gunfight. Is that enough vacancy, though? Now back through mid. A second kill comes through. Thieves need to try to scramble to get on. And London are still kind of swarming around the middle, just trying to hit these little pinches out, keeping Thieves just at bay, at arm's reach. Capsidol tries to get on to stop the clock. Envoy with the follow-up elimination. Numbers are here for LA. Nastie down 80 feet, taken down by a friendly trophy system, and the capture will come through at the very last second for LA.
But have gone away with it too, if it weren't for that meddling trophy system and that team kill that came through right afterwards. That is just so unfortunate. That 5th player comes into play. You know, that 5th player was the LA Thieves trophy system, just stopping it right in its tracks. It is just so unfortunate, because the Ravens really did a good job, as we were talking about. I mean, you had Asim in top bedroom for what felt like 3 years, honestly, as everybody else had to kind of maintain the back P2 area. And as you were saying, there was no way that they were going to be able to fully read how many players for the Thieves were still coming in towards the back. And as soon as Nastie has to double back and double down, he kind of puts it to rest, as Envoy was the only player to maybe touch the zone. But One good break was all that was required there for the Thieves. They have a 2-0 lead, not just in the series, but in the control as well.
Oh, they want to go quick here on this defense, try to take away as much space as possible. London happy to take the gunfight, come away with first blood in the engagement. A second one there also to follow, 3 for 1. You would assume this would be the time for London to get on, stop this clock, but Envoy, other plans in mind. Goodness gracious. Another streak for him on 4 in a row. And maybe catches the seam off spawn if he doesn't have a knife out. London still trying to stop this clock towards B. Scraps is nearby, but the focus off spawn seems to be trying to get maybe some attention over towards the A zone instead.
Probably what you're gonna have to do, but you gotta get Capsidol out from the double archway. He has great assistance through the middle of the map, and now Capsidol so close to dead silence. You know, he's just licking his lips. He's waiting for that dead silence charge plate in this corner. He'll find one more. The trade will be there. This has been so expensive for the Ravens just to sniff a zone.
Oh yeah, and this is just so much information for the Thieves, knowing that the commitment is coming over towards A, although Drazah caught. Seam turns that into a double. And they're not going to stack for A. They want to make the aggressive route over towards B. Capsidol's here to defend this, though. And he's in a great position, bottom valet. This is a bold call. Paul able to get on to keep the clock stopped, but this is not numbers that London can really do too much to find progress on both zones at once. And Thieves are looking to maybe even put the issue a bit further forward by playing for exits here and really put the pressure onto London.
Yeah, you can see this. Capsidol's in towards the back. That silence is about to dissipate. He sees one at range, triggered his split from Cap. Didn't fully check the right corner, though. That is such an annoying spot to just spot a player out. Scraps Nastie, able to combine for 2. They'll probably commit towards the push in the back, especially with the seam, just trying to keep their head in top bed.
Yeah, LA still spawning relatively close. Bottom right-hand side of the map can reinforce this without too much cause for concern. London, you can feel like they want to get on. They thought they had an opportunity to go straight from the old zone right on into new, but denied the opportunity. Another teammate unfortunately coming through as the team was trying to find a way to deal with Drazah a little bit more safety, but doesn't really quite work out. 13 plays 13, 60 seconds on the clock. London, you just gotta break the streak. Don't want to go 7 losses in a row on control. Capsidol shuts down the next attack from Seam. Nastie up top does at least confirm 1 trade, but a lot of ground that still needs to be gained here if London want to, in some form, get comfortable on this B zone.
Lives aren't too far gone, though, but map positioning is just not in favor of the Ravens. I mean, Paul needs to go big. Those are not easy shots on Octane, all over the backside of the Godheady, but still has 1 player top bedroom to deal with. It's Capsidol, who's 21 in 15, by the way, on a 4 spree, down to the last 30 seconds.
It's just so much nuisance here from LA. Redrop though, London a chance to get on, stop the clock. Octane in the corner. Awareness is there, but Drazah off his cruise missile has a chance to get this down, maybe to find kills. At least forces London off the zone. Right back in goes the Seam, but the Thieves now with numbers to try to contest this from the front. You also got Capsidol on the long route from behind. Keep in mind that the lives are not out of the possibility of being a win condition from either team. 7 plays 5. Capsidol deep. Oh, shots don't connect. And now you look back towards the front. Can you find a way to get back on here? Envoy with 1 elimination. Capsidol up top nearly gets a double, but back and forth we go. Envoy on the pitch. Able to work this with Octane, and the kills are good. 3 lives remain, but the biggest opponent here for London is the clock. 8 seconds. Octane stunned at couches. Everything could turn into 1v1s. First gunfight, won by a Seam, has to get to the zone. It's just down to Drazah. 1v1 with 0.6 seconds on the clock. It's Scraps, other side of the display case. Drazah working the angle. 3rd tick of progress, possibly to come through. Drazah has to force the gunfight, and he goes. Does he get the 1v1? No! And we go to round 4.
At least you did it via lives if you are the Thieves. That'll be massive implications depending on the segments, but the Ravens stay alive in this map 3. They'll stay alive in the series. This is so tough. We'll see it from Scraps' perspective. The early damage was there from Drazah, by the way. He connects onto Scraps' like right kneecap, and then Scraps just having to take the gunfight with the Vaznev. I don't care who thinks what the God Gun is. That is just some really clean gunfight win for Scraps to be able to keep his team alive in this control. Things got very hasty throughout the entirety of that round, Alan, as London almost gave up the A zone just to try to go over towards B. Gave up a lot of lives to do it, but into round 4 we go.
Yep, and that's a lot of resources spent from the Thieves. Most of their cruise missiles already spent. Capsidol mid-map with Drazah. Oh boy, how does he win that gunfight versus Paul? Not good news here for London off the break-off. Nastie keeps the defense somewhat alive. I say that with caution, though, because it's a 3-man stack on towards B. First take already done and dusted. Scraps from the back really can't contest this, and they may have to chalk and rotate early. You don't love to see it. London, you need to get into some power positions if you're going to hold off 2 minutes and 10 seconds over towards A.
Almost shades of the pass offense for the Thieves, isn't it? I mean, barring just a little bit of a different break off, it's 23 points up against 26. And Envoy already has so much space in Restaurant. Would have been a big 2 if he took down Scraps over by Shops. But look at the spatial awareness coming through from the Thieves. You also have to maintain presence that there's a player on the back. It's Nastie who finds 2.
What a little wake up this is from Nastie on 4 in a row. Octane just dancing. Getting his squats in for the day. Second tick of progress will be depleted, but look how quickly the Thieves have cut right through the defensive spawn. Doesn't seem to be working out too much. A heroic play from Scraps on the old zone to 2 down. You don't expect him to be there. And, well, it's just down to Envoy, and he makes good on at least another double of his own. So we go 20 v 17, minute 30 on the clock. Thieves a chance to get back on towards A, but the big problem in front of them is Paul and Kitchen, while the rest of the resources of London are respawning up through Chandelier.
It was the biggest problem with the Thieves versus Toronto, was getting a couple players from Toronto out from Kitchen. Paul has to maintain that positioning and trust of their teammates, clear away the backside of shots. Even being able to find those 2 kills, Paul reprises their presence, now on a 5 spree.
Drazah by himself, just trying to keep his life for as long as humanly possible. See if the cavalry can show up. Oh, and he's got some time here. Problem is, he's a trophy carrier, so no dead silence means the read is in for London, who now have a 2v2 for the front. Simp tries to go to the drop shot. Not gonna work out. Scraps has to be very cautious about how you take this challenge. That's well won on the Capitol. Although, more LA Thieves members nearby, they'll get on. That will likely be the second tick of progress. Time to get things going if you're London. Third tick on the way. The stack is in, and, well, with those spawns all the way bottom right, London know it. No chance to even see the zone. Thieves keep the loss streak pounding down the faces of this London Royal Ravens team. What a convincing series for them. I think the Deaths is going to say if they needed to show something convincing, and boy, did they.
Well, convincing apart from the hardpoint win only by 7 points, but I'm sure they'll break that down a whole lot more colorfully than I will. But even that said, yeah, look, if you're a Thieves fan, if you work for the org, if you're one of these players, you knew coming into the series, you absolutely needed this W for Major II implications when we get over to Boston. And what a good showcasing out from one of which is Capsidol. I mean, night and day difference. Obviously, 2 different opponents is Toronto versus the Ravens, but 30 and 23 on the here in the control. 17 of those 30 eliminations non-traded. About 3,300 damage to back up with Drazah, who was dropping nukes out of his TAC 56. 22 non-traded kills with 4K damage. Yeah, I'll take that AR.
And how about a bounce back day from Envoy as well, just to kind of keep, thrusting some forward conversations towards the Thieves' favor. I mean, I think a lot of the community last night were sitting there saying Envoy just wasn't quite getting it done, but he came to play today. There's the recap. Like you mentioned, a tight affair in the map number 1. Thieves getting a lot of assistance from their emergency sub and capsule to lock down that map, and then from there on out, pretty comfortable scenes through and through from the world champs, the reigning world champs, trying to find a way to get wins in this stage, which is hard for us to really kind of swallow at the moment. And, well, with that, Thieves now an opportunity to possibly escape a very early lower bracket entry towards Major II. I just want to get your quick thoughts before we send things to the desk. Impressed with Caps? Impressed with Paul? Maybe some final thoughts from you there, Proper?
I think that London just need a little bit more time, especially when it comes down to Paul coming back into this roster as a whole. Obviously, pick and choosing which players are going to be fielding. It's always going to be growing pains continuously. I'm always going to be impressed with Caps and what he does bring to the table, Alan. You know me all too well, casting him through challengers through the years so far. Just want to see more.
Indeed, same here. But with that, the London experiment continues, and the Thieves, well, Pocket Desk looking like they maybe regained a little bit.
All right, we're at a schedule, gentlemen, after that one. And can we get a applause in the chat for my dudes? I hold shift as well as Proper. Awesome Havoc. You know what? We're bringing you back on camera. Guys, honestly, how did it feel to cast now on the CDL? You've been watching these players for years in Challengers.
I think the funny thing is for Proper and I, it's like we've watched the majority of these players as recently as a couple of weeks ago, a couple of days ago for Capsidol's point of view. So as much as it's different, it's also kind of the same in a certain amount of words. I'm sure Proper kind of feels the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it's Call of Duty at the end of the day, right? We've been watching these players both on and off the main stage, whether it's through the qualifiers in the comfy, cozy areas of our offices at home. It just feels really good to be able to do it live here for you all.
Well, you guys crushed it. Excited to have you back on the show later this weekend. But let's break down what we just witnessed here. aBeZy Cat and Nameless joining me at the desk. And we just saw LA Thieves bouncing back from an 0-3 day against Toronto, now facing off against the lowest seed in the league and getting their 3-0 win. But it wasn't pretty. And that's what I want to hammer home in this hard point. Yes, you're playing with a sub, but that sub, he top fragged yesterday. He continued to play well today. And you put yourself in a dangerous position. Your opponent was 8 points away before Envoy and the rest of this crew clutched up.
Yeah, so on this hard point, right? London Royal Ravens are in a fantastic position. We saw Scraps, he had the cruise missile. They're spawning over towards stage on Statue Hill. They're trying to get that spawn trap in, and they do actually get it in towards the very end. And what we see is, though, the LA Thieves, a player spawns out over towards stage. They end up breaking on in. It's just a full-on collapse that we saw out of the London Royal Ravens. This is a map that you have to close out. Now, I will say, you know, we went back and rewatched it. I saw, you know, a couple points where Paul was looking for that player in the back. The communication was there, but they're just not able to find him, man. It's just a super unfortunate situation. When you're up that much time, you have to close it out. And what then went on in games 2 and 3, just absolute blowouts.
We had an epic moment in the search and destroy. That's going to be our scuff play of the game. And aLLeY, we don't see too many aces. Havoc got one for us on Fortress. Tonight, we get another one. This Thieves squad, pretty good at search right now. How are we feeling about them?
They actually have been seriously struggling in search. So to see them do well, what's funny is the fact it's on the top of Capsule, who is subbing in for this LA Thieves squad. And I think making an argument for himself at this point, saying, hey, I need to be put in the league. Look what I am doing, being plugged into the LA Thieves roster, who has been struggling in search and destroy. Well, I'm going to get them an ace, and I'm going to go 10-6 for this map to win.
Does Capsule become a Raven one day? A lot of questions.
Hey,
Chat's asking it. I'm just saying it out loud. That's our scuff play of the game, and that's coming from a sub who is performing on back-to-back CDL days. Congratulations, Capsule, on your win with the LA Thieves, the first one of the season. But right now, we got to talk with a mainstay. We got Envoy joining us live, and Envoy, congratulations on the win today, bouncing back after the loss against Toronto yesterday. What were the vibes like on the team today, and what do you guys talk about coming into this matchup?
Yeah, thanks, Puckett. Just going to the matchup, we're just trying to still stick to our game plan. I mean, obviously, we don't have a lot of reps with Cap, but he's been phenomenal subbing in so far. Yesterday versus Toronto, I mean, they're like, you know, a top 3 team in the game right now, super solid squad. So we knew if we just played our game today, that we'd be able to beat the Ravens.
Envoy, so, you know, you guys struggling a little bit at the beginning of this year, just like last year. I feel like every year with the LA Thieves, you guys start off a little bit slow. When I watch you guys, I feel like fundamentally you're making some good plays. When we go to listen-ins, it sounds fantastic. In your mind, what is holding y'all back against some of these top teams?
I think we're just still trying to execute on our game plan and figure out our game plan on a lot of like maps, hills, game modes. Along with stage 2, we might be cursed. We've had quite the unfortunate stage. Everyone's been getting sick. We've had lots of issues, so practice has been very on and off. But generally, we're just, you know, looking to get better each day.
I wanted to know, what is it like having to plug Capsule into this roster, even though it wasn't something you expected or wanted to happen, of course, and we all hope Kenny gets better, but has it changed your team dynamic at all, and have you learned anything from this experience?
I mean, definitely learned some things from Cap each day, but I guess the main thing is that, you know, him and Ken both play really fast and put a lot of pressure on the map. So he has been pretty easy to just plug in, but whenever you're playing with a sub, I feel like the easiest thing you can do is just let him do him. And that's what we just keep stressing, that, you know, let him, like, whatever you want to make a play, you do it, call the play in search, call the play in hard point, and we will, you know, fill in around him. So he's done really well so far.
You guys are always fan favorites every time we come around to a major. We've got another one just 2 weeks away in Boston. What do you want to say to the fans who'll be supporting you, and what should they be looking forward to from this LA Thieves squad?
I mean, yeah, thank you to the fans, you know, sticking through all the thick and thin. Just, you know, look for us to improve. I mean, like I said, we might be cursed during stage 2, but each and every day we are going to work to get better and prove everyone wrong.
There you go, Envoy. We'll let you go celebrate with the team. Give Sam a hug for me, all right?
All right, sounds good, Puckett. Thank you, guys.
We're going to make Sam smile today. It's happening. Envoy's giving him a hug. LA Thieves walking away with a victory. And you know this whole squad is going to be feeling a little bit of relief off of their shoulders because they're done for the week now. You just get to watch your VODs. And, well, we got a lot more games coming up. So let me remind you right now about our Call of Duty team packs. You can look like the pros, play like the pros with the new 2023 CDL team packs. We got home and away styles. Also, we got the jerseys live right now in the the CDL store. CallOfDutyLeague.com is the place to pick it up. But when it comes to these team packs, we talked about it yesterday. Ant and aLLeY, they're running the Toronto Ultra. I'm still rocking the LA Thieves. Even though it's not as good in Warzone, it still looks good on me.
That one's still fresh, right?
There we
got
go.
That red and black. It's looking good.
We got another big matchup when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Can they get back-to-back wins? I know there's a few people checking it out during a watch party. OpTic Texas taking on their opponents in a big one. Will they get the win, or is it Toronto staying perfect in our Stage 2 qualifiers? Find out after this.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
It's time to get your nuts out, chat. The Squirrel Squad is back, and I'm talking acorns. Don't get weird on me. We have Toronto Ultra, the unbeaten squad with the #2 seed, taking on OpTic Texas. We're also going to see an epic showdown of the Subliners versus Atlanta FaZe, but that one not quite ready yet. Let's break down what we're about to see, aLLeY, and why we're all excited, because some people might not have heard the news that we broke yesterday.
What news did we break yesterday?
OpTic has a new squad, and Dashy's playing for the team again.
There we go. I wanted to let you say it. I'm sorry. I was still stunned by our opener, and I was trying to process that through my brain. But it is the new OpTic Texas squad, and they already now have a dub under their belt. And it was in a top series to the Game 5. The search and destroy for this team is looking disgusting. Mostly off the back of iLLeY, Snipes, and I can't wait for the montage at the end of the season. But life after Scum so far has been good, but this might be their toughest matchup. They're going against the Toronto Ultra that doesn't really have any holes in their roster right now. They're solid at search and destroy. They're a very good respawn team, and when we talk to them, it's just about cleaning up these little mistakes in these series that they're still winning convincingly.
Search and destroy looked wonderful. They looked very comfortable. Of course, not a ton of practice in the hard points, and that's where they got exploited by the Seattle Search.
No, I mean, in those hard points, so we talked about it in the pre-show, but to reiterate, like, you look at some of those rotations, it was literally one kill they needed to get on Fortress. We saw rotation towards Statue. A couple little mistakes that we saw in the Game 4 as well. Like, I wasn't too overly concerned about the hard point from OpTic Texas. I think they can clean up on those things immediately. Like, those are overnight fixes that I saw, and I think it's going to happen today.
We just saw a new look from the LA Thieves, but they had their first matchup against Toronto last night, and in that battle, the Ultra squad was looking like they were all on the same page for the billionth time this season. So many questions around this team at the start of the year. They're so young. Can they handle the pressure? Is Scrap going to be able to perform in his rookie year? Yes was the answer across the board to all of those.
Yeah, yes was the answer. And again, I just touched on it. There really are no weak spots in this roster, but I think the problem is with this matchup specifically is Toronto Ultra should win this, right? We're talking about Toronto Ultra that is a favorite to win Boston Major #2. And, you know, in this series, they could get exposed here by an OpTic Texas that is looking fairly good off of their first matchup. Again, hardpoint woes cannot be changed overnight, but Toronto Ultra could come into this a little bit too confident and get caught off guard. So we should have a banger series ahead.
Toronto not that far from Boston, and we expect a lot of fans to be supporting the purple squad there. We asked Scrappy, though, what is it going to take home a championship? And here's what he had to say to Nameless.
How are you going to set yourself apart, get to that next level, and actually take home a chip?
Yeah, I would say that we just need to just have our teamwork up to par, just everyone be on the same page, because that's really what divides these teams, these top teams from each other. It's just how good they work with each other. Everyone has a skill at these top teams. Everyone knows that they can gun each other. It's just how it is. It's just, can they work together at all times of the map? Because you might have one hold where it's good, but the next 6 can be bad. So it's just being with each other, be with each other's side at all times of the map.
The match is ready, so we don't have time for predictions, but if you're on Twitter, Nameless picked the green team. Everyone else going purple. Let's get into the games. We've got our casters ready to go. It's Brycey and Ton. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, what a game everyone's been looking forward to. Yesterday, obviously, OpTic beat Seattle. You could call it a warm-up for this, the real test. Toronto looking hot so far in the qualifiers, one of the top teams in the CDL. How does the new OpTic Texas roster stack up?
Yeah, well, I don't think many tougher tests exist in the CDL right now than going up against Toronto Ultra, so the new look OpTic are in for a stern one, I would say. Here, I think, you know, there's that obvious honeymoon period that we quite often talk about. That could be a thing here for the side of OpTic, but as the stats go, when we look at things and how it is going to match up, it is a very, very tough game for the side of OpTic Texas here. And just one thing I want to touch on before we do head in towards Hotel. Texas Hardpoint was 8-5 before losing 2 games to Seattle yesterday, obviously making them 8-7, which is still positive, but 5 of their Hardpoint victories have been against Florida. That doesn't hold much weight to me, so Hardpoint still needing some work. New roster, can it change? Let's find out against one of the best Hardpoint teams in the game.
Yeah, and like I said before, I think we're kind of looking forward to see how it's going, because for me, Toronto are one of those teams that even a semi-good result against them here is just going to be massive for them, but they have looked consistent across their run, and again, that is a huge opener from them. Toronto Ultra completely filling that kill feed, getting P1, looking for the P2 lockdown ton.
Insight's obviously been tuning into Scum's co-stream, trying to get things done over towards the restaurant site. We'll get taken down. One thing I do want to point out, though, P3 really has been a bone of contention for both these two teams. Texas have a lot of luck on that one. Of course, we do have P2 to lock down here before we get there. Scrap, the young gun, 3-0, looking to make it 4 here. Try and lock this down as quickly as he can. Gets caught on the barrier. Can he stay alive? No, he can't. Trade's going in across the board, but ultimately, it is Ultra who come out on top.
Right now, you can see they're just trying to make sure that nobody has slipped the net. Klinex checking around where he knows where Huke's going to be, but dips out of there. And there is going to be a bit of a pinch coming in from OpTic. You can see them in all directions. Scrap trying to hold his angle, but isn't going to. Huge break from OpTic Texas there in the end. They completely sweep Ultra out.
Yeah, it's the push all the way through Spa and Ultra. You can't let that happen. A perfect rotation over towards P2. A perfect break back from OpTic Texas. Standing now inside the point. Klinex, Scrap answering straight back for clean dead pretty much on the side of Ultra as well. So both teams coming in with the breaks quite consistently. We need to see some holds if we're going to see some big scoring going on over towards P2. Looking like OpTic are going to choke this one up. Ultra will be about 40 in the lead by the time we head over towards Kitchen. And as I said, it's been a really big hill for the side of OpTic Texas. Toronto have struggled with the breaks as well, so OpTic setting up could be very important.
I love that from OpTic. They didn't step off the gas. They didn't retreat towards back kitchen to hold the spawn. They knew they had Ultra locked in. Perfect spawn manipulation there, and it's also meaning they're going to get a few seconds to breathe here, as it will be Toronto Ultra that has to go all the way across the map, and they are finding guns of the green wall all over, and they can't seem to break it.
It's just a high setup. A couple of kills do eventually come on through. Dashy inside the point now. Does have back up the spawns coming in over towards back kitchen in mid-map. Toronto Ultra are slowly getting closer, but 25 seconds already passed. 2 kills in. This could be the break.
Still looking for it. Shotzzy trying to just stay alive, but Stanley gets him before any more snaking can be done. Huke now diving in and somehow managed to get him as well. Snap 1 for Huke, snap 2 for Huke. iLLeY gets the 3rd, and Huke cannot get the 4th. Klinex gets his own 2. And it is like a heavyweight fight. Both of them throwing haymakers. At the moment, it will be Ultra that comes away with that scrap time. But OpTic have the rotation.
Push coming in from Ultra over towards the lobby side. They also have insight. Setting up towards bedrooms. A little bit of a pinch. It's important that iLLeY finds at least one of these and does so. Oh, he could do with this himself as well. Klinex then does fall. Ultra in control. Good flip coming in. OpTic Texas have been forced away.
They have, but they're not that far away either. Huke managed to get an entry there straight away, and he's looking for the more kills. He could be on the flank. This could be huge for him, but no! They've read it correctly. Ultra turns and burns. iLLeY looking to do damage control. And inside goes for the chow here as iLLeY keeps this alive, but now it means Ultra have to push from 2 directions, Tom.
Can they find the break? Looking to try and get themselves in. Has really been quite scrappy. Toronto Ultra just getting the better of them over towards P2. Other than that, it has been back and forth. Looking like eventually going to be choked up. 11 and 8 coming out of scrap. Spawn out actually coming in here for Shotzzy, so he's going to have a pitch starting to be set up. If you're Ultra, you need to find these kills inside a restaurant.
You certainly do, but speaking of Ultra, I don't want to talk to them right now. I want to talk to OpTic. It's a new team. That means new vibes and new comms. Let's go to an OpTic Texas. Listen in.
I've made. One guy's
Hooks.
Yeah.
I think Cat.
I think.
Rugs
I'm watching bricks.
Rugs again, then.
Nothing kitchen. Child there.
One guy's bricks, I'm pretty sure.
The buckets.
Okay, I got it.
I don't see him. Holding bricks.
Yo, rugs again.
Good kitchen. Nothing bricks. Literally nothing bricks.
Get my rugs.
Where's middle? I have rugs.
I have a pitch ready. Okay.
The one guy's bricks on me.
I'm needed.
Two bricks.
Bricks. Nice. I'm one shot. This guy rugs. Last guy rugs. Two. He's laying down close right, and he's on the rugs the wall.
Help him.
I'm gonna switch
Two there.
One of them's one shot.
Midpoint. There's two there. Midpoint. One more. Close up. On the table.
Where is he?
They're gonna be road also, guys.
I'm already road. What guys do you? Top zig dead.
Is there an aid?
Yo, middle. Play life.
Where's he?
One guy's main. Yo, left there. One middle.
Bricks absolute. Yo, their side point.
They're gonna play kitchen.
Yeah, they're going kitchen. Two of them.
Yes, HyDra, Brandon.
Running at mid there.
Last one out.
Yo, it's the side. You went back.
And the comms are smooth enough to get OpTic Texas right back into this game. What a turnaround. They now have control of the next and will take the lead. Ton. It has been a resurgence from the green wall.
A resurgence that was needed. Starting to see some big performances out of your Slayers, and that's what you need if you're going to go toe-to-toe with Toronto Ultra. Scrap, Insight, all combining. Team kill coming on through, so Ultra, this final 30 seconds is crucial before we head into a second rotation, and OpTic not necessarily in the best of positions to break this. Can they find the false new bedroom? Dashy, 11-11 from him. Typically, it hasn't beat him up. We've seen big numbers out of Bruce. Maybe not his role necessarily now. As iLLeY and Co try to start getting themselves set up for this P2 rotation. P1 is obviously to come first, and we did see a decent start from Toronto Ultra. Can they repeat that here again, once again, heading over to the second rotation?
Oh, at the moment, great position. OpTic Texas. Huke is going to be sitting here. Not going to have a ton of cover from his teammates quite yet, which will allow him to go down fast. Dashy tries to stem the Ultra tide, but hasn't managed to. Now, most importantly, keep an eye on Texas. They're going to be revolving around for this P2 all the way through. That Diner in a second, but at the moment, they're trying to just dig Ultra out of this position. Dashy is alive with four health points. And eventually just doing so much work. But it is very much back and forth. You can see OpTic have done a fantastic job, Ton, of resting this P1 away.
They have done. And they also have an iLLeY towards the back spawn. Full spree for him. We'll have to extend that if OpTic want to find a rotation here. He's got Shotzzy at the front, and who better to have there? We'll find one. Onto KiSMET. Scrap is able to answer it back, but could iLLeY be the catalyst? Good shots coming in, also from Standy to get iLLeY weak. We'll have to back on down. Does have backup coming on through, but Toronto Ultra are the ones here with numbers.
Yeah, Ultra going to be feeling this pressure. They know iLLeY is still going to be alive here. They would have been called out. And Texas are setting up a pinch in every single direction. They just have to win some of the gunfights. iLLeY flies in, looks for them as well, but doesn't get it. And that's going to be all of OpTic down. They did the hard work. They got in position, but could not win the gunfights. Could be big time here for Ultra.
Shotzzy gets super unlucky. He spawns out and then, he spawns in the middle of the map, and a one player from Ultra who spawned out towards kitchen just catches him in the back. We've seen 4 dead before. There's 4 dead again. Perfect timing from Ultra with 30 seconds left to go. Split coming in though. Spawns a little bit all over the shop here. Big kill coming in. KiSMET will find it onto iLLeY. And it's all about this kitchen rotation now. We've seen OpTic pick up some good time here last time around. They're going to need to get rid of KiSMET first.
And they've done just that. Managed to get away with him. OpTic will be looking to hold in kitchen. It was a little bit cleaner from them last time around. They had the push-up. But all that matters now is the points. All that matters is holding off Toronto. Huke doing a great job at the moment, slowing the tide, getting them staggered. And slowly but surely, Ultra creep their way through restaurant.
Ultra coming in as the number 2 breaking team on Hotel. But when it has come down to P3, they have struggled immensely. This is where OpTic find most of their points, and can they do so this time around? 2 kills coming in here for Ultra. Huke will find 2 of his own. Still, OpTic hold on.
They've got a split spawn as well, OpTic. So when the gunfights is going to be huge. Ultra not as close as they would like to be. And for Ultra, is it one last roll at kitchen, knowing how hard it is to dig out? They are going to go for it, 3 of them. There's also going to be a rotation. Many things happening on the minimap here, but here goes Ultra for it. They have fallen at the hurdle. They are down. That's and clean. Out. This now falls onto KiSMET.
Rotation. iLLeY is here. And he's the only one here for OpTic Texas. If he could find anything, it would be massive. There's one. The rest of OpTic Texas now on their way around. He will eventually get taken down. Spawn out doesn't come through. Ultra still in control, but here comes the streak. It's a 7-1 from Huke, and the missiles coming in. Will this help them try and get a hold of it? Finds nothing.
And Shotzzy has done the work there. iLLeY gave him the opportunity. Shotzzy slipped through the back. He's found 2 kills as well. CleanX now finds iLLeY as well, but is it going to be enough? As Shotzzy is firing left, right, and center, and he has support from his teammates. That's 4 now for Shotzzy. OpTic are now in control. The rotation they didn't have, but they did have a chance. That is ticking away.
It's a big statement if they can take a half point off Ultra. They've won 6 in a row. OpTic Texas are 10 away, and they're still holding. Brycey, the kills are falling their way.
Oh my goodness, Ultra, it's 8 seconds. They have to win every single gunfight. Shotzzy pushes ahead and gets another 2. It's a 6 streak for Shotzzy. He has broken the back of Ultra. And it is ridiculous from OpTic. A single gunfight from iLLeY gave Shotzzy just the sliver of hope. He slipped the net, he found the kills, and never stopped winning.
Huge performances from the SMGs. The ARs were there when they needed to be. But Huke and Shotzzy lighting Ultra up. We have to have another look at that one because Shotzzy just went God mode. OpTic Texas don't really have the rotation here, Brycey. iLLeY is kind of there. Gets taken down immediately. Ultra in a good spot, but Shotzzy towards the back completely breaks them wide open.
Yeah, I mean, production, can we have a look at this again from the beginning in just a second? I have to explain exactly what happened to allow Shotzzy to make that play. It is timing, it is just enough for iLLeY. It is kind of crazy. Essentially, iLLeY winning that gunfight meant Inside had to turn. It allowed Shotzzy to get all the way out the back. He then found another kill. It broke Ultra completely. A single gunfight turned the tide of that hill.
Again, I mean, I spoke about it at the beginning of the map. P3 was so crucial on Ultra. Across this whole entire map, do so well, except there, and that's where OpTic excel. Of course, the Shotzzy, I mean, the second kill is absurd. Not sure how that was a headshot. He'll take those all day long. OpTic Texas cooking in kitchen, and that gets the win. On top of some phenomenal play from Shotzzy, a 1-0 lead. That is a turn up for the books, to be honest with you. Ultra coming into this would have felt super confident, and that 6th spree of hard points in a row is broken by OpTic Texas.
It is, and I'm going to show you this one more time because it is so important to bear in mind that it was just 1 kill. Shotzzy has found his way through here. Ultra, you can see, are already turning. They cannot watch everything, and Shotzzy's made 2. This opens up for Dashy. It gets them into the spawn and into the right place. And it all came off of iLLeY winning a gunfight. It made Insight move. It allowed Shotzzy around the back. And once they were through, Ultra must be sick as anything. They had the rotation. This could have been them holding off OpTic.
And that was to win the game. What a game it was as well. The slaying numbers coming out from OpTic Texas. Look at that. I think it was a combined something along the lines of 16 or so for Shotzzy, Dashy, and Huke without dying. iLLeY's just chilling. He's like, yeah, boys, you do your thing. My word.
The reason I wanted to rewatch this so many times, by the way, is because we talk about KD. Obviously, Shotzzy has done amazing things there on a 6th spree. But the fact iLLeY was already rotating, the fact that he won a key gunfight. One gunfight broke Ultra's setup. It forced Insight to move and get the trade. So even though iLLeY's gone 1 for 1 there, it's allowed Shotzzy around the back. It has removed players from Ultra. It has changed the spawns. It has given them that map.
This one ain't done yet. Hotel Hardpoint map number 1, aBeZy Search and Destroy coming up just after this as well. And that really has opened the series wide open. No, I kind of looked at this one and I thought Ultra would come out with the Hardpoint wins and we can maybe see something from the other modes from OpTic Texas. Their Hardpoint, of course, as mentioned at the top of the show. The stat line doesn't really tell that whole story, but for Ultra as well, they've really put a beat down on some of the weaker teams. But other than that, you know, it still has been pretty tight.
Well,
that was a big game, and OpTic Texas taking that gives them so much confidence heading into the rest of the series.
So here are the Major II Qualifiers S&D leaderboards. Scrap is leading with an 11-0. We said beating up on the little teams, and he's just beating up everybody at the moment. Then you see Insight's also there with a 2.0, and then there's 3 members of OpTic. This is not written down in stone that OpTic walk away with it, but it is also very much up for grabs. Ultra could take this. OpTic could take this. I'm looking forward to it because those KDs are going to change regardless.
They'll definitely change. We've got some interesting stats when we do head over into the Search and Destroy as well, but a slightly despondent Scrap. I think that'll be a frustrating one, but it's one they can look back on. They can see where things just didn't go their way. OpTic Texas, though, are the ones who get the job done. Hey, I wonder if they're letting iLLeY play in the compound today. I wonder. Back to your bedroom, son.
Yes, between map 2 and 3. Sorry, mate. Yeah, we need this one for something else. Anyway, we are going to get into this one. Obviously, this could change the fortunes. If you see OpTic going up 2-0 here, they're screaming to be in the favourites. And I did say coming in, this is the real test. Toronto Ultra are one of the most consistent teams in the CDL, in my opinion. And they're consistently at the top. That's what makes it difficult to beat them. They are never an easy win. But let's find out how this S&D starts. We're on board with OpTic on the attack.
Both teams not necessarily the best at finding first bloods on this map, so that's going to be influential if either one of them can get a hold of them that little bit better. Both ranked 10th and 11th in terms of first bloods. Shotzzy looking for that at this moment in time. iLLeY will find that first blood, and as far as rounds go, without iLLeY sniping, Texas are 1-4 on average in terms of the rounds that they win, but with iLLeY sniping, that rises exponentially. He will find that first blood. OpTic Texas 4v3.
They're playing this just calm, but here he comes. Mr. Movement himself. Shotzzy is up top, KiSMET, and it's a door off.
Oh, why am I not watching iLLeY?
Didn't need to. And now KiSMET is sitting in an orange cupboard, terrified. Just watched over by Shotzzy. It's a technical 1v4, but he might not even get the one. Oh, it's a snake up and he wins the gunfight, but there's so much more to do. KiSMET finds the first. Is there any hope of him taking down the rest of OpTic? No.
Well, I was about to say there's a potential for an iLLeY sniping ace. Unfortunately, you don't get to see any of them. Shotzzy just causing havoc over towards that other side, but iLLeY opening the entire map up. Here's number 2. And we'll get to see number 3 as well. It's the snap over towards the car. Oh, Insight. Yeah, you've got it out, but I'm just that little bit faster. iLLeY with 3.
Well, great way to start, and one of the things that will cause is Ultra will now have to play around that sniper a little bit better. It's going to change their break-offs. It's going to change the way they approach the bomb sites. And OpTic make it 2-0. They're now on the defense. iLLeY with a sniper out once again.
Trying to find those first bloods. As mentioned, when Ultra find those first bloods on attacking rounds in aBeZy, they don't lose rounds. They've won every single one that they found the first blood in. This is looking like another 100% record. Shouldn't be threatened by a Huke 1 versus 4, but you never know.
There's the first. Oh, that's a long shot for a Vaznev. Huke having his own attempt here at the 1v4.
Slow and steady. Find the second, it becomes doable. Gets a bit of bad timing, but Toronto Ultra, that initial break, getting them back into this game. It felt like that was needed, especially the previous round pretty much wiped off the map after a close hard point. It's nice to get one under your belt. It's just aggression. As soon as they find that first one, they snap into life, and it's multiple that follow. Ultra back into the game on the border here in the search and destroy.
That's the kind of regain they wanted. Just a clean roll of S&D, and they can keep moving forward. Obviously, again, this is where we keep an eye on what iLLeY does, because Ultra will have to play around him this time. Different break for them, obviously. KiSMET already rushing through here, and they have hit him, so they know he's gone through. He's gone for the jump shot and instantly gets taken out. Inside has his own sniper, but they are now down the man.
Standing.
And Texas have the bomb.
Standy's on the flank and has taken up a little bit of control in office, so that gives Ultra not necessarily an upper hand, but he can help clear that. He has actually now jumped out. I think maybe they'll just be sitting down low, expecting the push to come on through. But OpTic Texas are playing the clock here. Ultra need to move.
Looks like it's not really found anything yet, and let's look for this player here. Already knows Shotzzy's going to be there as well. He does get the one with a fight, and he gets the second. Problem is, there's no time. Insight's going to go on Overwatch. It's Insight versus iLLeY. It's a snipe off. Oh, he's just trying to thread the Nero, and gets the first one. It's now Dashy. Dashy goes for it, and he's going to get it as well. And it's just enough for Poof. Gets the second kill regardless. He had to be composed in that moment. Insight was trying to throw that sniper and cover everything for him. And while he found iLLeY, it was not enough to find Dashy.
Just about getting the job done if you're Bruce. Big kills coming in. iLLeY just not quite holding the right angle, looking towards the bomb. The fight falls towards Toronto Ultra, but Dashy staying alive in that area. I kind of wish that Stanley stayed up top in office, because when that bomb goes down there, you know for a fact the players are going to be playing around that, playing around plant there. If he's in there, he can disrupt so much, chooses to give that map back, that map presence back towards OpTic Texas. It's a tough one. Getting into the next round, though. OpTic up. Huke near the bomb site. This is aggressive.
Yeah, but this is also great. So what's happened here is OpTic Texas have taken away B-bomb control. This means that Ultra may go for the rotate, but iLLeY's going to be standing by the bomb site. Shotzzy gets the first blood. How has he just... He just danced over a player, killed his teammate, and got away with it. And now, looking for anybody who's come chasing.
Oh, this is a nightmare for Ultra. Stanley's going to check it, though, and will find Shotzzy. Argue you could have found it about 20 seconds ago. Nonetheless, we'll find it. 3 versus 3 now.
Here he is. Oh, maybe a bit of COD timing. iLLeY, although does benefit him a bit. Going to be looking for a player out there already. Scrap's taken down one. iLLeY, I think, caught the ricochet, and Stanley takes him down as well. Huke now for a 1 versus 3. Failed the 1v4 last time. And they've already got a bit of information, Ton.
Yeah, set up in the perfect position for a push over towards B. And in a not so ideal spot for a push over towards B. A side, I should say. Really good play from Ultra. Finding the opening kill over towards that side. Standy getting stressed. You can see a little smile on his face as Shotzzy pushed over, took down Insight, and skipped over his head. Be interesting to see that from Shotzi's angle once again. Standy, though, did make up for what was a ever so slight error, and the round will go towards Ultra nonetheless. Good round, though. They'll be happy with that. Just took their time. Played for some information. As soon as they found that info, they ran with it. Big push coming in over towards the A side of the map, and that's the bomb down. Round done. 2-2 back and forth. Nothing between these two so far.
Maybe another big push here for OpTic. Standy's going to know that as well. They're going through. OpTic are going for this fast plant. It's worked out for them a million times. iLLeY looking to thread the needle. Not that time.
He's getting pushed. He's getting pushed.
I'm going to be down in it with a no scope, but down he goes. 2 versus 4. Oh. Dashy alone. Dashy alone. Doesn't matter. He's got a clip full of bullets, but not going to get it. Inside eventually gets it away. And what a round.
I mean, iLLeY hit him with that no scope, by the way. Hit marker comes through. Yep, he hit him. I seen the hit marker. He 100% hit him.
Oh, you're right. I just assumed he would have died, but no, must have shot him in the knee. That would have changed the entire round.
Completely. Completely changed the round, because then all of a sudden you've got iLLeY up top with the sniper. He's chilling, bombs down. We are cruising if you're OpTic Texas. Good play. That's kind of what I wanted Standy to do in the previous round where he had control of that site. He give that area up. And that's that kind of area that you know exactly where they're going to be playing for once that B-bomb goes down. If you're an SMG in that area, snipers, well, for the most part, don't have an answer. 4v4 as we go into another round. Ultra starting to turn the cogs just that little bit. That's 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, very different attacking styles here for both these two teams. OpTic Texas going for that B fast plant. Ultra, a little bit more slow and methodical. They are looking for something, but Shotzzy is crawling his way into glory, maybe.
Maybe. Is he going to catch Scrap off guard? Yes, he is. Big kill. Lovely positioning from Shotzzy. It's going to be so annoying. Running over towards that side of the map, and there's an SMG with a Vaznev lying down. Easy kill. 4v3 now. OpTic Texas still in this spot, and if you're Ultra again, it's having Shotzzy behind you. It's for every team in the CDL. A nightmare, but unfortunately for Shotzzy, Ultra have an insight.
Snipe off. Snipe off. Ultra don't have time for this, though. iLLeY holding his angle. Insight looking for one. Oh, he's just throwing a shoulder. He's dipping, he's dumping, he's diving. Insight not able to get it, but does stay alive as he's going to get his toes picked off.
But look at the time here for Ultra. You've got to do something really, really quickly. Huke's already here. Huke's already killing everybody on Ultra's side. They took so long to scout things out. iLLeY is the one that he can sit back. He doesn't need to force that shot. Ultra are the ones that have to make the move. And Huke is ready and waiting. 2 easy kills coming in from Huke. And OpTic Texas find a round back.
Yeah, Ultra it's just running out of time. They just had to go for it, and they didn't have the opportunity to do anything else. And part of that is Shotzzy slowing it all down. As soon as he found Scrap towards the back, you can see Ultra didn't really know what to do. They had to figure out how to get him out of there. They did it eventually, but they ran out of options. They had no map control. They had no time. Just had to run into OpTic. OpTic, is it the same playbook? Are they going straight for B? No, it's a change. The KiSMET might know this because they haven't wall-banged that door.
Scrap has to back on down. He's the one with the sniper now. iLLeY trying to counter. Scrap's in trouble. Scrap's in trouble. Oh, is he? Is iLLeY the next one on the chopping block? Everybody else from OpTic dead. Scrap in a 1v1 over here against iLLeY. He was in a 1v4.
Yeah, this time iLLeY doesn't have that sniper rifle. Oh, he's trying to do everything though, and eventually it will blow up on him. Got to talk a little bit about that Scrap snipe. Close range, no problem. Huke catches it in the chest.
It's so important he finds that. Yeah, I know there's a couple of kills come through from Ultra after that, but the fact that he finds the shot here, Insight actually finding that first blood on the Dashy, helps the team out because if Huke gets that, then there's control of the bomb site for OpTic Texas. He's got iLLeY on Overwatch. It's a dangerous prospect for Ultra. Still would have had numbers up, but important that Scrap found that kill.
This time, Ultra going to go for their own fast push. Only Standy out there, though. Oh, did he change his mind? Or was it a reposition?
Slightly repositioned it. The player here is going to be Shotzzy. Looking for office control. Standy is just playing the job of, well, try and survive as long as he possibly can. Huke will take him down with the nade after some shots from iLLeY. OpTic have the advantage in terms of numbers, but that bomb is still down for Toronto.
Shotzzy's going to try and break this building open already. They're going for this defuse. Inside right. iLLeY's just going to go for the defuse. Already they're falling like dominoes, and that's a defuse! OpTic, clean retake. B-bomb is their bread and butter.
That 100% plant win percentage for Toronto Ultra, dead in the water. And Shotzzy finding the kills, or just being a nuisance over towards that side of the map, just helps them out so much because they clear top office, and they know a player usually will try to watch across the street. That's typical play, stopping players making that push. But when Shotzzy is already there and everybody else is starting to die, it's a difficult spot for Ultra to be in. Things are crumbling just a little bit here, Brycey. 4-4. Give me around 11.
There's always going to be close between these two, and here comes the fights again. Standard pre-fire there for Dashy. Tries to keep them off this bomb, but at the moment, keep it on that minimap because the bomb isn't here. OpTic have managed to bait them out, and then he gets the first blood. Could wrap back around here. Shotzzy. Oh, around again. Easy kill for him. He knows where the second and dives. And it's Ultra left alone at 1 versus 4. KliNX will find the first, but he's outnumbered, outgunned, and there's guns everywhere pouring out of the woodwork. OpTic Texas playbook is fantastic.
I mean, I absolutely love the play. As soon as iLLeY finds one, he's like, okay, I've got his attention. And he can just fly it Insight, and Scrap's like, all right, oh, there's somebody up top. Oh, dude, I'm already dead. Phenomenal plays out of OpTic Texas, who have just hit a different pace here today so far. Ultra are not at the races. I need to find 2 rounds. Oh, they're 2-0 down here in the series.
Wow, this is everything now for Ultra. iLLeY with a sniper once again. Hasn't been as impactful with it as that first round, but it doesn't matter. They're winning on the board. Shotzzy gets the first blood as well.
Again.
It's a panic now for Ultra. They've actually abandoned B site. They don't want it. Oh, and he gets another one. And it all falls here. Standing.
No shot, right?
Oh, iLLeY making it look easy. And it's just a running over the freight train of OpTic Texas has arrived. And they take the S&D. It's 2-0 now.
Oh, the Scump watch party's looking pretty lit right now. OpTic Texas 2 up to the good. Against one of the most consistent teams in the league. The new look Texas is looking just as good as they did last week.
Wow. All of OpTic pulling their weight in that series. Huge amounts of damage, pretty similar KDs across the board. But they know what they are doing on aBeZy. The plays around that B bomb site, from the fast plants to the bait outs to the retakes. That was the difference.
It's kind of crazy that we've seen nothing from iLLeY apart from 3 snipes in the very first round and then 1 each in the final 2. A poor mid-game made up for by fantastic kills coming in towards the end, but Shotzzy was the MVP there for me, consistently in the faces of Ultra, and they didn't seem to have a way to deal with him. He was constantly up in office. Yep, okay, they're setting up, and Ultra very much like to head towards that B site, get the bomb down. You've got Overwatch from players like Insight. That's a perfect recipe for success, but when Shotzzy is up in their face, there is very, very little you can do about it. OpTic Texas, they need to get reverse sweeped if Ultra want to win this one. This is looking good for OpTic.
It certainly is looking good. How will the rest of the series be? That is the question that remains to be answered. We'll find out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are in a game. It's Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas. And it has been incredible so far. The Toronto Ultra team, obviously, CleanX, Inside, Scrap, and Standy have been fantastic so far in the qualifiers, but are falling now to a rejuvenated OpTic Texas with their new roster, Huke, iLLeY, Dashy, and Shotzzy. It is missing one of the most famous faces in Call of Duty history, but right now, the vibes are high, ton.
Yeah, they got to be feeling good. OpTic fans watching this will be feeling fantastic. And that's based on the opponents they're going up against. But Scrap has been a big reason as to why Toronto Ultra have looked so good over the entire season with the 1.17 this series and 0.88. That is not like him. But we have a potential other 3 maps for him to turn that around. And you wouldn't bet against it. If he starts turning up Toronto Ultra, we'll be very much back into this game. For all that is a 2-0 lead for OpTic, the maps have been close. This one could still go either way. But as we do head into Fortress Control, this is the very first time for OpTic Texas that they will see this map. Toronto have only played it the once, beating Florida 3-0. So confidence will be flowing for Ultra, but can OpTic close it out 3-0?
Already, there'll be a few kills going down. Only one player left alive. That's going to be Shotzzy. Hiding in a stable, and it is crucial that he does this. And he has slipped the net almost. CleanX catches him before he can get out, ton.
Good pressure coming in here from Toronto Ultra. Nicely done from CleanX as well, and they just want to trap them in as much as they can. I don't blame OpTic Texas for not playing it up until now. This is a brutal one at times. It takes one decent break that can change the game. Shotzzy, speaking of breaking movement, Huke will fall also. CleanX doing a great job up top armor here. It's another 4 dead. Toronto Ultra confident so far.
There we go. I was going to say, CleanX actually needed some more ammo, and eventually he is going to fall, so it's not going to matter. But right now, OpTic Texas just in a bottle. Unable to break out, unable to do very much of anything, but getting some trades across the map, so if they can break out, there might be an opportunity.
The thing is, for OpTic Texas here, you are not even touching the point. We've barely seen them get past gate. This has been as convincing as a lot of defensive rounds for the side of Toronto Ultra, but if you're OpTic Texas, even if you don't win the round, you're looking to try and get some ticks somewhere. You've barely got a kill. This has been quite simply clinical from Toronto Ultra. Haven't allowed them out. No room to breathe. OpTic Texas. Very little you could have done about that.
Yeah, that round is done, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it, Tom. It was not a pleasant watch. It wasn't. It was just OpTic failed their break, and then they just stayed there.
I don't know what to tell you. That's how it goes. It is how it goes. It'd be that way sometimes. For Ultra, look, CleanX in that sort of area is as much of a threat as anybody else. We kind of touched on Scrap before we head into this control as well. Didn't necessarily set the world on fire in that round specifically, having a pretty poor series by his standard, but the #1 control KD full stop. Let's see if he can add to his tally of 3 so far, sitting at a 1.31 for his overall KD in control.
Alrighty, CleanX can get out, but is he going to stay alive? No. And OpTic looking to do the exact same thing. Standy fighting for his life, and what he's doing here is trying to keep the door open for his teammates. He does fall, and now OpTic will swing into action. Revenge is a dish best served on defense.
And for all that I wouldn't like CleanX to be in this area, Shotzzy is maybe the last one I would want to be in this area, but he has been taken down by his teammate, but thankfully for him, the rest of OpTic Texas getting the job done. Huke didn't find a kill in round #1. He's found 2 already here in round #2.
Hey, Ultra, I heard you like spawn traps. How about this one? The shoe's firm on the other foot. Huke says 1. Is he going to get more? He dives in for the second. He's still alive. He's still alive. He's got his knife out. Eventually, Insight will get the kill, but there's nowhere really for him to go. OpTic still firmly keeping this door bolted, locked, closed, and a large man holding it.
Kill still falling their way. There you go. Another 4 dead. That's the round. 20 seconds left to go. Ultra, you ain't getting a sniff either. I don't think I've actually seen either one of the attacking rounds with an attacking team in the control point so far. This has been all defense all the time. 8 seconds left to go. Toronto Ultra not willing to give anything else up yet. Thankfully for them, no streaks over towards OpTic Texas. I don't believe Ultra got any either after last round of things either, but that was pretty much a carbon copy of the first round.
Fun, ask me what I think of that one.
Pretty poor, I would say.
I didn't like it.
I didn't like it
either. It was not fun. That was not great. If you the 2 failed breaks, 2. Let's test out our respawn screen. Right. It's going to change.
Should we just go around 5? Should we just go around 5? Like whoever.
Okay.
Like, we'll
it's all right. It's all right. We're going to regain. The teams are going to regain. We're going to have teams with a little bit of a better break. It's going to go differently. I have faith already. OpTic haven't died yet. They're out and they're dying. They're dead.
Oh my god! Right. Okay. Let's take a step back here because, in the grand scheme of things, the first two rounds. Stop laughing! The first 2 rounds, we haven't seen anybody even touch the point. So at this stage, 1 tick towards anything is almost like a round win, because if you can get that tick, you've got defense in that final round as long as you prevent the team doing it here. So if OpTic can find themselves a route out here, A, B, doesn't matter at this stage. Even 1 tick on any of the points is a huge victory. Got 44 seconds more to do that.
All right. iLLeY may have just found the tiniest of gaps here. There's 2 kills for him. But still, the blender is on. The smoothies are being made. And I don't know what ingredients have been put into them, but they're bitter.
Oh, this is very, very tough for these attacking teams.
When we watch this map, more happens.
Well, no, I mean, this does happen quite a bit, but not as consistently. OpTic Texas this time around will not find themselves a way out. Shotzzy will be able to find 1 kill. I think that will be pretty much it. No streaks on the side of the other squad for the side of Toronto Ultra, but OpTic Texas will now have to just probably do the same. Look, now this is the opportunity for Ultra. I know we're laughing, and it's been rubbish, but it takes 1 decent break and 1 tick from Toronto Ultra in this round to nearly secure the map. If they do that, they will have the advantage and they will take a defensive round number 5. I'm trying to take us back to reality. I'm trying to break it down.
No, fully there with you. This is the exception to the rule. But you are right. Anything could happen. It's the Call of Duty League. It frequently does. What we're going to do is go to a listen-in with Toronto Ultra to see if they can figure this out.
Already close. Front green. Nice. That's top ship, I think. Top ship, maybe. I'm gonna be. It's iLLeY. Yeah, top doors in theory. Trying to take my time. Okay. Come on, back to first step. I'm getting your PT doors. Stay. I have your guys' pinch. Okay. I have your PT doors. Dub doors in. 2 dub doors. 2 dub doors. And 1 to the back. No, I'm climbing up, okay? In the back, dead. There's a dub doors and back doors. I have dub doors. Nice, dub. Nice. One more. I'm going. We're good. I'm in P4. I'm just playing P4. They're gonna be back to me. Let me chill him. Oh, single. I still want P1. Dead. Nice. Dead. It goes. P1. Dead. One shot. On A. He's gonna die to nade. He's on the truck. Dead. They're gonna die. Single on me. I rub single. I have low P4 push. I think he's single steps. Can I weak? Can it jump time? Dead. Nice, good shit. 1 pick up truck. Look at that. I have the push of tree. They're gonna hit out P5. iLLeY's out P5. P5 on the statue P5. He's gonna hit green. Green. One shot. He's weak. Top green. Just knife me. Top green, iLLeY. Cannon on me, weak. On A. I spawned A.
All right, the deadlock has been broken. This is more how Fortress normally plays out. And at the moment already, Ultra have secured the defense by getting these ticks. But it might not even end there. They're already getting that second tick onto it as well. The breakout was good. This is better. 1 tick remains. OpTic have not thrown them back in. Ultra have come out firing on all cylinders, Ton.
Yeah, they have come out firing when they needed to. 2-0 down, make it 2-1. That is not quite over. Never mind. Toronto Ultra still haven't got the job done, but looking at the lives, it is looking very likely that it goes down. Oh, we're shooting bodies now, are we? Okay. Remember what happened last time around? 2-0 down, shooting bodies. Yeah, you should win map number 3, but oh, maybe a little early.
Well, we'll see. Clinics heading towards the back, gets another kill there as well. And Ultra breaking the deadlock on the attacks. Let's put them on the back foot, but only 4 lives remaining for OpTic. Can they spend them infinitely well?
It's stage for Texas to bring this one back, and here comes the missile. iLLeY will find 2. I suppose, you find 4, you lock them in, but it's now, there's 2 of you. That's unfortunate. Ultra looking to try and start the comeback here. Dashy and Huke, the last two remaining. We'll find the kills, aBeZy, but still, 2v10? Really?
Hold on to your trousers. This could get incredible. It's Huke now in a 1 versus 9. Possibly a step too far.
I don't think he's going to do it.
There's one, and there's 3 players around, and down he goes. Well, the deadlock got broken, and it got broken in dominant fashion. 3 rounds were a bloodbath. The last one was not. Ultra break out of the control. And that was such a weird control. Neither team able to step foot over the line for 3 entire rounds. And then Ultra not only break out, they break OpTic.
And that's the kind of bounce back that you need. And I said it before we went to listen, it takes one decent breakout. And all of a sudden, Toronto Ultra in the prime position for defense on round number 5, they go a step further and say, nah, let's just close it out here in 4. And in fairness, I know, you know, we were kind of complaining about the gameplay and what we were seeing necessarily in the first 3, but it was very much clinical defensive rounds from both these two teams, but ultimately one breakout from Toronto Ultra secures the victory. And that sets us up now beautifully for the rest of the series. Yeah, aBeZy.
I should probably point out that the reason it was so funny is aBeZy does do that occasionally, Ton. You are right.
Oh, yeah, you do see it quite often.
3 rounds on the bounce for teams to just not be able to get anywhere is the exception, not the rule. Did say it during the cast, but obviously it was just kind of funny that the teams look so dominant either side of that map. But I think the thing you have to take away from it here is a good breakout is essential. Staying alive and staying out is even bigger. And Ultra managed to make their break work for them, and then OpTic just fell by the wayside as they tried to put them back in.
Yeah, it was tough. KiSMET was causing absolute havoc in the middle of the map. Scrap dropping big numbers as well on top of that, and touch on the body shots, which we're going to get to see again. Oh, there's a few extra in there. Don't get me wrong. The time to kill on Mono2 is pretty fast, and those extra bullets were very much not needed, but...
maybe they were. Maybe he moved.
Maybe they were. Well, I just wonder if it... I just wonder, and this is me maybe trying to get in the mind of Scrappy, does he need that to then get him cracking in the series? Because he didn't have a very good start to it. Maps 1 and 2 were very much below his very high standard. Map number 3 came up frying though as the #1 KD leader in control, showing his mettle there. And is that maybe the mental switch that he needs heading into map number 4 and potentially map number 5 to get his mindset back into this one? If you're Toronto Ultra though, you've got a round, or a map I should say, back on the board. Coming up with map number 4, you never know which way this one could go. There's still a strong team, and OpTic cannot take their foot off the gas pedal here.
No, they certainly can't, and I think that's the key thing going forward for these two here. Obviously, if anything, that's probably just the lifting of the spirits there for Ultra. And I mean, you saw it, Scrap already shooting bodies, and I think you're going to see much more of that as we see him play out his rookie debut year. He's very, very confident, and that confidence doesn't seem to have been shaken by being on the first 2 maps. What happens next, though? Because we know that obviously OpTic already took the first hard point. Ultra are a very good hard point team, though.
I mean, map number 1 was super close. Let's not get it twisted for all that. OpTic were 2-0 up, looking comfortable. Both the first 2 maps were very, very close. Heading into an aBeZy hard point, it's Texas's pick. And they're currently sitting at 0-3 overall when it does come down to aBeZy, which is not good viewing. If you're an OpTic fan and it's a curious pick, looking over towards the side of Toronto Ultra and aBeZy, 2-2 for them. Arguably one of their weaker ones, 0-1 on Fortress, 0-1 on HyDra, but they don't often play them. aBeZy 2-2 is where things sit. So OpTic Texas obviously seeing a potential weakness here. It is their pick, so technically they should close this out, but you can never ever count out Toronto Ultra.
No, you certainly can't. And like I said, kind of just a mental reset there on that control. Obviously, you got to survive being put in a spawn trap and never let them waver. But it is positive vibes on both sides. I saw a big smile out of Dashy just a few minutes ago. They're certainly feeling it, but this may be the difference. Bearing in mind, though, of course, this is a new OpTic roster. They've had a little bit of a, well, more than a couple changes in recent weeks. But we'll see. Ultra have 1st and 2nd on it.
1st and 2nd on hold and break percentage, yet 2-2. Interesting. Shotzzy, this series though has been pretty much, I want to say, the difference. You know, on that hard point, you think of that 6 spree towards the end, the search and destroy. He went God mode, as we mentioned, constantly causing issue. He's been that guy. Didn't really see much in the control from him because, I mean, we weren't allowed to. But here we go. Map number 4 is where things could take a turn. Here we see a map number 5, or can Texas close it up here in number 4?
Well, at the moment, not a lot of kills going down, but this is the testing time. Just how good is this OpTic roster? Can they end it right here? You can see already, it is all about this P2. P1 basically being left for positioning.
It does come down to rotations. That's where both of these two teams do struggle. But the hold in the break percentage is obviously super high from the side of Ultra. Not quite there for OpTic Texas. So it is going to be very much about these breaks. And then when you're in, can you keep a hold of it? So far, so good for Toronto Ultra. Texas yet to get on the board.
They do have this control here, so it's going to be about Scrap pushing around the back, and he's not able to take down Shotzzy. Makes this a little bit harder for them. Inside, trying to get in front now. If he can, his teammate puts his trophy in a position he probably didn't want it in. But Huke towards the back will be holding this. Keep it on the mini-map as the pinch will come in from OpTic. They're going to try and be clinical with this.
Yeah, they set that up. They push towards the tennis courts to get the spawns out and leave your rest of your players alive in office. That is actually so beautifully worked from OpTic Texas. They keep a hold of it. They now have car park control. iLLeY is alive momentarily, but still the control is there for OpTic Texas. I was wondering when they started pushing out towards tennis courts, they wanted those spawns to set up the pinch. The rest of them stayed alive. Wonderfully worked. 25 seconds to play for here. A little bit of control still over towards tennis courts when you're thinking about P3. Clinical from OpTic. Not yet to get the points on the board as Ultra will find this scrap, but rotation looks like it's belonging over towards OpTic Texas as well for P3.
How is Huke still alive?
Good question.
Throwing 1,000 bullets at him there. And now you can see OpTic with this rotation. It's time to get the points back.
Kills coming in. The setup here from Ultra is a little bit staggered with 15 seconds already ticking away. But KiSMET, the one holding it down. OpTic Texas now trying to find a push, but they're very aware of P4 rotation coming in shortly. 30 seconds left to go. KiSMET. Hey, he's been watching the Scum stream, hasn't he? Learning how to snake. Oh my goodness me, there's 2. Oh my god, how is iLLeY being caught? What is going on here? Oh my god, KiSMET! It's 8 in a row and 4 of the best alongside.
Everything just done there was criminal. I don't understand. He just shot every single direction. He found every single player. What on earth was that? That is a highlight reel clip for certain. And that is scrap time for Ultra. But OpTic have rotated and they are going to need these points.
They are going to need these points. That is already a lot of time on the board for Toronto Ultra, who have came out into this second half of this series absolutely screaming. That was absurd from KiSMET up there with the best players we've seen so far in this CDL season. Standy waiting for the pinch to be set up here as the shots now start to ring on through the front. Standy will find one. Needs some help for the rest of his team, but a little bit of respite for OpTic Texas. They find the kills. It's 4 in a row from iLLeY. 30 seconds to play for here, and all of a sudden they're well and truly back into the game.
Yeah, huge hold. This will actually put them ahead. And even Ultra, I think they might get one last challenge. And Shotzzy gets away with it. Bit of COD timing there. But they've done the job. OpTic may have fallen like week before the scythe when KiSMET was around P3. But they stand on their own 2 feet now, and this is a game on.
Big time to get kills as well. 5 seconds remaining. Rotation is still going to be there with the spawns alongside it for Toronto Ultra, but P4 is usually where they find the most of their time on aBeZy. They found nothing as we head now all the way over towards Kitchen. iLLeY with the break. He has just went absolutely nuclear the last 2 hills, which has found OpTic Texas not just back into the game, but potentially in the lead. Big kills starting to come on through. Dashy is there. You need your subs in these positions, but with the attack, Dashy happy to lock this down.
Keep pre-firing as well. They're losing gunfights as well. Dashy flies out for it as well. Almost gets 2 regardless, but Ultra have broken this. But iLLeY comes through once again. 18 and 10, leading OpTic from the front as his reign of terror continues. He is the X factor for OpTic right now.
Incredible shot onto KiSMET as well. You're absolutely right. He has been the X Factor. 20 and 10. For all it was a bad first 3 hills for the side of Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas have bounced back immensely here. And now, all of a sudden have a lead.
They have certainly put their own stamp onto this game. As we go into the second set of rotation, this game is finally balanced. 14 points between them. And it has been back and forth.
Now, Ultra had a decent bit of success, of course, in those first 3 hills. If OpTic Texas can slow that down and just do what you did that, yeah, you're good. You'll win the series. Easier said than done against a team with the ilk of Toronto Ultra. Shotzzy now roaming around the area where he likes to. Inside of office, causing chaos. Setting up pinches with the rest of his ARs, and then trying to make the push through, but they're struggling at the moment. Kills starting to come through from Ultra. A little bit of respite for them after what's felt like about 70 or 80 points in a row for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, and I've got to say, watching the minimap there through that entire exchange, it was just a little bit like a dance. Both teams moving back and forth around various positions, neither really going anywhere near P1, just trying to figure out who had the better position for P2. And now with P2 about to pop, it isn't certain in any single way. Shotzzy knows where it's Sandy's already going to be. That nade's going to fly out as well. There is a fight towards ambulance side. Can Shotzzy get this kill as well? He does. He flies out at the perfect moment, gets a kill, and now it's all alone for Standy on the point. Eventually down he falls as OpTic take it.
And Ultra kind of do things a little bit differently. We've seen a couple of them spawning over towards the tennis court side. They don't go back up around generators and get car park control. They just go straight through the middle and into the guns of OpTic Texas. iLLeY inside the point now. He can do it with pretty much anything. Vazner attack does not matter. Sniper alongside it. Don't forget about that as well. The break was there for OpTic Texas. 20 points to play for here as well. Rotation starting to come in a second as Huke is starting to find the kills at the right time. And OpTic Texas, outside of the first 3 hills, have been dominant so far. 10 oh my god, Huke is frying them. This is maybe over. OpTic Texas looking to run away with map number 4 right now.
Shotzzy looking for it. They've got to be careful here, Ultra. They are now out of P3. They do not have the control.
Whoa.
2 kills do go down towards them. They desperately need these points. iLLeY trying to stay alive as well. Will eventually fall. It's Ultra back into this point here. Inside up the top. He's alone. And down. And OpTic found another gear ton.
They just have. It's been incredible. Since those first 3 hills, OpTic Texas have not let off the throat of Toronto Ultra. Ultra need a good break or a decent hold to get back into this one. Look, because of the good start, they've kept it relatively close. And it may well be here at P4. As mentioned, this is where they find the majority of their time on aBeZy. Can OpTic Texas stop that happening again? They're the first ones here, Bryce.
They are, and last time around, it was a huge full 64, and it brought them back into the game, and they've broken it. They have control of the next one as well. And nothing Ultra is doing is working. The green wall has been cemented into the foundations of this map because they have been lights out from P4 onwards.
Every POV that I see from a Toronto Ultra player lasts about 3 seconds. They're getting decimated right now. They need a good break here. OpTic Texas have broken the 200-point mark. There is more kills coming in for iLLeY. And to be honest, he might want to end it early. And if he doesn't, he would be breaking the kill record at this stage. iLLeY is 30 and 17. He has not slowed down. Ultra have not been on the map for the last 6 hills.
You don't shoot bodies before the game ends. iLLeY is making you look silly. He's 31 and 17, and he's looking for more.
I can't believe
a way back for Ultra.
I can't believe he even got a hit marker there. iLLeY is feeling it. For Toronto Ultra, you have just been nowhere near OpTic Texas these last few hills. They need a massive hold towards Kitchen, and then you need to keep doing it. Texas, 13 points away. There is no chance that they don't do this.
Ultra are back-to-back. The respawn comes in. It's tennis court for insights. It gets another one here. They're slowing it down. Shotzzy, though, trying to cause a bit of an issue. Does fall as well. At the moment, a little bit of a breath there for Ultra. But OpTic still hold momentum in this game. When P1 pops, Ultra will have to commit.
And that's going to be their biggest problem. OpTic Texas can play around that scrappy P1 as much as they want. They don't have to worry about the rotation, but to be honest, Pricey, they might want to end it here over towards P5. Scrap will find 2 huge kills inside to back him up. Who can do nothing? It's nearly a full 60 for Toronto Ultra, and it will get them back into a touchable position. But the problem is, as you mentioned, P1 coming up. OpTic Texas still only need 13 points to finish this one off.
And Insight tries to make a bit of a tricky play.
Setting up for it.
And yeah, this is the crazy thing. Every time it comes down to P1, normally the team behind loses. The reason for that is it's difficult to hold P2 control and try and contest the points, which is exactly what Ultra now have to do.
Oh, Shotzzy's on it. Insight's found himself in a position though to shut this down, but as you said, this does not help them, for in 35 seconds time, if they can survive, they need P2 control. OpTic are not too concerned about that right now. They still only need 7.
This is it. OpTic can basically do what they want.
That's a big kill.
For the scrap time, go for the end. They can do it, and they might try and do it right here. 5 more seconds left. Dashy gets the trade. Shotzzy's going to get him a clear. Gets away. Dives straight across. He's going to come straight back out again, though. Huke.
Got to challenge.
They have to challenge him as well. Scrap's going to be there, and he wins the gunfight. And that's going to be OpTic putting Ultra down on this map. And they are jubilant, and rightfully so. They started off slow. They finished incredibly strong. I think Ultra only got about 60, 70 points, where I think OpTic got about 220 in reply.
Feels like Ultra ran out of steam. The momentum for map number 3 clearly carried into the beginning of map number 4. But after those first 3 hills, OpTic wiped the floor with them. I think Ultra had like 120 points after the first 3, something along those lines. It might have been around 100. After that, they got bodied. As soon as Ultra set up over towards P4, as soon as OpTic set up towards P4, they didn't stop. iLLeY was a raid boss the entire series, and specifically in map number 4. And for me, he's not even the guy you expect to pop off on that. You expect Shotzzy to continue the clinic that we've seen in maps 1 and 2. But iLLeY goes huge, and OpTic closes it out, and that is a huge statement win. They went up against Seattle the other day, and yeah, okay, Seattle had their struggles recently. OpTic beating them was kind of one of those series that, okay, yeah, Seattle haven't looked that great yet. Let's see when the true test does come tomorrow. The true test has been taken, and they passed with flying colors, Pricey.
Oh, 100%. If that doesn't put OpTic towards the top of the favourites for Major II, nothing will. And also, it's going to be slightly awkward for iLLeY when he walks out of the Toronto office after that game. But that's enough about what we have just seen. It's over to our experts to break it down. Puckett, over to you.
I was wondering that. Would the GM allow iLLeY in the building today? Is he there? Did we know that officially? Because
he's there.
I'm not doing him any more favors this year.
I don't want to kick them out. I'm like, iLLeY, get out of here, all right? As soon as they went over the series.
The Canadians got to hang together. Awesome stuff from iLLeY, especially in that game number 4. But we got to jump right into the highlights. This is our Scuff play of the game. Let's revisit it one more time as iLLeY brings out the big boy toy. The sniper's so fun to watch in this S&D.
Yeah, just a wonderful play. Like, first of all, people need to stop peeking iLLeY out here at hedges. You see a player walks through the doorway, he gets the kill onto Standy, 1 jumps away, and then what that does is just opens up all of tennis. The Shotzzy runs right up top, goes up the ladder, catches the timing, finds the kill, then the 2-piece comes in. They know where the last player is going to be, flank it through mid at some point, clean up the last guy. Just an excellent round out of them, and what was a pretty fantastic search on the side of OpTic Texas.
We knew they were dangerous in search. We also saw some pretty solid plays from Toronto throughout that search. I want to throw them some flowers as well. Normally you see Insight, he's the guy carrying the snipe. Today, they mixed it up. They gave it to Scrap, so it looked like they had a little bit of different plans coming in, knowing the competition. But OpTic proved all the haters wrong, that they are ready to compete against the best in the league. And Ant, you were the only one to call it here in this building. All production thought this was going to Toronto as well.
It was just on a whim, honestly. I think we talked about it right before this match. Like, we saw the hard points yesterday. It was just a couple mistakes that they made, and I said it was overnight fixes that they needed to have here. And what we saw today is they fixed those. Their rotations were much cleaner. You just saw it on that MC hardpoint. They get the top AC, they rotate over towards P4. What happens? Everybody plays their life. iLLeY plays a little bit slower, gets the 2 kills, and then the pace kicks in. That's the big difference that we needed to see from OpTic, is like when to turn it on, when to start to be those speed demons. And we saw the trades throughout this entire hardpoint. Both of them. It was wonderful.
That first match of the day between Vegas and Boston still may be the best. This one rivaling them for that top spot. Nice. Let's take a look, though, at one of the best plays here from Toronto. It's our Hummer extract mode. We don't give KiSMET a ton of love. He earns it today, aLLeY.
Yeah, no, this spree was insane. He's already on 4 before this clip starts, so think of that first. And he's by himself up here, top AC. 2 of his teammates go down, and he is snaking for his life here to try and get this time. That's going to be a 5th kill. He's going to find the 6th and hopefully the 7th here in a second after this reload. This was just a beautiful combination of kills from KiSMET.
Yeah, I mean, that was a highlight play for sure. And in the beginning of this game, like, Toronto looked unbelievable.
Yes.
Some great rotations. We see it gets a kitchen, though, and then OpTic, they just next level. We saw some great kitchen ults today.
And I think that's been the funnest part of watching these games, is the late game comebacks, the amount of series score changes that we've seen throughout. We have a very consistent player, though, joining us right now as we welcome him back in. Shotzzy, the new face of OpTic Texas. How are we feeling after another dub, my friend?
We're feeling amazing. You know, the team's vibing. We got, we're 3-0 this stage, so yeah, we're definitely looking good so far.
Shotzzy, I have to ask, it's been a lot of pressure throughout this entire roster with everything going on, but after all the chaos, iLLeY looks more disgusting than literally ever. Like, are you guys surprised? Did you see this coming? Did you know it was gonna happen? Did something change? Like, he has been frying.
Yeah, no, Ender's him, dude. I mean, that guy's disgusting. I remember just on the rotations of like that last map, he was literally the last one alive every single time, just popping pieces. And when your teammate's doing stuff like that, it just allows it to be so much more simpler on the map. So shout out Ender, that guy's disgusting.
Shotzzy, yesterday I saw a clip. You were on the watch party with Scump. Awesome show, by the way. But I found it really interesting when you were breaking down the communication. What's it like right now leading the squad on the comms? And were you still taking that role in today's matchup, or did someone else get loud?
I felt like everyone was getting loud. I mean, for the most part, when Ender was in the mix, that guy didn't say a single word, but he was piecing. So, like, I mean, you got to respect it, right? So,
of course.
But yeah, no, today in this match, like, everyone was doing their job. I mean, our comms were pretty good. And I mean, honestly, no excuses other than like we just need to, improve on more stuff going forward. So yeah.
Shotzzy, Scump's not on the team anymore. And we saw when he was on the team at times, like a lot of the community, a lot of people like to break down the game. They say the pace was off between you guys at times. What's different about this team? Because you guys just played at such a fast pace. How did it feel with this new roster?
Yeah, Kyler definitely is a complete different place on it. In terms of like just pacing wise, Kyler literally flies in every single time. Not that Seth didn't do that, but he's more of an aggressive player.
Sure,
and me and Kyler work really, really good together. So yeah, I mean, our pacing looks insane. Kyler's flying, I'm right behind him. Every single time I'm in front of him, he said, yo, let me go in front. I'm like, say less. And then, yeah. So yeah, shout out Kyler and the team.
Kyler looked like he was having fun, and big shout out to our production team. They took your faces full when you and Kyler were just beaming, smiles across. Was that something somebody said, or was that a reaction to the kills?
I think I literally, I don't even know. I've been cheesing ever since this team is formed. Brandon is disgusting. I know that in the matches it's not, everyone looks like kitties and stuff like that, but the guy's literally disgusting. Probably the straightest shot in the league. Shout out Brandon, shout out Kyler, shout out Ender. My teammates are all disgusting. Yeah, I love my team.
Welcome back to the top, my friend. You are hanging with some of the best in the league, getting the dub against our #2 seed in Toronto Ultra. Shotzzy, we'll let you go celebrate with the squad.
Thank you. Later.
That is Shotzzy, and I think he might be a favorite for a team of the major candidate for Scuff. Yeah, that's
iLLeY.
Going down. We're going to pick 8. The community chooses the final 4. Let your voices be heard for the first time ever this year in the Call of Duty League. It's our Scuff team of the major, and we've got a squad for every single one. This next major, it's coming up in just 2 weeks as we are heading north to Boston, baby. February 2nd to the 5th. It's going to be held at the MGM Music Hall there at Fenway.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I can't wait to see everybody there, so make sure you scan the QR code. And also, I love that graphic. Whenever I see it, I know that every time it's like, it looks kind of like cyberpunk. It looks really dope, so make sure you pull through.
That's going to be cold.
Boston's bringing the vibes. Bring your winter coat and strap in because we still have another match here on the CDL. It's our Super Saturday, and we come back. It's another top squad, Atlanta FaZe, looking to stay perfect as they take on Minnesota here leading up to Major number 2.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Here we go. The final match is finally here. Our Super Saturday going out with top 6 since our stage 1. Let's take a look at how it's all broken out. After we've updated our scores, we've got FaZe. They're at 70 points in the 3 spot. Minnesota Røkkr tied for number 5. You see them there with 50 points, Nameless.
Yeah, Minnesota Røkkr, they definitely need some points here. It's been a tough start to the season for them. You know, decent performance that we saw there in stage 1 qualifiers.
Yeah.
Land, just bomb out. And so far since then, they haven't been able to fix a lot of their issues. Search and destroy has still been tough. We'll get into it here in this segment, but I'm looking for a big bounce back here.
Now, I'm excited to talk about this Atlanta FaZe team because we just saw Toronto. We said this is a squad that's going to be competing for a championship. If you watched Atlanta FaZe's last series, they were definitely in championship form. It looked like the old squad is back. How are they looking to you right now, aLLeY, coming into this matchup against Minnesota?
I mean, they're looking great coming into this matchup simply because of their 3-0 win over Seattle. I mean, it was a 250 to 187 hard point, a 6-2 search destroy into a 3-0 sweep control. So super convincing across the board. This match for me is basically going to be like, is Atlanta FaZe peak right now? Like, is this the Atlanta FaZe we waited for all last year that we wanted this year? I'm with you on that. I think that they're going to fry the series. I think this is going to be a pretty quick one, but I think that's what the big question mark is are they really back?
Simp put on that ridiculous run and control. We'll see if he lights up the scoreboard once again. On the other side of this matchup, though, we have the Minnesota Røkkr. And the Røkkr, they looked great at the start of the year. We were wondering what they were going to do in Raleigh. They didn't hit the numbers they wanted. They didn't reach the pedestal. They didn't get in our top 3. This is a squad, though, that played sick. And in that matchup against the London Royal Ravens, they went down 0-2, all 4 members having food poisoning, and yet they somehow pull out the reverse sweep. And that tells me that there's some veterans with a strong mental game. They never gave up on that series, and regardless of the opponent.
Yeah, they definitely have some players who are veterans, right, who have that tenacity in the fight back. It's just the teamwork hasn't been there in a lot of these series, man. The attacking on Search and Destroy has still been bad. We saw them in that they did win that Game 5 Search bucket, but it was on Fortress. There was a ton of VOD on how aBeZy likes to play. They countered him. Bance did a good job there. But overall, throughout that series, there were still so many mistakes. And, you know, I think it's culmination things on this team, but there is a player that I do want to highlight, and that is Cammy. Like, I don't really ISO solo players that often, but Cameron McGilligan has to step it up, man. I was looking at some of his stats. He's not performing like he has in past titles, and he needs to for this team. You're getting a lot when you look at Afro. Like, he's popping off in these games. We saw it in the control in the last series. You need more out of Cammy.
And to that point, I mean, Afro had to go 12-4 for them to win that Game 5. Cammy had to pop an ace for them to pull it out. So this is going to be a tough series.
It wasn't pretty. The match is ready. We got to throw it to the casters right now. iLLeY, proper our back. Hop on Twitter. Show them some love. Kick this baby off.
Guys are too nice. But I think the desk hits on the correct spotlight, even though Ant has to drop the full name, which is tough scenes. I don't know if Cammy's been called his full name on live broadcast before. but he points to a good component, right? I mean, the two duos that came out of Toronto now to Minnesota, they really haven't been able to kind of shine the way that we saw them when they were previously with Ultra. So, I mean, where's your headspace at with this one proper? Because it kind of feels like this is a temperature test when it comes to is Atlanta FaZe in the top 3? And then, I don't know, how do you frame it Minnesota? Is just kind of like a prove that you can be competitive series for you, or where are your headspace at on it?
It's absolutely a prove that you can be competitive versus one of the top dogs here in the CDL for Modern Warfare 2. It's tough to say that Minnesota needs to come out in swinging in this map number 1. They're 31-49 since Cold War in their map number 1. But to win the series, you gotta have it here, you would feel.
Yeah, I like it. We'll talk more about the win conditions for Minnesota, but we're digging right on into the Fortress. Good opening break-off, honestly, for Minnesota. Able to keep Atlanta a little bit at bay, maybe even provide a little confusion as aBeZy takes a couple shots at Simp. Right over the top. Trades come out. That does favor Atlanta, and Simp off the regen. Good to control the hard point. Really solid break for FaZe.
Yeah, and contesting that time as well. I mean, you can see that FaZe aren't really too minding about giving up the spawns for P2 just to make sure that they can make Røkkr feel very uncomfortable. But by doing so, they have allowed, like I was saying, Røkkr to be able to get those P2 spawns. They have control of Art, but aBeZy's still trying to make plays around top single while Slasher's still soaking up some time.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to give up for Røkkr, but at least you've gained that left side of the mini-map. 5 seconds remaining of scrap. Atlanta now on rotation. A lot of it coming right through the middle of the building. But as Simp drops, everything kind of comes to a bit of a breath here as Minnesota will open up the gallows to their name. Very good control over the mid building as well. This is looking really solid. But as Slasher has Simp spawn up right in his right pocket, now you can start to get around the back with numbers. First blood good, second one on the way. You would think at least. Simp trying to clean things up. Good damage from his teammates. Tough gunfight, and Cellium provides the assistance for the deep shots. And Atlanta get the quick break too.
Yeah, and it's all mostly done through the double arches is where they're going to be able to break on in towards the hard point, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have numbers and exactly comfort to be able to keep this hard point in your favor. As Attach will be able to combine for a few more. That should secure the back 25, we know, especially when it comes down to Fortress. This money hell of P3, you got to go all in for the rotation.
You're going to feel really good about this if you're Minnesota. 3 members on rotation to do already, although a lot of it cut down by aBeZy up top. Simp able to follow up. That will be all 3 contestants taken care of. 10 seconds of scrap time. Minnesota spawning over towards ult. Have to kind of do the traditional setup here to try to get a break, as Atlanta will likely lock in the initial time here at 3.
And the setup is pretty good as well. You're making sure that nobody can come out of maps for free. You had aBeZy playing far forward up through P1. He's probably going to get a lot of information. This hit through double doors is going to be big.
Nades utility all landing. Cellium will drop. Now all of a sudden, Minnesota, have they blocked the spawn successfully? Up top, you've got Bance just trying to hold things up, and yeah, it's gonna be a 50-50 foot race to see who gets over to Fountain first. Slasher still keeping his life, but Bance on the clearance. Oh, that's so good for Bance. But he doesn't turn to take care of Slasher, who somehow is still alive. Finally gets taken care of. Minnesota not comfortable enough to jump into the hard point, but at least they've neutralized.
30 seconds we're going to be looking at here. Atlanta FaZe, do you make the decision to try to hit this one last time, knowing that Minnesota are going to be able to build them a little in a slight cushion at that? Or you just set up and play for a couple exits, keep them trapped in towards the back? It seems to be more of the latter rather than the former, especially with Cellium being able to take down one towards the front over by Blacksmith. So you just play mid-map here if you're FaZe. You concede this time, set up for P4.
And Bance and Cammy both having good starts so far. Cammy, the wealth of hardpoint time for Minnesota, where Bance is on 10. On the rotation, shutdown comes through. Atlanta, once again, comfortable for their opening setup. At least you would assume so. Hard to say after the Fountain kind of went awry just a moment ago. And Cellium is kind of still trying to figure out what route he wants to watch here. Nades are connecting, though. Good information. Player up top is attached. Well reasoned by with Slasher getting up top and getting involved. Afro denies. Opportunity for Minnesota to try to work their way around the back. What happens to the spawns here? Direct attention down to the minimap, and yeah, Atlanta's going to spawn out. Minnesota further out, though. Goodness, Afro's in the complete opposite side of the map. So these last couple of Røkkr members kind of have to just finesse, wait, try to see how much they can play their lives, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange. Minnesota a chance to take the scrap.
That entire tussle for top rails is just basically forcing Modern Warfare 2 to try to think about where these players need to spawn out in the Atlanta FaZe, like you were saying, middle of the map, and Røkkr spawning even further. I kind of gave them a little bit of a coordinated push because FaZe truly never felt like that they had numbers. That's now back-to-back hard points that FaZe have been able to rotate early. Røkkr were able to break on in, and they've been able to walk away with the majority of the times. Just a 22-point lead is what we're looking at ahead of the P5 hill.
Good control here from Cellium, making sure no one can come to the top side of the map. Has Slasher working with, while aBeZy just kind of sits idle in the hard point. Minnesota still spawning towards ult, looking for an opportunity, looking for any way to get into the middle of the map. A couple of the kills will allow him a chance to fight through maps, but aBeZy still prone just underneath Blacksmith with Slasher watching his cross. That'll work out for at least an initial trade, but numbers start to amass now for Røkkr on the break attempt. Hardpoint goes neutral, even turns purple here for a moment. Simp with the next one to call to try to get on in. aBeZy following up, and back and forth we go here on the final hill.
Simp drops down from up top, kind of shooting both his teammates and the enemies. Nice Semtex will go inside bottom single, but the gunny will do the job for Simp. Should at least confirm a handful of more seconds, you would think, but maps control was not there. Clean as you like coming through for Røkkr. Just a battle for the back 10 seconds, making it excruciatingly painful for FaZe just to be able to get over 100 points.
Yeah, neither team really even getting much more beyond double digits on this hard point. It just stayed contested or neutral, really, for a lot of it. But on the exit, Cammy's double will allow Minnesota a comfortable rotation over to New. And it's been a hot starting for Minnesota. You called for it, needed to see it. They've provided up until this point. But Atlanta still within the range of possibility of, you know, doing Atlanta things and blowing this map wide open. Need to find a break here, though. Triple stack up top, attached on 4 in a row. Takes care of Slasher for the first. Double stack down low for the SMGs, trying to work their way around the back, maybe try to overwhelm this hard point. Kills are looking decent for Atlanta on the break. 30 seconds to fight for. Cammy denies. One up top. Second one nearby was aBeZy, but he's just going to kind of delay, and this is great time for Minnesota. All of a sudden, the better part of the first 40 seconds go their way.
Yeah, break P1 immediately for Atlanta FaZe, and they're still holding on to the west side of the map as well. Being inside of Art is just so annoying that you have to deal with Cammy, who's double positive, by the way. Remember, both Nameless and you and I talking about in the green room, we needed to be able to see Cammy turn up in a big way, and you're having it here on Fortress. Now pushing up a little bit just to confirm the 5 seconds, make sure that the rotation is expensive for FaZe, finds one more mid-map, communicates to the Bance, who cleans up over by the gallows.
Things starting to heat up for Minnesota with the favorite spawns for the second hard point. An apt time to send it over to Minnesota Røkkr. Listen in.
I'm going deep. I'm going to cam this one back. Yeah, okay. I'm going deep. Wait, stop. One stop. Open one shot. Then we stop. Go to the back. Go to the base. Win. Right, come on, one shot. Yeah, let's go. Just in front. Here, nothing. In the back, watch out. I got. The back. Oh, he's behind the stage. We're getting him. Make sure you get him. Oh, yeah. Get this time. Just play kills. One's gonna be like around fucking top boat or something. Alright, P1 cross to gate. Definitely top boat or something. Make kills they spawn at. And back to the gate. Once we push up, P1 somewhere. Oh, one. Hey. Hey. Nice, good shit. I'll take right spawn. He's gonna spawn out. He's gonna spawn out. He's gonna spawn out. Okay, let's go front then. You got nades? Yeah, I do. Wait, send the server, you ready? He's on the left, Eddie. He's on the one's out, remember. Across, easy, close, cells close, new markers. Top right plat, watch out. Nice. I got one. Open, Simp. Cages. Prim cages. On the right. On the step. Bench. Last one, dear. Cross.
Oh, he's top cages. He runs his steps. He's laying out cages. Laying out cages.
Tell me, Max, aBeZy.
Last the mill.
Bind you, Ben. That's my
We're spawning. It's all good. I want front still.
Where's he go?
Just make sure they can't get out. Horse. He's by horse.
I got open.
Lots to take away from that Minnesota. Listen in. Lots of awareness, lots of proactive calls, and even though they don't fully confirm the break on the third hard point here proper, that's a lot of neutral time, and I think if you're Minnesota, you consider that a win.
They're asking each other the right questions. They're communicating the right chokeholds that they need to be looking at. Do you have nades? Look at this point of interest, and also just play for kills at certain points in time. They know when to concede the map. This is a different Minnesota Røkkr on a map 1 that we have not seen in quite some time. Still only 20 points is the difference, but again, Røkkr have the rotation for New.
Looking solid. Numbers here towards Cannon. You've got Afro on the lurk. Oh, well done. He's found a kill right through mid-map. This is going to cause Atlanta to be in all sorts of disconjointed hit situations. Lots of individual gunfights coming for FaZe, but largely speaking, they are winning them. Bance called to action. A lot of different FaZe members in front of him, but deals with the first 2, no worries. And that's going to keep Atlanta, again, away from getting the full break. Can't quite get into the hard point yet. And now Minnesota have numbers off the respawn and a chance for them to kind of regain the zone that they were looking for off this initial time and still fight for the back 30 seconds relatively without much contest really whatsoever until maybe FaZe work through the front, but Afro pressured out. Gets the double. aBeZy, the last one in his way. Bance trying to just keep things neutral, and this is going to be Minnesota retaining the 40-point lead they've built.
It's just back-to-back P4s here on Fortress that Røkkr just always have one player at top rails that is just so annoying. Yeah, Bance gets traded out there, but I mean, it's just consolation time, just 3 seconds, and Atlanta FaZe aren't even going to be able to soak that up. And with them having that positioning over by P4, they've allowed Røkkr to essentially spawn in over by P3, so they'll have maps in their favor. They're trying to flood out over by P1. How long can FaZe keep them trapped over here?
Awareness is good. aBeZy does take down 2 before Minnesota will finally break out of the trap, and oh boy, breakout they have. Kills coming quickly, but the stun allows Simp to essentially just play his own life without much help needed. Minnesota once again spawning from the unfavored side. Atlanta digging into the deficit. Now just down 20 points with still 30 to fight for here on Blacksmith. Stun's not quite connecting. Cellium watching his compadre just from the outside archeries. Well, now here comes the hit attempt. Best look for Minnesota to try to work their way in. Simp tag down low, eventually traded out, and it'll be cut just short of 200 points as Minnesota flip the hill.
We'll flip the hill, just looking from the outside in. Let's go ourselves for an Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
I'm gonna go block. They think go bottom mark, guys.
Hold up.
P2 one shot, Bance.
Staying down. He's going back P2. He's going back P2.
I'm not just out there.
No, I don't get
Shot, absolute.
One on Cammy.
Absolute gate dead. Are you tired of your pinch right now?
Cammy,
weak. Nothing in the back, on his bed. Top boat flat.
I need to. Yo, one map.
I got naded.
Bottom
Secret. Spawn minus, MC.
Secret. Time.
For maps.
Help me. I'm stuck, Chris. I'm your secret.
MC on you, weak.
I'm
guys. Boat still.
Where? Oh, bottom art. 2, they spawn P5.
You think not quite enough time for Atlanta to win here, especially as Bance secures the killing spree. 5 in a row for Minnesota in the favored spot here. Going over to Gallows proper. Pressure on for Atlanta, trying to break.
They're fighting transitional gunfights through the middle of the map as well. Simp trying to decide which way do they want to try to work their way inside of boat, and they're able to get the jump up, and they're able to take down Bance. So forward positioning, advancing for Atlanta FaZe. Just 10 more points needed.
They need every single individual gunfight to come their way. Simp bombed away for 4 in a row. Shut down by Attach. One of the last ones left remaining, and maybe that's all you need. 2 players from Minnesota have to find a way to touch. aBeZy off the regen, stuck in the corner though. Bance able to secure the trade. It stops at 246. Cellium trying to single-handedly get it done himself. It's a 1v2 for the point, but waiting for help. And help has arrived, but maybe not in time. Semtex denies Atlanta entry. Attach furthers the point. It's all got to be from the front. 246 to 246. Attach trying to spam things up. Bance watching the cross. It's 248 to 246. Cellium not quite able to break. It has to be Slasher, and he's not quite able to secure the kills. Minnesota, hold on and steal away map 1.
Little pop-up for Afro right there at the end. Attach stands up. Bance also just shaking his head. Take a deep breath there, Benjamin Bance, because that was a crazy performance there on the Fortress map number 1 for so many different reasons. I mean, from such a bigger sample pool for Minnesota comparatively to the 2 times that Atlanta played it, we knew coming into this that Minnesota were going to be better on breaks. They were going to be better on the rotation for sure. But to be able to do it versus Atlanta FaZe, even right here at this point in time towards the end, this is the final moments. Bance is 31 and 27. You want to talk about having trust over with your ARs to make sure that Bance can continuously make this plays? Stand up, take a bow. This guy went off.
Absolutely the case. At this moment right here, you think Cellium's going to force himself into the 1v2. Just tries to contest, but Attach staying alive. Afro making sure he can kind of get a read on where Atlanta are hitting from. And oh, okay. Well, we didn't see that first time around. But man, wall bangs all abound. But that little double from Bance at the end forces Cell to be without numbers. And then the final kind of 1v1. Attach stays alive for an eternity. But yeah, the subs, you call it correctly there, bud. Afro and Bance alike just kind of saving the day a number of times when Atlanta looked like they were getting the kills they needed to break.
It's like the stage, as much as you can wall bang it, with Attach staying alive and being able to get that trophy down, Cellium couldn't get the nade over top of it to confirm either the elimination or to be able to get a touch out from that god spot on the backside of stage. Just allowed so many other individuals from Minnesota to push it all the way up. 35 and 29 for Bance. 23 of those 35 non-traded for about 3,900 damage. Are you kidding me? Where has this Bance been map 1 all year?
I don't know, but I'm here for this. If this is the Minnesota we're going to see from here on out. Oh my, what a map number 1 it is. And it's a team effort. That's the other thing, you know, kind of the question that's asked about this Minnesota squad is where is it going wrong? Because at the moment, there are great individual kind of plays that start to happen, but it felt like the team was just not quite vibing, not quite clicking, especially kind of coming after Major I and Rally. But I guess you shake off food poisoning, and this is the Minnesota that we get. But here's the thing, this is still a tough series for Minnesota. But when we talk about how does Minnesota find a way to quote unquote upset Atlanta, you have to look at the respawns first and foremost because Atlanta's search is looking real polished.
And they did it really well via the vetoes as well, taking away the embassy hardpoint away from Atlanta FaZe. That is their #1 hardpoint map without any question whatsoever. And being able to then confirm that fortress control as well. I mean, we knew Atlanta were going to end up taking away the LSCLO because Minnesota are 5-0 on it for crying out loud, but it's going to have to be through the respawns. The search and destroy, I mean, let's keep it a buck here, man. Hey, it's not been good for Minnesota at all. And Atlanta, they have been the ones that you have been looking at to be able to take away the search and destroy. But we were quite impressed with Minnesota through that map #1. Almost ready to write it off as far as a win condition is concerned. Who's to say they can't impress us through another map?
And here's the other thing about Minnesota's search and destroy. That guy right there. You think you start to look at Hotel. How often could Attach possibly pull out a sniper rifle to kind of, keep aBeZy at arm's reach? Because he's the #1 search and destroy KD at a 1.5 plus. On offense, he's a huge menace, as he often is getting up into your face and completely stealing away the map right from the word go. So, I mean, we talk about players like Cammy needed to pop up. Bance possibly also needed to kind of throw his weight around the rink, and so far they were able to provide. But how much do you look to Attach, possibly trying to flex between multitude of weapons here on this search and destroy to kind of give different looks to Atlanta to make life difficult?
There's only so many places, especially on Hotel Search, you can probably pull out a boomstick, right? I mean, you can go for the bottom luggage push. You can maybe just try to get a little freaky with some different areas on the map to where you can be able to thwart that line of sight, but aBeZy's just going to be flying at you constantly. I mean, 22% of rounds, he's #1 as far as what was concerned of getting first blood. He's winning opening duels 60% of the time. That's #5 in the league. The guy has made a name for himself doing that in search and destroy continuously, that it basically comes down to not only just shutting down aBeZy by way of gunshots alone, maybe with a sniper rifle, your attacks also need to be on point. You need to start understanding where aBeZy's going to be hitting.
And there's the visual representation of all those numbers. I mean, that's just so impressive. Every single one of those stats. Whew. Hard to deal with. Something that we came to know and love back during really the United time, transitioned really nicely into the CDL era as well. He's a headache, that much is for sure. But here we go. Hotel search and destroy. Minnesota on the opening offense, looking to just feel things out by the usage of utility through mid. It's a double stack over through B though. So you talk about aBeZy needed to kind of be asked to provide some assistance and maybe some information. He is getting tested early, and Minnesota seem to think that they've got an idea here where it comes to maybe trying to push this bomb a little bit further up.
Mind you, Cammy stunned early, didn't hit anything over by the host stand, so they think that this is completely vacant. Cellium still seeing players, especially over by the double arches, have yet to connect with any shots, but information's just as important. As Attached, speaking of information, he's pushed up over by D2. He doesn't see a soul over here for FaZe.
Oh, look at this for FaZe though. I mean, their only way to check this A bomb set is off this cross. There's the double peek. Nades also still being held down to simple toss. The Semtex will not connect. Slasher trying to get forward. Didn't like the look of it, so backs away. 35 seconds on the clock. And it's kind of worse to plan on if you're Minnesota, who do have bedroom control. Atlanta taking a pre-fire shot. Simp. Oh, he's caught Bance. That's trouble now for Minnesota, just like that. First blood is exchanged. We go to a 3v3, but is there enough space to get this bomb planted? It's being stuck. Afro from the catwalk. It's 2. And it all rests now with Simp as the bomb's planted for a 1v3. Long-range shots shut him down.
Wow.
And Minnesota, that's great recovery.
That is fantastic recovery. Talk about discipline. First, you have players, that 2-player stack you were talking about through Restaurant, just trying to maybe see if B push can maybe be the rotation, especially round 1, where no trophy systems are early. But it's this play for Afro. You wait so long in the round. I mean, the bomb doesn't start getting planted until 16 seconds, and that buys Afro enough time to be able to charge up Dead Silence, hit through top catwalk out of bedroom, and find 2 players lurking inside of couches, because the last known information was from Bance going down all the way over by the atrium. He was able to get a decent amount of information, and as smart as Afro is, you got to give the guy some credit. Pops out from top cat, makes the play.
Atlanta's first offense now 2-2 split right off the rip, with some real far forward push coming out of both these 2 members over in kitchen area. aBeZy zoning off the bottom side of the double doors over towards backside ballet halls, but it's Minnesota through the middle of the map, and it's not just 1, it's 2 members that are here. Afro secures first blood freely. aBeZy able to exchange, but still the numbers retain as Røkkr go back and forth into a 3v2.
Now the bomb's dropped over by the display cases by the A site. You can see on the mini-map, aBeZy, Simp, Tiny Terrors trying to couple along together to at least get these trades. aBeZy will find 1, has to get 2 more to secure the round for FaZe.
It'd also be the ace for this technical 1v3. Dead Silence going to expire here soon. Can he catch Cammy, though, before it fades away? Oh, they've seen each other now. Cammy is just not interested in any form in this gunfight. He's just, Bance, can you come help, please? A little SOS. And a little double stack will push aBeZy back, but it does allow an opportunity for him to find a gap, get over, possibly get this bomb for a quick plant. Just comes down to, does he feel confident enough to make that commitment? Looks like he wants to play for a first kill. The timing is not going to work out. Now he's got the intel on him, plus the damage, and Røkkr will confirm. How about this start for Minnesota?
The 2-2 split for FaZe is kind of interesting, right? Because they conceded all of Atrium. They gave up the middle of the map, and that allowed Afro to push all the way up through the double arches, to be able to lay on their belly, catch players trying to rotate back over towards shops, and then Bance was able to come all the way essentially through the lobby and the help desk over there to be able to get the bomb carrier and drop it over by the display case. From there on out, it really was Atlanta FaZe splitting the map. It was the story that kind of fell to the round for them as a whole, but can never count Atlanta FaZe out. What they've made a name for themselves is adapting through the later rounds.
Yeah, but I will say, Minnesota kind of hold the mental chess advantage at the moment. A lot of things that Atlanta will need to consider. And they're throwing a curveball of their own here, are the defensive FaZe. Aggressive through the middle of the map, looking for the cross on A. It's Cellium who's kind of keeping Slasher safe at mid, which means that aBeZy with this tack is on an island by himself. And there are Minnesota members nearby. I was going to say the timing of this not going to work out. Bance catches him out. And now the defense is hard pressed. How do you get over to even defend this B site? Because you don't know how many Røkkr members are here.
Yeah, because aBeZy only saw the one. So now you just had to try to hold Atrium. I mean, the last time that this ended up going down, Atlanta FaZe were able to find a trade, but all of Minnesota completely committed over towards A. So they're going to leave attached behind. Maybe look through statue, look through the middle of the map where Atlanta FaZe are located at. Minnesota very quickly rotating. Going to start planning here at B.
How do you set up this post plant? Do you exit towards restaurant and allow attach an opportunity to get into the play? Or do you bunker and float on a hood?
Huh?
Okay.
That's a very sturdy ventilation fan.
I'll say that much. Attach, oh, that's actually brilliant for him to go 1 for 1 there. Intel that there's for sure one more on the flank. Can Cellium do it himself from the backside over towards Tiki side? Well, he's going to have to now do it all himself, and this is just so good for Minnesota. I can't even begin to express.
It's systematic, isn't it? I mean, they're dissecting the map through the opening 25 seconds. They're able to find first blood. It was Bance who, again, he did have some help over by the double arches, but aBeZy never got that information. So everybody for FaZe that were closer towards bedroom, closer towards couches, they just kind of hold the line because the rotation could have been back over towards the A bomb side. It could have gone over towards B. You have to almost guess 50-50, just play a couple for these rotational areas of the map to where maybe you could try to marginalize losing that first blood affair. And it just does not happen. The post plant, absolutely sublime for Minnesota. Bance on a 4.
Cammy just behind him on a 3. Defense holding back just a touch here. Afro looking for the cross. Confirms that aBeZy is going to be essentially putting pressure up towards Attach, who will back away. A lot of concession here for Minnesota. How does he win that gunfight while stunned? aBeZy had every right and maybe even the deed to win that property, let alone the elimination, but it's Minnesota who get first blood for free. Now Atlanta is kind of stuck on the A site. Can they even get the bomb out?
I already know Slasher has a clean exit. They're more worried about a player maybe poking out from top bedroom, if not over by couches. And Afro is over here. He's got dead silence. The potential to make a play is on. But on the other side, Simp has popped dead silence. He's trying to make a play over by the host stand. Cellium will even things up. 3v3.
Looks like Minnesota are just going to concede the potential plant and have to play retake. Very worried about the threat of the flank possibly coming out of Cellium, but he's held his ground. Bomb being planted. Does Afro get the shoulder check? He sure does. It scares him off the plant. 27 seconds on the clock. Now dead silence for Afro, who's repositioned to once again watch this cross. Bomb carrier drop. That's Bance at range. Who confirms it? This is a key 1v1 for Atlanta. It's not going to come through. What is happening? Simp, 1v2. Not going to get the bomb down. 4-0 up Minnesota. Great heavens.
Oh my goodness. Again, you would feel like this round completely flips on his head if Afro doesn't find that first blood versus aBeZy. He gets the first blood versus the first blood king, and then he's just allowed to play his life continuously because there's no way you're going to try to fly and contest for bottom bed, top bedroom, especially with where Afro is just so aloof. 7-1 now for Afro. Bance also able to be right there to confirm off of Afro's information that Slasher denied the bomb plant, especially with the elimination coming through from the mid-map. Minnesota are just so good right now at keeping their numbers one away from getting a cruise missile as Benjamin Bance.
And they can just throw whatever they want at Atlanta right here with this cushion. Stunts between the archways. lot of an opening engagement happening here right outside of the restaurant. Everyone survives to tell the tale. aBeZy first blood traded by Bance, trying to get the reload off, but not able to. But back and forth we go still. Early 2v2, still a lot of time on the clock, but Semtex just catches Cammy before he can get away. Now the bomb is down and it's attached. V2.
I see Simp over top, just a little bit too late. Goes for the jump, can't reposition in time. And as you were saying, I mean, with a 4 lead cushion like that, yeah, you could essentially just try to throw everything out the window and see what sticks first. And this initial push, it had, again, 2 players through the middle of the map, maybe trying to find first blood. But Atlanta FaZe, we've seen this from them so many different times, so many different Call of Duties as well with these players, that when they're down, they just start getting a little bit more hyper-aggressive, try to fish out for these first bloods. They completely stuff Minnesota on that offensive attempt.
And that's just the mentality of Atlanta saying, no, we're not going to back down and play your game. Like, we're still going to play our search and destroy and establish our identity on the map. A lot of discipline to make that call, but you've got to get it done on offense. That's the problem here, down 3 still. aBeZy trying to get forward. Has Afro seen him? It's a double stack with Afro and Attach working together. Attach worried about the threat. Cruise missile called in. aBeZy has to start forward in that moment. Afro once again gets the opening change off first blood. Will not connect. We stay 3v3, but watch out for Simp with that silence. He's moving all the way around the back, and he can absolutely blow up this A defense.
He's up top. That silence, it's run out. Has Afro heard him? He also pops that silence. Simp is trying to find this kill, get some shots. Not expecting 2 players down here, but they weren't expecting Simp to drop down. Now the reach out should confirm it. Yeah, there it is. Bance, 1v3. Good luck, have fun, brother.
2 bullets left for him to take that jump shell. Talk about confidence that you've hit enough shots to confirm the elimination. Bance stun opens the door. Nearly catches the bomb planter, but now the job becomes that much more difficult. 1v3, 35 seconds. Has dead silence into Semtex if he wants it. Gonna see if he can maybe scout something on this long cross. He does find Slasher, but not enough connecting to find the elimination with it. And that may be the end of the hopes towards trying to pull this 1v3 off. Just 17 seconds left. And he does not want to pop the dead silence. So this is just going to be seeing what kills possibly find. The answer will be none. Atlanta back in it.
Besting the cruise missile, but not the dead silence. You just don't want it to be more expensive into this next round, right? You just don't want to make sure that Atlanta FaZe are ultimately feeling themselves truly. But again, it's Simp. As you were calling there, Shift, he makes the play via dead silence across the catwalk. He gets inside top bed and thought it was just 1 down low, pops down, finds the first, and then the 2 bullets is all really Simp needed to be able to get that final kill down there to force out the 1v3. But Atlanta FaZe, again, as you were saying, just trying to play their search and destroy, won't be dissuaded from their aggressive ways and trying to deny the map from Røkkr.
Heavy defense for Atlanta. Towards bedroom side, looking for some opening engagements towards A, and Slasher actually does get an opening engagement. I don't know if it's the one he wanted, but it's the one he got. Afro secures first blood, and all of a sudden FaZe kind of have to scramble. I mean, that's your main AR essentially watching over that entire cross. Cellium has to reposition. Simp has to try to hope you can hit something, and well, the stun Semtex combo does connect, but Cellium getting pushed out of bedroom. Just team shots galore from Minnesota. Now the only opportunity for Atlanta to get back into this round, you think, is off of either Simp or aBeZy coming around the back.
They isolate themselves. I mean, Simp, it's on 5 here, man. So he's going to be trying to get that 6 kill. A cruise missile would be instrumental for a few rounds later down the line. Pops open this door. The timing could be impeccable to be able to stop the bomb player. Talk about the coverage from Attach. aBeZy, 1v4.
It's great help, and aBeZy was tagged up at the exact same moment, so this has become a job that, once again, we list as pretty much an impossibility, and so it will be. Minnesota. I mean, was the food poisoning really that much of a nerve? Because this is some of the best search we've seen in a minute from anybody in the CDL.
It's either that or they had an amazing dinner ahead of this matchup, because they are just frying. The teamwork is just at an all-time high. Even just completely covering all of the bomb site itself, just fully expecting that bedroom is going to be the point of contact. They had players looking at the bottom. Afro confirmed from the stun that Simp through from couches, knew that there was going to be a player poking through mid. They just didn't back down. Map point here for Minnesota to take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Afro at 9-3. How about Slasher still on a donut 0-5? Talk about the duality of man right there. Bomb left over towards mid, 2-2 split for Atlanta, and Minnesota's going to make a gut check call. to stack towards B. They had not seen a lot of utility thrown over towards A. That is by design, as Atlanta is not hard focused towards either direction, but yeah, Minnesota are going to realize, okay, we haven't heard utility anywhere. We may need to second guess this early rotation.
Sim's pushing up. He's essentially over by Røkkr. Potential for him to go up through top catwalk, and yeah, there he goes. We'll find first blood on Afro. What do you do here if you're Minnesota now?
Hope that somebody can go 1 for 2. Whether that's Cammy by himself on B, or Bance maybe up close off of intel from attached towards A. Bomb is now picked up, rotating back over towards the A site. Simp still waiting for a flank, which he may get the contact he wants, but maybe not the timing. Oh no, right as soon as the dead sounds is popped. Wait a second, Atlanta's made the call to join Simp here. So now this becomes a little bit of an issue because of the clock, although Cammy throwing shoulders has them blown right off, and now aBeZy can watch these defenders cross through their spawn. Sebtex lands, and a great read over through the fire pit up middle. Atlanta hanging on, if only just narrowly.
The head's just barely above water here, our Atlanta FaZe, but it's just one of those things, man. You can never really count FaZe out because they are just so good, but even more so than that. Tough timing to say the least, but at least the help for FaZe that time around after Simp got blooded inside of the restaurant was very quick. It's just a little over shoulder throw, perhaps for Cammy. Didn't get the immediate information, just got eviscerated off the shoulder throw initially. It's one of those things, again, that Simp has been doing that quite often defensively. You would feel like that Minnesota, if it goes to another defensive round, they need to shut it down.
Agreed. Slasher on the board. Similar defense here for Atlanta, where you got Cellium watching Slasher's back while he watches to make sure no one crosses into Simp's face. aBeZy with the tack out. This time he does collect first blood. Bance with the trade does force FaZe to start to move around a little bit defensively. But in a 3v3, Minnesota still have to figure out exactly what the defense looks like here today before they can commit.
Both Cellium and Simp, who pops dead silence, starts maneuvering back over towards B after losing aBeZy on that restaurant area. Just maybe assuming that that's where the push is going to be coming from. They would be wrong. Cammy still holds the bomb in their back pocket. They're slowly moving through A. The Slash has been holding this cross. Nice stun.
And Simp and Bance are dancing with each other. Bance off screen will confirm a key elimination. And now Slasher's got really no help besides just Cellium around him. Another stun will confirm that Slasher is indeed here. Bomb planted. Has to be a 2v3. Dead silence not here yet for Slasher. Tough gunfight versus Bance off the stairs heady. And while it's down to the Vanguard MVP, 1v3. 27 seconds on the clock. He's not gonna get a look at anything until he commits. Cammy says, hey, how you doing? Minnesota is up 2-0 in the series. No, do not adjust your monitor. This is happening.
This is a different beast of Minnesota Røkkr that we have not seen through 2 matches. About that 2-0 the lead for Røkkr after a systematic P2 hold to confirm the hard point, and then an even better opening for a search and destroy. 4-0 lead ends at 6-3. This team is playing at an all-time high, and one player in particular, you know, we were putting a lot of focus on a Cammy to really show up in a big way, and to be fair, he is, but the one player that's able to then produce further off of Cammy's excellence in the past 2 maps at 6 and 4 is Bance. 9 and 4, 1,200 damage to their name as well. 6 non-traded kills out of the 9. I mean, this guy was just about everywhere that he needed to be at the right places at the right time to either confirm first blood, find the trades required to be able to keep Minnesota in favor of numbers.
I don't think there was a single round in there that you could look at from Atlanta's perspective off of first blood to say they secured the kill and got out. Like, I don't think there was a single moment where there was a 4v3 for more than maybe 10 seconds for Atlanta. Yeah, that's a really good shout there, bud. So now all of a sudden, what do we talk about? It's 2-0 up Minnesota, a fortress control. I mean, we were looking at this series saying it had to get done maybe in the 1-3-4, but a bit of a buffer now all of a sudden established with Minnesota taking away a search and destroy. A lot of things to consider here as far as how exactly can Atlanta bounce back after a big surprise. We'll send things off to a break and be back with map number 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back there, friends and family, and a little look into the Minnesota Røkkr and the winter solstice up in Eagan, Minnesota. I'm telling you, Brett and Jenna, they know how to throw a party, and you have to believe that all of these Røkkr fans that continue to just grow, it feels like exponentially, are having a great time looking at this currently 2-0 score line between them and what a lot of people would consider to be possibly a maybe league or stage favorite in Atlanta FaZe. Just give me reactions at this point.
I mean, I can only imagine that tent is probably just more vibey. It's going to get rowdy as well because, yeah, this Minnesota team has been going buck wild crazy, and now they actually go into a game mode that they have been rather confident in towards a fortress control, no less. If you think about a 3-2 here for Minnesota, 1-1 for FaZe. And the reason how we got here is that with the coin flip and how it works for vetoes, Minnesota got rid of the hotel control. That's where FaZe's wheelhouse truly is. So you don't want to take them to LSELO. Minnesota are completely unfazed there. And now you have to do it here on Fortress where you think it's going to go round 5.
And it's just been shutdowns from really top to bottom on the side of Minnesota. We talked about shutting down aBeZy in the search and destroy, but the simple fact of the matter is Cellium, who is your #1 KD leader in the CDL, he's only pulling a .83 in this series, and it hasn't been because of one player or another. Minnesota's just playing good team Call of Duty. Back into it. Minnesota Røkkr, Atlanta FaZe, control Fortress. Let's get it on.
Offense first for Atlanta. This opening breakoff means everything. We saw that in the Ultra OpTic match. Even trades coming across the board will keep things rather even. That's more dangerous than it is anything for Atlanta FaZe. You could be caught in the spawn trap for what feels like forever, but they break on out. They have not expected Bance to come back through the gate, or have they? Cellium has the read, but Bance gets the kill.
First tick of progress, not yet locked yet. Simp confirming a trade, trying to help out his teammate in Slasher, who's currently just stuck in the back of this truck. Has to make the play and just simply overwhelmed. aBeZy has kind of found a gap, though. Snuck up in towards the top side of boat by the look of it. That could lead to an opportunity to keep the door open, at least to get off spawn here if you're Atlanta. Bance is still trying to figure out how exactly do I deal with aBeZy in this position, especially if it's by myself. Stun comes through, and well, it does connect, but unfortunately it also connects with him. That nade's also not really all that great. Won't connect with them, so you have to take the gunfight. aBeZy predicts it, but doesn't make much of a difference. And in that whole exchange, Minnesota confirming kills and depleting the progress on A. This has been a flawless recovery for the Røkkr.
It was just a great call for Bance to wait for Cammy's help to go for the bait and switch. Yeah, Cammy goes down, but Bance confirms the elimination. Attached now with the submachine gun. Haven't seen this in quite some time. Got himself on a 5 streak as well. He's just dictating the pace here inside maps. Could find kill 6 here.
You don't have to do anything too crazy. 20 seconds on the clock. Just don't give Atlanta a second to breathe. You can see they're searching for him. They know Attach is nearby. Kill 6 is in, and the crossfire is brilliant. Put him in the blender. Cellium also drops. And just as we saw a bunch of flawlessness between Toronto and Texas in the previous matchup, Minnesota took a while for them to get established, but once they did, whew, mercy.
And the only showcasing that they really had was almost like shades of the Fortress map #1. You got Slasher stuck inside the truck. Everybody's being traded off across through mid-map, inside of maps as well. And aBeZy kind of slips the net, obviously gets top boat, but I mean, it's just a consolation placing on the map. There's really no positional advantage for aBeZy having a sub there besides just taking a lot of focus away. But so long as you deal with the players on the zone, you can start enforcing that spawn trap. What a great run there for Attach to be able to get a cruise missile off the first defense.
Could be instrumental towards just finding a tick of progress. I mean, you saw the statistic, Minnesota 92% on their defense. If this thing does go to round 5, you start to feel real good about a very huge surprise 3-0. Long route to get there, though, especially with aBeZy confirming the first 2 kills. Attach still live on 6 in a row. We'll hopefully be able to get a little bit further forward here. If you can get up to that mid-map area, watch the cross, maybe there's a chance to provide space for your teammates to get out of spawn, but easier said than done, especially against Atlanta FaZe. Simp eventually will be dropped out, but the defense could still move forward with the numbers.
Uncharacteristically for Simp here on control, even what happened last week. 0.63 overall on the Fortress control. 3 and 6 overall, but the spawn trap is starting to get sunk on in, but maps control is there for Minnesota. They've broken out. Look at Bance on the minimap, Alan.
All trades looking decent. Minnesota taking their focus to bottom hard, and the SMGs are lighting things up. Spawns for Atlanta over towards A, but it's Røkkr focused on the B zone. Stack is in, 2 players large. First tick of progress on the way. Cellium trying to clear, gets the first. Can they get the second in time? No. It's going to be the first tick of progress locked in, and Afro off the quick pinch. That could lead to not just the second tick of progress, it's a full wipe. In Minnesota, they're going to get the full B zone.
Got 60 seconds out on towards the board. Afro's on a 4 spree. He's going to get stunned up. If he can find this elimination on aBeZy, it would be absurd. Won't be able to get it. But the confirmation of the B zone is everything. And Minnesota, albeit a very slight life lead, now dwindled down to just even Stevens. You're going to be feeling pretty darn confident with yourself. You just got to break out of the spawn trap one more time and get yourself on that A zone. That'll force all of Atlanta FaZe to spawn over by B.
Whoa, Cammy on 5 HP takes care of Cell. Simp still a problem up top. The Cammy off the regen and Afro confirming the kill. Oh, goodness. Cammy nearly just done it to him. 17 plays 15. Long route from Bance. Good read on towards Simp, but doesn't quite connect. Pillar stays in their way. The tree's also a big deterrent, and Simp wins the gunfight. And that'll lead to Atlanta once again establishing some control here, but don't throw away the opportunity of Minnesota possibly still winning this on lives. We still have 52 seconds on the mark.
Yeah, you'd almost feel like that it's probably not going to come down to kills. Time would probably be the biggest adversary for Minnesota, but even before that, their first big boss is getting out from this spawn trap. They were able to at least deal with one player inside a map, so they know that that positioning is in their favor. Cellium just lurking through mid-map, checking under the truck, going to be looking back up as well. Even when Bance tries to create more space, he gets gutted in the middle of the map.
Minnesota's still trying to work their way back through the archways. This is taking a lot of time, and it's costing a lot of lives. Afro does sneak through, but Cellium wants to make sure that off spawn, Minnesota feel the pressure, feel the heat. 17 seconds. Does anything work out for Minnesota? Just 2 defenders that are on the zone. That may be all they need, although Cellium drops. Numbers now starting to amount for Minnesota. They could possibly get on to try to stall this clock out. Simp called forward, and it works out nicely. 3 seconds to go. Afro long range, denied. And similarly so, Cammy will not have a chance to get to the double doors. Atlanta survived, but damage dealt by Minnesota.
Yeah, Nate, they say this really does have shades of Gavutsu control back in Vanguard. You're going to be tussling for zone segments continuously because you know you want a round 5 defense. It is so rare on an Al-Bag or Fortress control to be able to win offensive rounds, so we have seen it a handful of times here at the CDL level, regardless of the matter. Minnesota being able to confirm the B zone fully, they will have that tick progression advantage. Atlanta need to answer back in a big way in this upcoming offense.
3 is the lucky number that they need to be able to match if there were to be some sort of a toggle or vie for that round 5 defense. And Atlanta's going to full flood over through Blacksmith. The only defender that's actually here is Bance. He doesn't really have a lot of help either. Afro's trying to get there to save the day, but just before the full breach comes through, Bance takes down Simp, and aBeZy's route through mid-map gets cut down. And it leaves Atlanta with really not much to work with whatsoever. Only a single life spent for Minnesota on their opening defense.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for better opening engagement. The Vaznev ball thing, 17-7 for the kid for crying out loud. Kind of breaks their own camera there with Cellium in the door, but regardless, they are just dictating the pace in the middle of the map, just under 40 seconds.
And that 17th elimination that you called for was a key one. It stops Atlanta from being able to fully force forward and allows Minnesota off spawn to once again set things up. Double sub play. Cammy with Vaznev and Have. Only gets 1, so numbers start to come through for FaZe. Back and forth trades come out. And Atlanta, you have to make a decision here. Do you want to try to full force over towards B, or do you try to cut back through it? Oh my goodness, no. Afro is spawning with Atlanta right now. Slasher will be cut down. aBeZy was the last one left to try to stall the clock out over towards B, but a double from Simp maybe provides Atlanta a chance to get his zone. Again, that tick progress that we need to see is at least 3. Cammy, stopping reinforcements, 6 life advantage, but as Slasher denies, first tick's looking pretty possible. Afro and Attach working for the regain. This would be a 2v many situation, and it may be all they need. Trades are decent though for Atlanta. First tick gets locked. Looking for the second. Minnesota has to be very cautious about how you want to try to play retake here. You don't want to give away the round in full. Stuns are connecting. Second tick locked in. Third one on the way. Here comes Minnesota for their break attempt. Or are they? Are they going to get here to touch in time? There's the contest, but Slasher finds the kills and adds 60 seconds to the clock.
Only a 3 life deficit. Slasher will take down Bance. Good team shots in between AR duos there over by Maps. You just got to make sure you don't succumb into another spawn trap here. That's what kind of plagued Minnesota after they captured the B zone of their previous offense. The Slasher needs to stay alive. See some footsies on the other side of the truck as well. We'll take down Cammy, and you have presence over by Stables.
2 Røkkr defenders trying to flush Slasher out from this position. Currently still stuck in the back. Attach finally gets the gunfight. aBeZy working towards single control, and that's a big kill. Bounces right back out. Now down in towards Art. Also finishes off Bance. Numbers now for FaZe. But it's still an 11v7, and more importantly, there's only 28 seconds left in the clock. Have to make a play on towards the B zone. Minnesota here with all 4 members ready to defend. They still have a cruise missile if they need to get out of jail free card as well. aBeZy off the reload, waiting for help. It's going to be coming from the way of Simp. who's got dead silence in. This is the play that has to open the doors to get on towards B. Can they find Minnesota, though, at all? I mean, no one from Røkkr are even showing themselves. 6 seconds on the clock. 9v6 to call. aBeZy around the back. May have to do it all himself. Towards the zone he goes. It stops at 1.3. The pre-fire, good. But off the reload, can he stay alive? Has to get onto the zone and just not quite able to get over the ledge. Minnesota escape into the round.
It's so tough. I mean, you can contest from that little half wall, but if you drop down, obviously that is no longer on the zone. And what a great call coming through from Minnesota. Look, you're able to read the room or read the fortress, I suppose, and you're able to recognize I got a life lead. We just have to make sure we deny any segments going over towards the B zone, so they just turtle up all the way in towards the back. Almost look like a P2 hardpoint hold at certain points in time there on Bagra Fortress, but they get the job done. Do Atlanta, they're able to find 3 segments. If things stay tied up here, you just have to be able to outslay your opponents. Much easier said than done when Afro is 21 and 12.
Now opening frag grenade, it doesn't just kill a Taj. I think it tagged the majority of Minnesota members that were trying to make this play through the North Stables. aBeZy trying to get onto awning. Denied, but Simp secures the trade, kills favorite that of Atlanta FaZe. 3 for 1 it goes. Nades and stuns keep Simp a little bit further out. But for the side of Minnesota, I mean, they're just waiting for a gunfight. They're waiting to see if Atlanta will make the first step forward, and that's what they're going to use as a chance to try to get out of spawn.
Only lost 3 lives to the 1. Trying to find your first point of interest is going to be Cammy taking down Simp over by the gate. Now, there will be an immediate trade if aBeZy swings, but you got to respect this disciplined call that's coming through from Atlanta FaZe. Just, you know, Minnesota's trapped over here. Every single angle is being watched right now.
Brother, have they done the quick maths?
Are they?
Minnesota may have
they're
done
playing
the math
like it.
to say that they know they have the kills. What a call.
This is bold.
I mean, it's bold to say the least. And I think Atlanta are starting to realize, wait a second, we need to go get kills. And maybe every elimination may matter. So aBeZy and the rest of Atlanta kind of have to break into P3 almost is what it's going to feel like. Kills are defense for Slasher. Now has Atlanta done the math and said, wait a second, now we've got the kill tally. Is this just all a battle of wits? Atlanta are still trying to push forward. Minnesota's still feeling pretty confident in their kill tally. And the last set of exchange does favor Røkkr. We'll see who got their advanced PhD in mathematics. Afro's gonna laugh that one off, though.
It's a battle of addition. I don't have my TI-83 Plus calculator with me here on my desk, Alan, so I did not do the maths for us to be able to figure it out. But, I mean, again, a bold call from Minnesota to really respect the math to come all the way through. Atlanta having themselves a chuckle. aBeZy laughing it up. Almost got a full smile out of there from Cellium. Very rare sighting, especially when it comes down to Atlanta FaZe playing a match here in the CDL. So, what's the drum roll gonna be here? You definitely want defense. Obvious choice at that when it comes down to fortress control. Minnesota really went all in to make sure that they had that numbers advantage, and it will be the case indeed. Minnesota, they did the math homework, Alan. They got defense.
What a world we live in. All right, Atlanta. It's not just going to be a certain number of ticks you need. You got to win the offense to avoid 3-0. And look at that statistic. Back in May versus Minnesota, the last time Atlanta was swept. It doesn't happen often, but whenever it does, it's always special, like a solar eclipse of some sort. But Atlanta do get on over towards A. First tick of progress is on the way. Key gunfight here. Cellium takes the dub on it, and now Minnesota are going to be a little bit stressed on trying to stop the A zone from going over rapidly.
Bance not popping dead silence. He's making a lot of noise up here and doesn't even look at him until it's too late. Cellium now forced to try to reposition, take the gunfight over by the stairs, and won't be able to get the trade onto Bance. Now Bance in this top mass position, excruciating for Atlanta to deal with. Drops back down on a 4 spree.
Bance is just in that zone right now. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Team shots coming through. Atlanta down to 50 seconds. Life count still relatively tight, but you got to flush out Afro. Stuns his retreat and his regen. Atlanta's still stacked. Nades trying to come back in response. Oh, the gunfight is won by aBeZy. A chance to turn this into some quick momentum attach. Wait a second, he just had a couple of Atlanta members walk right by him, and I don't think anyone was none the wiser. So Atlanta with the kills get onto the zone. Wall bangs from Cammy, not good enough. Second tick of progress, looking pretty solid, but Minnesota's Nades will allow him a chance to contest. Cellium down low, only on 13 HP, will fall, unfortunately, for Atlanta FaZe fans, as now Minnesota, they hold the edge, and you know that watch party in Egan starting to get loud.
Yeah, either on your feet or on the edge of the seat over there in Egan. 22 seconds remaining. Atlanta FaZe, they are down in numbers, and they are being spawn trapped as well. Top mass positioning here for Afro. aBeZy needs to create some space.
Clock will stall. Lives dwindling. Down to essentially a tie game. Second ticket progress looks solid. The nades are still landing onto Simp. But as the Røkkr come out of spawn, what's the call here? Do you even try it? Or do you trust your setup around B? Because Atlanta is currently all over the middle of the map. Crew's just gonna get called in. That's my reaction as well, because the zone's gone. No one's gonna touch us in time, but every kill is a big kill. Especially when you take care of the threat in towards the fortress itself. It's a 15v12, still a minute 10 on the clock though.
Yeah, you call him the cruise missile because at that point, if you find any elimination, like you said there, Alan, every kill is going to be a good kill because then it forces all of Atlanta FaZe back in towards the spawn trappy situation. Afro, again, he is the Atlas master. He's bottom maps yet again. You also had Bance that got cut down over by the Anvil. And again, the only player that's pushed up here for Atlanta FaZe that can cause a little bit of a ruckus and distress is going to be aBeZy.
Minnesota hard focused on trying to get the spawn trap in. Has aBeZy snuck through far enough. No one's looking for him. The kills from Slasher are good. Hold on a second there, friends. aBeZy's kill allows him to get on towards zone. Doesn't expect Afro to contest him as quickly as he was. It's 8v6. If you're Minnesota, you either kill off 30 seconds or you kill 6 lives, whichever is more convenient. Although it's hard to find convenience against Atlanta. Long range shots from Cammy, good. Simp there for the trade. Has to turn it into something miraculous, and maybe he just does. A chance to get onto the zone. It's a 6v3. Essentially a TDM at this point, as Atlanta is off spawn, trying to get here. Now a 5v3. Could they possibly still work their way on? It's just down to Simp. Not gonna happen. Minnesota shocked the CDL world with a 3-0 sweep of Atlanta FaZe.
How about that? It hasn't happened since May, but like you said, it's something special. Afro smiling from cheek to cheek. That guy, whether it was offense or defense, he was always inside of maps. How annoying must it truly been there for Atlanta FaZe to have to always be concerned with where Afro was located at. Little fist bumps out from Bance. The Viking scream as well, I assume. I mean, I can't hear him, but it looked like he screamed pretty loud there, brother. And just the SMGs on the map, though, like aBeZy Fortress, are always tasked with such a difficult one. They have to turn up and they have to be able to really show up off of the damage and the line of sights that are being held from attaching Cammy, and Bance and Afro deliver.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unexpected. Doesn't even begin to start saying it. 31 and 19 from Afro. I mean, but look at just the efficiency across the board. Assist numbers are great. Objective kill numbers are great.
Yeah.
I mean, these are things that we don't often point to, but for good reason. I mean, Afro and Attach, 5 individual objective kills. How key were they in their opening offenses? And then I don't know who's the mathematician of the squad to make the call saying, hey, we've got the kill numbers. Let's just sit and spawn. But it almost felt like it took Atlanta a while to realize, like, wait a second. Do we have the numbers? Oh, we don't have the numbers. We have to go here. But near heroics at the end for Atlanta, cut a touch short. And now all of a sudden the tectonic plates of the CDL have shifted into a way of how do you even respond or react to this? Because coming into the series, I mean, the desk was labeling it out. I think all the pick'ems were kind of in the same ballpark where you're saying, how good is Atlanta going to be? Are they a top 3, top 2, maybe the best team in this stage? And then on the other side, it was like, would Minnesota even compete? Oh, wait a second. Shoes on the opposite foot there, brother.
Yeah, again, you know, we highlighted a few players at the beginning of this. We knew we were going to get out of Afro. The guy's been frying for Minnesota since day 1 here of Modern Warfare 2's year. We needed to see more productivity out from Cammy, and that made Bance just show up even in a bigger way. And look, I'm just going to go ahead and leave you with this. Sometimes being right is a real pain in my rear end. All I said was simply, if Minnesota win map 1, they're probably going to win the series. It didn't give you a score line. It was close, but hey, there you go. There you have it.
Might change your name from Proper to Profit real fast. Again, just really humble experience. Thanks everyone for being with us. Again, big shout out to Lando. Hope he's safe on his move and everything of the nature. But we sent things back to the desk to try to react where we couldn't. Bucket, Nameless, aLLeY, what do you have for us?
Minnesota Røkkr causing an upset, and if you looked at the numbers, this was 3 versus 5 coming in. So one of our tighter matches on the day, but we had a little recency bias. We saw a 3-0 out of Atlanta FaZe in their previous matchup against Seattle Surge. Meanwhile, Røkkr had to pull out a reverse sweep over the lowest seeded London Royal Ravens. Today, it looked like Røkkr dug deep, and they pulled out all the stops. I want to start here by looking at a clip, aLLeY, because we were in the green room, and I asked, aLLeY, have you seen this spot? Nameless, have you seen this spot? Benjamin Bance. He's always got a big brain. Today, he shows us how to play from the hood.
Apologies, Minnesota. I don't think many of us in the community were familiar with your game currently. I mean, look at this spot, dude. We have not seen this at all. I haven't seen it on the timeline from challengers, and usually that's where we initially see it. What are you doing?
I am Bance. I'm Batman. sorry. That's immediately what went through my brain.
Also, looking at the search and destroy, I've been really critical of Minnesota Røkkr and their offense in S&D. I think we saw some really good plays there. We saw some setups slowly towards the diner. Bance picked up the first blood on aBeZy back-to-back rounds early on. He actually got first blooded 3 times throughout that, which is just that's what you have to do when you play against FaZe. What we saw when FaZe was frying, it was aBeZy running at the other team, getting that first kill, opening up the map for them. They did a really good job neutralizing him, and they take that map.
Yeah, you look back to that Mercado, it was aBeZy, the front man, every single time in their previous search. Today didn't go as planned for Atlanta. We got to take a look, though, at our Scuff play of the game. Minnesota star players across the board. I think Afro has to be my daily MVP, but Attach was so clutch here as well.
I think for the likes, when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, we say Afro a lot, and it was a lot of question marks around him in the beginning of the season. But in this series, I felt like it was Bance and Cammy that really put their foot down, who came out when, some people call for a roster change when it comes to this Minnesota Røkkr, and they will initially go, oh, well, maybe they don't need Bance. Maybe they don't need Cammy. They questioned the roster mania that happened in the offseason. And in this series, it was Bance popping the 2E. You see it right now on your feed. It was Cammy popping a 2E, popping a 3. And I think that was a really good win for Minnesota Røkkr and their confidence.
Yeah, it's different when these guys win a map 1 finally, right?
Yeah.
They're 3-8 in map 1s. Their hardpoint still it wasn't horrendous, their record in hardpoint, but their map 1 was so bad. They win that, and we see the team that we thought we were going to see in Search and Destroy, and it's an entirely new performance out of them. It's a bit surprising. I got to see it in a couple more times, but that's an impressive win over Atlanta.
Final question for you, and I want to address the chat here. I saw someone put in fraud alert. Is Atlanta on fraud alert, or should we be giving Minnesota props here because they're now proving they can compete with the squads we're now saying are in that top tier?
I wouldn't say Atlanta's on fraud alert. I think this is a good performance on the side of Minnesota Røkkr, right? They clutch up there at the end of that fortress. In the search and destroy, like I said, we saw some very good plays, and that would mark 2 searches now in a row because that fortress we saw versus London was similar as well. And then in control, now they've expanded their map pool. We saw they were really good at aCDL, the best aCDL control team that we've had, but now it's back-to-back fortresses as well, where their defensive stands are just dominant. They had that defense versus London, where they only lost 2 people, and then we saw it again there. They're so confident in their defense that they literally just sat and spun an offense to secure that round 5. Smart plays. I can't believe it paid off. That was so risky, but I tip it. Honestly, I do.
There's more brains in COD than just the map bans. Let's bring in one of the big brains right now, all the way from the UK, now living in Minnesota. We got the big Bance. How are we feeling, Benji?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's the first time I think me and Cam have beat them since Cold War Stage 2.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a curse for us, so I'm glad we finally overcome it.
Can you tell me a little bit about that search and destroy play? You pulled out a spot that we haven't seen yet. It's not the major. People are saying, why are you doing it in a qualifier
bread and butters,
match? How much did this series mean to you guys?
The series meant a lot for us. We've been working on a lot. We have some unfortunate map losses here and there. So we had to just come out hot and show we can actually compete against some of the best.
The biggest congratulations to you overall as a squad, because I'm going to be honest, I did not expect, maybe get close, but a 3-0, really? Against Atlanta FaZe, I have to say, you guys looked so good in this series. The control play, though, I feel like everybody wanted to ask whose decision was it? Who was like, I did the math, guys, we just need to not die so we can get defense for the last round?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take credit for it. I did say to do it, but it's obviously a thing we spoke as a team. If we're ever up, let's just not even attempt it, because they have to fly us. If they fly us and we get 4 dead, we can attempt to cap a point, but if not, there's no real need. Defense on that map is so much stronger, so we just had to secure it.
Dude, that was so risky. I was sitting there, I was like, yo, they lose this defense, man. But I want to ask you about your search and destroy, Bance. What I know of you and your teams in the past, you've always been phenomenal at search and destroy. I think about that Toronto Ultra team, what you guys are able to do. But so far this year with the Minnesota Røkkr, search and destroy has been tough for you guys. What's been the issue? What are y'all working on?
For us, I don't know really what the problem is, but I said to my team, listen, someone else take bomb, let me go make some plays. Because I feel like we try and play a bit too one-dimensional. People don't really have to adapt much, and so we just started being a bit more of risk takers, and it paid off.
Yeah.
Bance, final question for you is, last week you guys all came down with food poisoning. This week, where did you guys eat?
What did we eat? I don't even know what we had. I think Dale had a Mexican yesterday. I had Chipotle. Mark's had Carver. So yeah, we're eating a lot better, to be honest, than some not good fish. I do not recommend before a game day.
Yeah, don't eat fish before game day is what I learned from Benjamin Bance. Congratulations on the W, a big one over our number 3 seed, keeping you guys in the running for the top seeds going into Boston.
Thank you.
That is Bance, and that's the Røkkr with a hot 3-0. It was a super Saturday, and it went fast. But this thing, well, it started off with a bang. We came in with Las Vegas taking on the Boston Breach, and we're going to walk you through all of the series on the day. This one of the best I've seen from Methodz, but a great series, every map going down to the wire.
I think from what we've taken away from this series is that Boston Breach is still a very strong respawn team. It's just about finding consistency for them. And on the flip side, Vegas Legion still look good. They are still dominant in Search and Destroy. Unfortunately, weren't able to pop it to that map 5 to maybe close out the series. But Vegas Legion still a good contender heading into Boston moving forward.
Yo, can we just talk about in general today how much things got shaken up? Like the matches that we had, like OpTic beats Toronto Ultra, the Boston Breach come in, they dominate the Legion and the respawns. Like, I know a lot of people were predicting Boston win this series, but still, like Vegas, it just showed they still have a lot to work on, right? Like we can't jump overboard when it comes to Vegas. And then Boston, like, if this was closer, this one like game 5 and Boston edged it out, I'd be like, whatever. But they win 3-1, so like now they're another team that can really be competing here when we get to Major 2. It just got interesting today.
Great matchups all day long. If you're looking at this series, though, what game do you want to go back and watch if you missed it all?
If you missed it, honestly, if you're a Vegas Legion fan, go back and watch that map too. If you're a Boston Breach fan, go back and watch that iLLeY. Both of those were some dominant maps by both these teams.
Nero at the finish of this one. A hot streak gives Boston the win. When it came to the LA Thieves versus the London Royal Ravens, this was a big question mark for us. We got a new look from the Ravens. They bring PaulEhx back in the mix. Scraps is there. Trey is out. On the other side, second day with Capsule in the lineup here for LA Thieves, filling in the shoes for Kenny, and he did a pretty darn good job. Is he the MVP for the Thieves today?
Yeah, he was, man. He really was, especially coming in like that's difficult to do, right? So he comes in, he's the hero, they get that win, and you know, I think for LA Thieves, it just feels good, right? Like you have a substitute player, you know the odds are sort of stacked against you. Just to get that W in lieu of you know, Kenny not being there, he's going to be back hopefully very soon, and they'll be back working on their craft to get that championship. But I kind of want to talk about London here. Like, it might be time for them to think about going to challengers and grabbing a couple players.
Blow it up.
I'm just being honest, right? They've struggled so much, and then just like commit to cultivating that roster in a new culture over there. It has been so tough. No roster has worked out for them, and today was no different.
You got a first look at their new lineup. They go within 8 of hardpoint, and they fall just short. I don't know if I agree with blow it up yet. I think give these guys a little bit more time, man. But the future is yours, London. We'll see what you will do leading up to Boston. If you look at this series, though, this was the banger of the day. Number 2, Toronto. Number 6 with OpTic Texas. OpTic showing us they are kings of search and destroy in their previous match. Today, though, look how much improved they were in hardpoint. How do you get this good this fast?
Overnight. But I mean, again, you have to revisit the fact that, I mean, this is the OpTic Texas roster of Shotzzy, Dashy, iLLeY, Huke. Like, this is a disgusting lineup of very individually talented players. And this is with very little practice. You can make the honeymoon argument of, you know, maybe it's just early and teams aren't used to playing against them. But this was a dominant and a very impressive win for the OpTic Texas with all the haymakers that's been happening to them at the beginning of this season.
Keep in mind, our CDL points are for the overall season seeds, but right now we're going to find out who is in the lead going into Boston. Taking a look at these numbers, though, this is the big picture. Who jumps out on this screen to you, Nameless? Any surprises as we see the end of day results?
You know, we're just looking at Surge still. Like, they got second at the event. They're number 5 overall in the standings. They can't get it going online. Like, we have to see them turn up, or they're going to find themselves in losers bracket. We had groups at the first event, Puckett, so it's different. Now you're going to start in losers bracket, you're going to get some wins online. So pressure's on.
Pressure on those bottom 4 teams. Let's take a look at what's going on tomorrow, because 2 of them back in action bright and early at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon on the Pacific Coast. Legion take on the Royal Ravens. Can they right the wrongs from today and pull out a dub before the weekend ends? We got Guerrillas versus a very tough Røkkr. That should be a banger at 4:30. And then I don't think you're going to see the same experience that you had tonight if you're a FaZe fan. That one against the Subliners could be the tightest match. aLLeY, how how deep does the series go? Could we go to a Game 5?
Those last two matches of the day absolutely could both go to a Game 5. That middle match, LAG versus Røkkr, I have no idea who's going to win that.
Toss up for me as well, but you guys can make your picks right now. Reminder, we got the pick'ems back over on CallOfDutyLeague.com. Get your pick'ems in. Nameless, you got any pro tips for the folks tuning in tomorrow?
Listen, go on there, make your picks. Honestly, that middle game, just flip a coin. That's my pro tip. I have no idea who's going to win that one, but I'm glad pick'ems are back.
Climb your way up the leaderboard, and you may earn a shout-out on this show, and you could also earn a shout-out in person if you are joining us live. February 2nd to the 5th, we will be at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, downtown Boston. It's gonna be a party. Scan that QR code for more information on the tickets today. Get your tickets. You should have them already. Boston Major's gonna be fire, and we're gonna see Methodz at that one. Still cooking? Yes?
He's gonna be cooking.
You're
Chef
not
Tony.
retiring, Mubot.
That's my guy,
You're
Chef
hanging
Tony.
out with us the rest of this season. We gotta go. Tomorrow, we will join you once again, 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Join the pre-show before the matches kick off at 3. We'll see you then.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. My battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Let's go, man. Huge win, boys.